Hello everyone, welcome and welcome back to my channel. This is Hazel Lucia Tarot. I am your tarot reader Stephanie, and today's reading is 2025 predictions. We're doing a 12-month forecast, your month by month forecast here, and we're going to look at several themes that are going to come through for you in the year 2025. I have 5 piles here for you today, and if you want, you can choose more than one pile. They've all been very different. Certain very similar themes have come through. Like, I know for all of them, and I was getting this in my 2025 love predictions as well. 2025 is going to be a very spiritual year. It's going to be a year of inner growth, of self-reflection as well. So that common theme has been in everything I've read so far, at least for the people who are watching this. But we have 5 piles here for you today. The first pile, this is red jasper heart, and this is the Alice in Luna's Tarot. Pile 2, we have the flower agate, and we have the Enchanted Forhaxa tarot, or the Enchanted Forhaxa tarot, however it's pronounced. Pile 3, we have the Linestrider tarot, and this is a smoky quartz heart. Pile 4, we have the Empyrean tarot, and we have a clear quartz crystal point. And pile 5, we have the Lucid Dreams tarot and the selenite heart. So take a few deep breaths, think about your year of 2025, and I'll be ready for your reading whenever you are. Hello there, pile 1. If you chose the red jasper heart and the Alice in Luna's tarot deck, then we have your reading here for you for the year of 2025. And already I am getting such great vibes from this pile. I don't know what's going on, but I feel like this is my pile of either really optimistic or party people. I'm getting a lot of strong Jupiter energy, Sagittarius energy, maybe a little bit of Pisces, Libra. I don't know. That's coming through very strongly already. I don't know what this pile does for a living, but I'm getting very creative energy, and I'm getting like a very exciting kind of energy as well, especially for those of you that I feel you know that 2025 already has something great in store for you, not just because, you know, I'm telling you, but this is my pile that is excited for whatever 2025 has to offer. So I'm actually excited to get started on this reading. We're going to use the tarot in the month by month section, and we're going to use oracles just to get an overall view of certain themes that are going to come up this year, as well as I'm going to do, how do I want to do this? Because this is actually my first pile doing it, and I didn't really plan it through, but we're just going to do overall themes. We're also going to do important dates with my Say When Oracle. Look, I am so excited that like the cards are just falling out of my hands. Some of you could, especially for those of you who get so excited that you get jittery, I feel like there might be some need for grounding this year. So definitely work on that root chakra energy, or even the, I forget what it's called, there is a chakra below the root chakra. I want to say it's like the earth star chakra or something along those lines. We are really rooting ourselves into the earth this year, because you're going to be experiencing a lot of rather surreal things this year. A lot of you are very spiritual. I'm already feeling that. Or even if you're not, even if you don't see yourself as very spiritual, you're going to have a lot of very lucky coincidences this year, and some one-of-a-kind experiences, like things that you didn't think would ever happen. Some of you are traveling to somewhere you never thought you would be able to travel to for whatever reason. Let's go ahead and get your cards though, pile 1. We have Cut the Cords of Doubt, 42. I'm not surprised. I'm going to get the rest of them to see what exactly this doubt and the cords are. Celebrate your wins. Yeah, you're going to have a lot of wins this year. You're going to have a lot of amazing things. People who are Year of the Rooster especially, you're going to have an amazing year. Which makes sense because 2025 is the year of the snake, and I feel like those two signs are very compatible, rooster and snake. So take that if you know your lunar new year, your lunar astrology, your Chinese astrology here. One more card. The sacred flow of, yes, and I did mention Pisces, didn't I? Here we have a fish. So we have a lot of amazing things happening, but the only thing that might be getting in the way of you fully embracing this, because it's going to happen regardless, it's going to be your doubts or any feelings that you don't deserve something. You know how when somebody wins something and they're just like, oh, no, I don't deserve it. I'm not saying that that's a bad way to handle things. It's just kind of like you have to fully embrace your wins, because people want to see you happy with your wins. People want to see you thrive and glow with your wins. You know, I feel like the doubts that you have are just, how do I say this without sounding condescending or it's kind of like there's nothing wrong with having doubts. We all have them. It's what makes us human. But the more we let go of the doubts, the more we can fully enjoy every time we come into something amazing, the more we can enjoy something that is truly meant for us. Like all these doubts do is keep us from believing that we are worthy of the things that we win or that we deserve or that we have worked so hard for. So we are definitely cutting the cords of doubt. This could be intentionally or unintentionally. I feel like you're going to be shown so many good things this year that you won't have any choice but to release the doubt, but to let go of any little nagging feeling in your head that is telling you that for whatever reason you may not deserve something or some other thing here. Some of you, this is not going to be for everybody because I know not everybody is spiritual, but some of you could have a clairaudience where you hear messages and you hear certain things. And when you have that particular ability, sometimes it's the negative words that can get to you as well. So especially if you have that ability, make sure you are learning to block out any negative words regardless of where they are coming from, because all this will do is lower your vibration or put you in a space that you are not meant to be. Instead, embrace the positive words, embrace the words that really truly have meaning to you and not just the ones that are trying to put any doubts or fears into you. So let's get more cards for my pile 1. For some of you, you're meeting some important people this year. I keep hearing from Wicked, now that we've met one another, it's clear we deserve each other. So you can take that how it resonates. I feel like you're going to meet some pretty important people, friends or otherwise. We have guide. Yeah, you might even meet a guide this year, like a spirit guide. Maybe even one that speaks very clearly to you or that you truly listen to. We also have devoted. This is so interesting. For some of you, this could be like either a really good friend or a romantic partnership, somebody who is very devoted to you or what you do. This is also a part of yourself. I feel like you're going to really devote yourself to the things that bring you nothing but fruitfulness, because there's some feeling within this particular energy, this particular pile, that you're not feeding anything that isn't bringing you something good. I feel like you're going to be very and don't take this the wrong way, but you're going to be very selfish this year, because I feel like for the past year or maybe in previous years, you've been devoting too much time to everything else, whether it's your job, your career, family, whatever it is. I feel like you're really going to devote yourself to yourself and whatever it is that you want to focus your attention on. Like I said, it sounds selfish, but I feel like you kind of owe it to yourself to be a little selfish this year, to really go for the things that you want to go for, because you've been allowing doubt and fears and whatever else has been holding you back to take too much control of whatever it is that you want to do in life. For a lot of you, you are letting go. You're cutting the cords of not just doubt, but you're cutting the cords of anything and everyone who has been trying to control you in whatever way they seemed that they needed to control you. And now you're truly paying attention to yourself. We have determined. Yes, I see this determination within you. You're going to fully embrace a part of yourself that is a little bit more, I'm hearing feral, but not in a bad way. It's like you're embracing your inner calling. You're embracing your inner human as well. It's like you're combining this beautiful spiritual energy with this human body that you were given, this beautiful human body you were given. And you're embracing what life has to offer. And I feel like, again, this comes as a bit of a rebellion against anything and everyone that has been trying to tell you what to do or feel, especially if you feel that that has not been very much like yourself. There's something about authenticity coming to the surface here. Let's go ahead and get more cards for you. Pile 1. And already I'm truly loving this energy. Like I said, strong Pisces. This is like Pisces if it was looking after or starting to embody the energy of Aries for whatever reason. I don't know if we have any planets going from Pisces into Aries, specifically like outer planets, but that's what it feels like. It could also be going from the 12th house to the 1st house, because we do have number 12 here. We have trust. Ooh, I love this. I love this. Let's get another one. Energy. Oh, you're trusting your energy so strongly this year. I love this for you, pile 1. Because, and I'm just saying this as like, how do I say this? Like when you become a little bit more psychic, or when you acknowledge that you have like a certain kind of psychic ability, you embrace it fully and you stop doubting it, and you fully embrace the fact, well, one, that you have this ability, and two, you start to trust yourself, you start to trust the universe, you work with energy. I'm being told to take energy a little bit literally here, where you're working with energy, you're working with the energy around you, and you acknowledge and understand that you are very unstoppable when it comes to achieving the things you want to do. And I feel like you're doing this not just for yourself, but you're also doing it for the people around you. It's like, how can I shift the energy around me so that everybody can benefit? How can I trust that I can bring something good and positive to this world? So don't be surprised if certain things just start naturally to fall away and certain things you keep bringing around. Specifically, I'm seeing like a group of friends or a group of acquaintances, like the people that you regularly see, some of them will start to fall off because they're going on different paths energetically, or they're embracing other things. But for you, you're embracing very specific energies. And I feel like this is why you're calling in somebody very important. Again, I keep hearing, what's the song, Dancing Through Life from Wicked? So it could very much be that you're going to feel like you're dancing through life, or it could be that somebody, much like the main singer in that song, Fierro, comes in and kind of shakes everything up. You could also be embracing that energy yourself, or you're just like, I'm not dealing with, it's like, his mentality is essentially that I don't want to listen to what school has to say because I'd rather just be happy. Like, I might be a little stupid, but I'm happy. And I'm not saying that that's how you're going to be. It's more like you're going to embrace a more fun side of yourself. You're going to literally feel like you just don't have to listen to anything that doesn't resonate with you, especially if in the past you felt obligated to do so, which is very, I'm loving this energy, because believe it or not, there's a lot of clarity in kind of rejecting the doubts, rejecting whatever structures have been placed upon you, pile one. And instead, you're going to embrace whatever is truly authentic to you, which is whatever your energy is. Let's go ahead and get more cards for you. For my pile one. I wonder if this is my pile of people who also do tarot for themselves, because I feel like maybe you were taught a certain way to read energy or to read tarot, and you're like, I'm not doing that anymore. I'm going to do it my way, and this is how I'm going to do it. Like, that's what I'm getting for some of you. So if you are a tarot reader, let me know in the comments below, or email me. Like, I don't mind. Because we can talk, we can chat. I don't mind. I love learning from other people. We have continuance, Apple 26, continuance. You are okay. So I'm seeing like the cycle of like planting a seed, watching a tree grow, and harvesting the fruit. So for a lot of you, you are planting seeds and you're also harvesting within the same year. You're going to plant seeds towards the beginning of the year, or maybe even right now, maybe a little bit before the year begins, and you're going to reap those rewards probably around the fall season. But we also have Capricorn here, so it could be Capricorn season. Like, I'm seeing a full cycle. So if you're starting this during Capricorn season, you may see it during the next Capricorn season, if that makes any sense. But I'm also thinking of the fall season, because where I live, fall is when the apples are harvested. I live not far from some apple orchards, so that's what I'm thinking of. So a lot of you during the fall season is going to be when you reap the rewards of whatever you have sown. You're going to start seeing the results of whatever it is that you've implemented. So if you're starting anything important at the beginning of the year, you will see that in the fall, whatever that may be, or whenever apple season is, wherever you are, pile one, because I know everybody's seasons are different. I don't know where else they grow apples. That might just be in, slightly different seasons. But if you know this, and if you are aware of the apples that grow in your area, then by all means take that energy. I just say that because, like I said, I live just a few hours away from apple orchards. In fact, I would like to go see some because they're very beautiful. But let's get more cards for you. We have happiness, Majoram. You're really focusing on your happiness this year, and you should every year. But I feel like you're truly embracing it. It could be that you're embracing a new level of happiness that you've never really experienced before, or you're redefining what happiness means to you. It's kind of like how sometimes in society, or as we grow up, we are fed the idea that, in order to be happy, you have to have a job, a family, white picket fence, house, whatever those expectations were of you. I feel like you're redefining happiness for yourself. If for you, happiness is traveling and not having a care in the world, then that's happiness for you. If for some of you, happiness is just having nothing but pets to take care of and not worrying about anybody else, then that's what happiness is. But for a lot of you, you are redefining happiness. For some people, happiness is having a sports car and driving really fast on the weekends. Like, you know, nobody is here to tell you what happiness means to you. Only you can decide that for yourself. Let's get another card, because I'm really loving what this oracle has to say right now. But I feel like you're really reaping a lot of good energy this year, Pile 1. We have Purification, Snapdragon. And it's interesting that we have Gemini come here twice. The glyph of Gemini is within here somehow. So some of you could be in Gemini energy this year. You could be having a transit in your 3rd house, which is the house ruled by Gemini. But purification, again, there is like a renewal here of some sort. Like you're redefining happiness. You're reaping the rewards of something that you've sown. I feel like this will be more monetary than anything, just because Capricorn is more materialistic sign. So if it's not materialistic, it could be more in terms of your career, something that will bring fruitfulness to you. But with purification, it's kind of like you're letting go of a lot of mentalities that just were not suiting you to begin with, or mentalities that you realized, you know, it's not very compatible with your way of life and your way of thinking. And I kind of love this, because there's nothing better than a renewal of the mind. There's nothing better than a renewal of like when you start changing the way you think, or when you start getting a new perspective on how your life should be, it really does alter the course of your life. For a lot of you, you could be rejuvenating. I keep hearing that, like renewal, rejuvenation. Some of you could lose years either off your body or your face, because it's kind of like you're deciding to go back and purify a part of yourself. So it's interesting. And this does happen when people let go of certain bad habits. I mean, it could be as simple as maybe some of you cut back on your drinking, or your smoking, your vaping, and suddenly you look younger than you used to. Or some of you could decide to take up exercise and you gain back some youthfulness. That's what I'm getting. Some of you are literally turning the clock back. It could also be with your mentality. I've noticed when people have more forward ways of thinking, they tend to just act younger naturally, not in a forced way, but more in a refreshing kind of way, you know? Which is very interesting. So a lot of you are tapping into this energy. Let's go ahead and get the rest of your cards. This is your Goddess Oracle cards. What do we have for pile 1? We have Ishtar, Communion. You're coming into communion with somebody important. I keep hearing that. So, I mean, for some of you, if you're looking for romance, this could be a soulmate. For a lot of you, it will be a friend. I feel like you're finding friends that you really resonate with this year. Friends that you have things in common with. Friends that you don't really have to act any differently than you already do in order to be around. Because sometimes we have friends that, you know, we have to act a certain way because that's the kind of friend that we have. I don't feel like you're going to get too much of that this year. This year, I feel like a lot of you are more in your authenticity for whatever reason. You're coming into communion with somebody important for sure. If you're looking for love, you could find somebody of importance this year. Let's go ahead and get one more cards though. We have Isis, Rebirth. Wasn't I saying rejuvenation, renewal, and now we have rebirth? Look, a lot of you, you're literally going through a rebirth. Isis is such an important goddess. Like, she's the goddess who, you know, when Osiris was killed, she went to look for his body parts and put him back together and brought him back from the dead. So there's something to be said about you finding your own pieces that have been scattered throughout your life, the missing pieces of who you truly are. You're bringing them all back together and rebirthing yourself into a more true and authentic version of you, as well as a version of you that you've always wanted to be. It's not just about who you truly are, it's about who you want to be. So I feel like there's an amazing rebirth here. Again, you're devoting yourself to yourself this year, and it's not meant to be taken as selfish. People may call you this year. Don't listen to them, because you have to take care of yourself before you take care of anybody else. Let's go ahead and move on with another card from this deck. Not only that, but Isis is seen as a mother goddess. In fact, I think Ishtar is as well. These are both very much fertility goddesses. So like I said, a lot of you are very creative this year. You're going to be very creative, or you already are and you're just fully embracing it. You're going to have more time for the beautiful things in life. We have Danu assurance. And again, with the doubt, you have to just cut the cords of doubt. And maybe that's easier said than done. But I feel like you have to sit with yourself and ask, do I really want to carry any baggage into the new year? It's funny, I think I had a personal reading where this was similar, and I'll tell you what I told that person. If you feel the need to, by all means, write down the things you no longer want to carry with you to the new year. Write down all the negative things, like every negative aspect of yourself that you don't like, write it down and then just burn it. Burn that paper, rip it up into shreds, do whatever you need to do in order to get rid of it, just to symbolically get rid of these cords of doubt. So whatever it is that you want to let go and that you want to leave behind, write it down and just imagine it leaving you. That's one way that you can release it. Of course, there's other ways, but I just think that's a cute little way to let go. Back of the deck, we have Mott, Truth. And you know what's funny? Whenever I saw Trust here, I almost wanted to say Truth. I don't think this deck has a Truth card. So here we have Mott, who is also an Egyptian goddess. Maybe some of you are really working with the Egyptian deities this year, or maybe have some sort of tie to ancient Egypt or modern day Egypt. But with truth, again, this is your own truth. This is your authenticity. Where are we going with this? We are embracing a more true version of you. We are embracing something beautiful here. And honestly, pile one, this is the year that you become you. This is the year that you become more honestly, more vividly, more intensely yourself, because you owe it to yourself to not be shaped by the things around you, to not be shaped by social media or your friends or whatever you think society has expected of you. It's like, what do you want? And how are you going to embrace that? This is very beautiful. Let's get one more card. I wanted to use the Gods and Titans card just because we have a lot of goddesses here. And you know me, I like to keep the masculine and feminine balanced here. So for my pile one, what god card do we have coming through? You have Hypnos, sleep. You know what's funny? Before I tapped into this particular reading, I was getting such a specific message. And I know it's not going to resonate with everybody, but some of you, again, if you're clairaudient, you may hear messages when you wake up, or you may hear messages so clairaudiently, like so loudly, that you wake up. And I've done this before. Like, this has happened to me a few times. It's not that I do it. Like, you don't just do it. It happens. But I will feel like somebody is calling my name or somebody is saying something, and I wake up and I'm like, who is it? But there's like no one around when I wake up. So I just, it's very much one of those things where a lot of you, you're going to be getting a lot of messages in your sleep, either right before you go to sleep, right before you wake up, or maybe even in your sleep for those of you who truly have like, I don't know what the word is for people who receive prophetic dreams or messages in their sleep. I've always had this. I don't know if there's like an actual word for it or if they call it something, but some of you could be dealing with that, especially those of you who are very spiritual. As I say this, it started raining, so confirmation of that. Some of you could be working with sleep magic as well. Again, I'm not sure if that's the actual name for it, but there is something about us being in our sleepy subconscious state that allows us to tap into energy. That allows us to tap into source. I mean, I guess energy as well. That allows us to tap into our more spiritual side. Let's put it that way. That a lot of you will be embracing. 2025 is going to be a rather very spiritual year, because Year of the Snakes do tend to be rather sometimes psychic, sometimes just very spiritual. I know a lot of Year of Snake psychics. Just for those of you who need that confirmation, or for those of you who would like to embrace it or would like to begin your spiritual journey, this would be a great year to do so. But let's go ahead. Oh, wait, before we do, we have the Sewen Oracle card, and this is a deck of like dates, months, time frames that we can look into, especially as we go into the 12-month prediction here for my pile one. So, okay, this one, we have 20. Beginning of spiritual journey. What did I just say? It's a great year for beginning spiritual journeys, pile one. Think about life mission, balance, big dreams come true. So like I said, this is going to be an incredible year for you. A lot of you could be beginning a spiritual journey, or you could be beginning a new spiritual journey, maybe a new chapter of it, a new phase of it, because there's many rebirths in the spiritual journey. You never just go through one. You go through many. For a lot of you, this could be more about becoming more true to your life mission, to your life purpose. I do have a life purpose reading for those of you who are interested. I may link that down below. I usually don't, so don't come at me if I don't, but I promise you it's on my channel somewhere. But let's go ahead and get more cards for you. Okay, these two. We have 3. Good things, communication, creativity, optimism, blessed, good luck, belief in the self. Believe in yourself, yes. Some of you could be life path 3 as well. But I feel like for a lot of you, there's going to be a lot of great things. 3 also makes me think of social activity, because correct me if I'm wrong, life path 3s tend to be very social creatures. Like, they always know a lot of people. So a lot of you, like I said, you're going to find people who are more authentic to you. You could be meeting important people as well. Maybe it's a group of people. Maybe it's going to be like a trio of people. You could be part of a group of 3 people that is important here, like a partnership or something. You also have 25. You know what's interesting? We have 2025. That is so awesome, pile 1. Confirmation that this is for this year. We have change, big decisions, new sense of self, which I've been going on about for a minute now. Sadness, difficulty in adapting, and heartbroken. So for a lot of you, there's going to be a lot of changes here, but I feel like you don't necessarily have to be heartbroken, or you don't have to make it difficult here. It's all about how you embrace this journey, because there are going to be a lot of big changes for you this year, like I said, and a lot of it is divinely guided as well. Let's go ahead and get one more card for my pile 1. We have Wednesday, creative, intellectual, start artistic projects, mixed emotions. So Wednesday is also, I link it with Odin from Norse mythology. So some of you could be very devout to Odin. I know I am. He's one of my favorite gods. He's one of the first ones to come through in my meditations. But I'm also getting Mercury energy in general, because in Spanish, Wednesday is miércoles, which Mercury is in there. So which is very interesting. So you could be working a lot with mercurial energy. Hermes, or any gods of communication. Communication is going to be very pivotal this year. Like I said, a lot of you are getting messages spiritually, but also just talking to people in general. I feel like you're reaching out to a lot of people. You're going to be very social this year, believe it or not. I think more so than you usually are. So I'm not saying you're going to be a social butterfly, but you're going to talk to more people than you typically would in any year. Back of the deck, we have 18. Accomplishment, inspiration, ambitious, dominant, energetic, outstanding, and artistic talents. A lot of you, to me, this is a number of success. So a lot of you are going to be in very successful energy, also ambitious energy. It's like you reach for the stars and you succeed. So already I am absolutely loving your energy here, pile 1. So if this sounds like you, if you want to continue with this particular reading, let's go ahead and move on to the tarot. And the tarot I'm doing in months. So I'm going to pick 1 or 2 cards per month, just to see what the themes are. And for those of you who would like a personalized reading, I am still taking orders for those. I know I might have to close them down soon. I may close them down by the time I post this reading, honestly, because they've been in rather high demand. But this is the best way to get a personalized reading, and I'm doing it at a lower rate than usual. So for my pile 1. Okay, pile 1. So let's start with your 12-month predictions for 2025. And of course, some of these months could spill over into the next, because I feel I was getting this download of whatever happens in one month can affect the other. And some of it might last more than 1 month. So some of these themes are not just going to be, strictly within the 1 month period. They could last for the rest of the year, or they could keep popping up. So just keep that in mind as I'm pulling these cards. So for my pile 1, what do we have going on? And I'm being told not to read reversals for this particular pile. So we have the Queen of Swords. Oh my goodness. Like I said, cutting the cords of doubt, but also cutting certain people off. January, we're talking no nonsense. We're not taking any nonsense in January. You're going to be very much in that Aquarian energy, especially because we have moved into Pluto in Aquarius. So at some point, the sun will be conjunct Pluto within January. You're not putting up with any more BS. I feel like you are definitely going through a very strong transformation, especially those of you who already have like a very strong either placements in Aquarius or wherever Aquarius is in your natal chart, whatever house it happens to be in, that will be the theming of it. For example, if it's in the 11th house, you could be dealing with friendships. That's where mine is. It's in, part of it is in the 11th house, part of it is in the 12th house. So that could also be, if it's the 12th house, we're dealing again with our own self-doubts, with our own psychological inner workings here. So January, we're not taking any BS. We are definitely looking at things very logically and cutting things out if we need to, but also embracing things that are going to be more beneficial to ourselves. This pile, very connected to source, that's for sure. Let's go ahead and move on to February. What's going on in the month of February for my pile one? We have the Nine of Cups. So something beautiful is happening in February. I feel like you're going to have a wish granted, or something that you've worked really hard for. You are going to well, I don't even want to say you worked hard for this. I feel like this is just something that you've been manifesting, wishing for, hoping for. It's going to happen in February, probably around Pisces season, maybe a little bit earlier. A lot of you are manifesting something beautiful. I'm seeing like a trip of some sort, or maybe a visit to a particular location. So if it's not an actual vacation, I don't think it's a vacation. For a lot of you, it's a little bit more local. Maybe you've always wanted to go to a particular place not too far from you, or maybe they're opening something that you've always wanted to go to near where you are. So I feel like in February, something more local, or maybe something a little bit more, I don't know, it's kind of like you manifest something and it happens, but it's something bigger than usual, because she's drinking her tea here. Maybe they're opening up like your favorite cafe or your favorite chain restaurant where you are, and you're excited about something along those lines. But it could also just be, again, you are having a wish being granted that you didn't think was possible. For a lot of you, you're not even expecting this when it happens. So February, it's a beautiful little time, especially for those of you who have a partner and it's during Valentine's season. You might be a little bit surprised with where they take you or with whatever happens. So let's go ahead and get into March. We have the Four of Swords. Again, sleep is coming through. March, you're going to be very psychically activated. So don't be surprised if you have some rather psychic dreams, or some sort of interesting messages come through in dreams. There is a warning here, just because it did want to come out reversed, but I'm not taking reversals. Just because you dream of somebody doesn't mean that they're necessarily, your soulmate, because I have had this happen where I will have dreams about people and they are nothing like how they are in my dreams versus how they are in real life. What this usually is that their higher self is wanting to give you a message. And their higher self is usually the version of themselves, if they were pure, if they were, hoping to be the best person that they could be. But a lot of the times their human self, their real self, the ego gets in the way. So they're not always up to the point where they should be spiritually, or in terms of even their character and personality. So just that's a little bit of a warning for those of you who have dreams about a specific somebody. But definitely listen to what your meditations come up with what your dreams come up with. For those of you who can't meditate, sleeping with intention can also work. I know I've been told, when I first started meditating, they said, oh, make sure you avoid sleeping. But I actually learned, as I progressed forward with my journey, sleeping can be a part of meditation. I've always had very prophetic and very vivid dreams, like my whole life. That's always been the case. Ask anybody. I'm always talking about my crazy dreams to people. Because that's just my psychic activity. So don't be afraid if you fall asleep while you're meditating. Just make sure you write down whatever you get out of those dreams, and maybe keep a dream journal / meditation journal, because it could be important going forward, or it could reflect back to you something that is going on within yourself. Let's go ahead and get more cards. So why am I being told to give this example? There was somebody I know, somebody that I work with, that I kept dreaming about their mother. Two people actually. I kept dreaming about their mothers, and literally within a few months I met their mother. nothing crazy there, but I just, you know, met their mother. And the other person, um I'm not going to share what happened, but like, you know, their mothers ended up being very important here, and that to me was just a sign that their mothers still had very strong psychic attachments to their kids. A lot of mothers do. They have, you know, it's not just the umbilical cord that they are tied to, it's also that energetic cord. It's meant to be cut off around the age of 18 or whenever, you know, somebody is ready to be an adult, but not every mother does, especially with their sons. But let's go ahead and move on to April. I don't know who needed to hear that. Okay, oh, 2 of Cups. So April is going to be a fun time to get together with friends. I do see you meeting important people in April, or maybe reuniting with friends that you haven't seen in a long time in April. Very beautiful energy. I see you getting along very well as well. Also, I mean, I know this is an Alice in Wonderland themed deck, so there's a lot of tea imagery, but I love how they're both drinking tea here. So I feel like there will be a lot of important things to be conveyed within your conversations, a lot of good information that is going to be passed down. I feel like you and this person really connect. So make some time to fully embrace the people around you that want to hang out with you, because April is going to be a rather social month for a lot of you. Let's go ahead and move on to May. And of course, if you are in a romantic partnership or if you're looking for one, April could be the month to meet them or get closer to them. That's more expanded on in my 2025 love predictions, which I did earlier, because romance in 2025 is coming back for a lot of you. So in May, we have Temperance. We're doing a lot of deep healing in May, a lot of deep healing. I feel like for a lot of you, especially those of you who have, for example, there's going to be a square of some sort to Pluto with Taurus is what I'm seeing. So this is going to start off in April actually. But you will see the continuance of this in May. Like, it's going to start off something that is going to force you to heal. And I don't want you to be afraid of this. This is not going to be all negative. I feel like a lot of you are recognizing certain patterns within yourself that you thought you had eliminated, but maybe they're coming back in a different way, or maybe you hadn't fully explored the depths of that particular pattern. And you are making an attempt to heal. Not just making an attempt. I feel like you're finally like fully embracing the fact that you have a specific, you know, either problem, pattern, whatever you want to call it. And you're going to finally balance this out. Maybe healing isn't the right word because it makes it seem like there's something wrong with you. No, I feel like you're balancing this out. You are coming to terms with whatever it is that has gone on. Because for whatever this is, it was triggered in April, May, but it's been going on for a while. And I don't want you to be hard on yourself about this. I just feel like this could just be like little habits here and there that you didn't recognize were holding you back. Temperance is a card of balancing things out, but it can also be seen as healing, because when it comes to healing, we're not trying to obliterate something here. We're just trying to make it like a more healthy version of whatever that may be, you know? So for a lot of you, you are doing some deep healing in May. Beautiful energy for sure. Let's go ahead and move on to June. Temperance is also Sagittarius energy in the tarot, so a Sagittarius person could be of importance, or wherever you have Sagittarius within your natal chart. For June, we have the World. Oh my gosh, we are having some beautiful conclusions in June for sure, because I'm seeing you. It's interesting that we have like all the characters from this particular deck in this particular card. I'm getting a sense of you finally finding somewhere you belong, or finding something that completes you. I know that sounds weird. This isn't a person either. Well, if it is, it's like a group of people. But it's like you're finding a soul calling in June, whether that's a place to work at, whether that's like a career you've always wanted. For some of you, if you have businesses, I feel like they could really take off, or you could start seeing like a way to make your living off of that in June. That's not going to be for everybody, of course, and it all depends on how much work you put into that. But June, you're finding a sense of completion within yourself through something that you didn't realize you had always wanted. Maybe you find the home that you know you're going to live in for the rest of your life. Maybe you find, I don't know, a place in the world where you really truly feel like you can live there forever. Like maybe you find the country you're always meant to be in, or the city, or your group of people. For some of you, June is going to be a feeling of completion. The only reason I say home and people, because Gemini energy is coming through with that social activity, and then Cancer energy towards the end of June is making me think of a house, a home. For a lot of you, you are finding your forever home, or you're finding somewhere where you can really start setting roots is what I'm seeing, which is rather beautiful. Let's go ahead and get the rest of your cards. Let's go into July. For my pile one, beautiful energy, by the way. I really love this because look, I've been tired. It's been a very long day. It's been a very long week. And as soon as I tapped into this energy, I just felt so reinvigorated. So thank you for giving me the opportunity and privilege of reading for you, pile one. We have the Emperor. In July, you are taking back control of your life. You are getting back into your masculine energy, into healthy masculine energy. For those of you who are already masculine, you are embracing that which makes you feel very in control of your life, that which gives you protector energy over other people, that which allows you to manifest things for the better and good of all so that you can take care of people. Even if you're typically not in masculine energy, because I'm getting a little bit of mama bear energy for my more feminines in this particular pile. It's like you're making it a point to really take care of the people around you, and to be a provider, and to just be this person who is able to take on anything. I feel like you find a lot of sense of empowerment this particular July. So maybe for some of you, you have the sun in Cancer, or even something like Jupiter or Saturn in Cancer, which would bring this out. But I truly love it that you are stepping into this take charge kind of energy. Let's go ahead and, also, if you're looking for a masculine, you could either meet them or get closer to them in July. Whichever resonates here more. For those of you looking for a masculine counterpart, if you will. Also, your father could be of importance in July. Maybe you get to see them, or something important will happen with him that particular month. Take that only if it resonates. That's not going to be for everybody. Even though July when's Father's Day? Father's Day is in June where I live in the US. But still, maybe you decide to have a belated Father's Day and see them in July instead. Take that if it resonates. Okay, let's get a card for August. Okay, you get two cards for August. You have the King of Cups and the Queen of Pentacles. Oh my gosh. Okay, but this is a little bit romantic. So if this doesn't resonate with you, you don't have to listen to it. I will interpret this in a different way. You know how I said that you're going to meet an important counterpart earlier? This could be in August, or you could become closer to them. And the reason you are counterparts, and this can be taken, I guess this could also be taken platonically. Somebody here is very emotionally supportive, and the other person is very, very much trying to build something. This would be like an emotional mentor to somebody who's trying to start something very like a business. I see the Queen of Pentacles literally going after her coin, literally going after her bag. Like she's trying to start something. She's trying to set roots. She's trying to grow and cultivate something. And there's going to be a mentor, more in their masculine energy, though of course they do not have to be a man, who is very emotionally supportive of this. But it's kind of like, I'm getting a little bit like somebody who's a mentor who knows exactly what to say in order to embolden this particular I almost said Empress, this particular Queen energy. So this could be a friend who is this way. This could also be somebody who is maybe slightly older or more experienced than you. But I feel like this person is really going to shift you in August. And this makes sense because we're going into Leo season. And Leos, they really go after what they want. They're a little bit ruthless in their ambition as well. So I feel like this particular King of Cups energy is really going to empower you, because I'm seeing you, particularly pile one, as the Queen of Pentacles energy. You could be the King of Cups. Maybe you're the one being a mentor. Whichever you resonate with more, I feel like it could be either or. But there's going to be two people making a lot of big, amazing things in August. This could be with business. This could be with finances. Because there's pentacles here, I get more career than anything. It could also be in health. But there is something amazing about somebody that you meet in August. For some of you, this could be somebody romantic. I am getting that. And for some of you, this could just be a friend. Again, because Cups energy in general is very emotionally nurturing. So let's go ahead and move on to September. I almost forgot my months. I kept forgetting October in a lot of my readings. I don't know why. I feel like October is going to be a little bit of a wild month this year. I'm not sure why. Maybe we'll find out. But like in general, not for this pile specifically, but like in general, 2025 October is going to be interesting. So we have the Eight of Swords for September, which is interesting because part of me wanted to be a little hush-hush in September for whatever reason. And the Eight of Swords is definitely that. Like you can see her. Usually in like the Rider-Waite, she also has a blindfold but I'm specifically seeing like, what's it called? Like I see her being gagged. Like September is going to be it's going to be a month where you have to tread carefully and you have to be careful with what you do and say. Specifically what you say, because you're going to be speaking some really, I almost said harsh truths, but it could also be hard truths, whichever makes more sense. You're going to be speaking a lot of truth in September, and some people are not going to like it because we have Virgo energy versus Libra energy. There's a kind of a polarity there because Virgo energy wants to be very honest, wants to be very they want to articulate a lot of important things, but if they say it the wrong way, it could be taken the wrong way. But Virgo is also really good at editing themselves and being sure that they say things in the way that needs to be said. But then there's Libra who wants to kind of sugarcoat things. And this isn't me talking trash about Libras, by the way. I just know that Libras are really good at saying things in a way that is not offensive, which to some people can come off as, sugarcoating things or saying them in a way that is more palatable. So I feel like there's going to be a big like opposition there. Like maybe some of you are going to have a hard time communicating because you don't know whether to tell a very blunt truth or to sugarcoat a truth to the point where it doesn't really seem like one. So do be careful in September. Again, this is your authenticity coming through. And for a lot of you, it would just benefit you to keep quiet until things are okay to be said for whatever reason. I'm not sure what's happening in September, but do be careful because I feel like some people are getting a gist of what's going on in your life. And for a lot of you, there is some jealousy coming through. I do see people kind of like if you say something, they're just going to ruin it. So for a lot of you, you're having to keep quiet even though you don't want to. So do be careful in September with what you say. Let's go ahead and move on to October though. Basically, don't let anybody know about your business in September. Let's put it that way. Oh, okay. Wow, that one fell to the floor. This is the 10 of Pentacles. Oh, and the 8 of Wands. You're going to have some quick money come in October for whatever reason. Because we have the 10 of Pentacles with you being able to build some sort of stability, and the 8 of Wands, you could come into some very fast money. There is a tendency here that you have to be careful though. Make sure that, it's not just easy come, easy go. Make sure you're putting that money into something that is going to be long lasting, because Pentacles energy asks us to be thinking about our future, stability. But the 8 of Wands, it could be a little bit of a rush. In fact, I think these are supposed to be wands, but they look like lollipops to me, and I'm thinking of a bit of a sugar rush. I mean, she's also baking cookies there, so I'm getting a bit of a sugar rush energy. And sometimes people feel that way when they come into a lot of money. They go a little crazy with it. They're like, oh my gosh, what can I spend money on? So do be careful about that particular energy. It does feel a little bit like, how gamblers get that rush whenever they win something. I personally don't understand it, but I've been around a lot of people who are that way. So make sure you're keeping track of what you win and keep some of it to yourself. Don't just go crazy with it. So there is a little bit of a warning in October. You will gain a lot of something. This could even be like a really good bonus at work. Like maybe they give you your holiday bonus in October. Make sure you're not just spending that on something frivolously. Make sure you're spending some of that on something that you really need or to pay off bills. Be strategic, be very mindful of whatever it is that you earn. If it's not money, it could also be something else, maybe like some extra free time. Whatever it is that you value, you will be gaining it rather quickly and out of nowhere in October. So let's go ahead and move on to November. For my pile one, we have 3 of Swords. I do see I'm hearing defeat. So you lose something in November, but I feel like you're going to handle this rather well. November is going to have a little bit of disappointment in it. Hopefully it has nothing to do with what you gained in October. But November, I feel like you are really, it's almost like you didn't win something or something gets taken away from you. I'm going to get a clarifier for this just because I want to see what exactly it is and if it can be overcome. And of course, I am going to clarify these more, a little bit more with my tea leaves. But let's see, we have the 9 of Pentacles reversed. This is something you worked really hard for that you're going to have to decide to let go of. There is something in November that you truly worked hard for Because Nine of Pentacles, I'm not taking reversals like I said. Nine of Pentacles is that which you have worked hard for, that you've earned. This is like you being very much in your, what's that song by Destiny's Child? Is it Bill's? No. The one where they talk about, like, I buy my own diamonds and I buy my own rings. Like, you worked really hard for something here. Oh, it's Independent Women, isn't it? Yeah, I think it's that one. The car I drive in, I bought it. The house I live in, I bought it. Like something here. So it could be something that you worked hard for that you have to let go. I feel like you have to do so willingly, or it might be due to the fact that you are, for example, maybe you're moving away, so you can no longer keep your house and it's better for you to sell it than to keep it or rent it out. Or it could also be maybe a car that you've always wanted. Maybe it makes more financial sense to let go of it and get something more practical. I know especially people who drive their sports cars, where I live, insurance for those can be rather expensive. So it makes more sense to have something a little bit less expensive when it comes to maintenance. Something along those lines. So something similar to that, something you really loved and worked hard for, you had to let go. It could also be, of course, like a friendship or a relationship. Maybe it just turned sour, or something just didn't end up working out, so you have to let it go. But I feel like you let go of it with a lot of grace and with a lot of love. Let's go ahead and move on to December. For my pile one, I do see you gaining something back, because there's something here about like, well, I worked hard for it, I can let this go, and I know I can rebuild it again. Whatever it is that you've let go of, pile one. We have strength. So December is going to be rather amazing, because you are overcoming certain shadows of yourself. You're overcoming definitely the doubts and definitely any weaknesses. But for a lot of you, I feel like December is typically a month that is not that kind to you, or maybe it's a difficult month for you, but you're overcoming so much because, like I said, you have healed a lot this particular year, or you will heal this year, to the point where if this particular situation that happened in November, I think usually you would go into a really weird energy about it, or you would get into some weird habits about it. But December is going to show you that you can overcome that, because you're no longer the person you used to be. You can handle things a lot better than you used to, because that's personal growth. That's growth in general. The spirit grows, your mentality grows. You are not somebody who stays stagnant. Back of the deck energy, we have, the devil. And it's almost like the shadow of this card comes through in every other month, but you overcome it, because you're not here to stay stuck. You're not here to stay in stagnant, lower vibrational energy. You're not here to stay, the same person you were a year ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago. Interesting that it stopped raining as soon as I said that. But it's kind of like you are definitely overcoming your shadows. Two of Swords, yeah. You're no longer thinking the same way you used to. And I don't typically read this card in this way, but you're no longer thinking, or you no longer have this old mentality that you used to. You don't think in the way you used to think. You think differently now. You move differently, because when you think differently, you move differently, you do differently, and you live differently. And underneath that, we have the King of Pentacles. Again, I'm not taking reversals, but that is giving me an indication that some of you are becoming a lot less materialistic this year, and for good reason. Or the things that you value are definitely changing this year. And because you do that, you yourself are becoming, I'm hearing, a more valuable person, which I don't like saying that, because it makes it sound like you're not already valuable. You very much are, but it's kind of like, I don't know, like your intentions become that much more pure. And because of this, beautiful things come to you. So let's go ahead and we're going to get some tea leaves. I don't want to do, well, let's see. I was going to do one for each month, but I feel like I'm just going to leave that for my personalized readings, because my personalized readings definitely deserve it. But I'm still going to do some tea leaves for you, pile one. And then some closing messages. We have Hand, in need of help, assistance, and guidance. So you're going to be having a lot of assistance and guidance this year. I feel like you're definitely going to find people and your people, the people that you need in order to help you out, but you're also going to help them out. So it's very much a situation where everybody helps everybody. And more cards fell to the floor. So I'm going to go ahead and take those. We have Ring. A marriage will take place, either romantic or business. So yeah, like I said, especially with this August card, Maybe quite literally, some of you could be coming engaged to your person, and you and your person are like this King of Cups and Queen of Pentacles energy. Of course, some of you could also be attending a wedding or something important here. And of course, commitments could be deepening this year as well. We have Beetle, good fortune. Yes, you're coming into a lot of good fortune this year. We have Candle, you will be shown the way, which goes along with this assistance and guidance card. Your guides are going to come through this year rather strongly. We have Fox, shrewdness and resourcefulness, especially in business. This is especially true during, what months were these? October or November. So make sure you exercise shrewdness here. And then one more card. Apple, temptation will test you. Oh, didn't we have apple in the oracles? Apples are going to be important this year. Maybe that's your symbol for this year. It also makes me think of, what is it? The Treaty of Paris, which started the Trojan War, where Paris had to give the apple, the golden apple, to either Aphrodite, Athena, or Hera? I forget who and who. Like he had to choose between three goddesses, and either way he chose, it was going to be messed up. But for a lot of you, temptation will test you, as in like that shadow aspect of yourself will test you. Like maybe you're going to be tempted to go back to some old ways, or to just stop growing, or to give in to something that you know isn't great. But I know you can overcome it this year, pile one. I feel like that's going to be the ultimate test. And then we are doing some of my, I haven't used these in a minute. Some of my own oracle cards. These are just beautiful little handmade paper, and I wrote some messages on them, some quotes, and that's a dried rose petal that fell off. So for my pile one, I don't even know what any of these say because it's been so long. You are not your past self. Oh, what did I just say? Like that shadow of your past self will want to creep up and take you back there, but you are not your past self at all, pile one. You are becoming something new, something different. Your eyes tell me more than your words ever could. Oh my goodness, I love this. For a lot of you, you're going to be able to read people really well, because I'm seeing you see through people. So that's beautiful energy to have. We also have dance. Wasn't the song that I quoted Dancing Through Life? Maybe some of you are literally taking up dancing, or you could be dancing a little bit more this year. To me, dancing is a release of energy. So yeah, beautiful. Also an embracing of certain energies. And I think about kissing you a lot. Oh, this is for my more romantic people out there. Like I said, there is a romance in the air here for some of you, and it's beautiful. Okay, I want to take one more. I like this purple color. So what does this one say? Oh, okay, two more. You are love in all that you do. Grow. You are love in all that you do. Grow. Oh, I love this one. You're going to grow so much this year, pile one. And the mountains are calling. So for those of you, wasn't I just talking about the mountains with these apples? Some of you could literally be going to the mountains and maybe apple picking. Shout out to those of you who go to Blue Ridge to apple pick in the fall season. But this is where I leave it, pile one. Thank you so much for letting me read for you. This sounds like such an amazing year. I am sending you all my love, all the best, all the blessings, and all the love for 2025. If you feel like doing so, you can like, comment, and subscribe. And if you want a personalized reading, I think I still have some positions open. Just email me in my email address down in the description below, and I will see you in the next reading. Take care. Hello there, pile 2. If you chose the flower agate palm stone and the Enchanted Forhaxa tarot, then we have a reading here for you for 2025. What predictions are awaiting for you? We're going to do this in a month by month type of way. We're going to start with oracles to get an overall view of what it is that this particular year has in store for you, and then we're going to go more deeply into the tarot with our 12-month predictions. But let's go ahead and start with what we've got going on for you this particular year. Already I'm getting a sense of apprehension with this particular pile. We've got determination, which kind of wanted to come out reversed. I don't really read this card's reverse, but some of you, you're wondering if you should go after something, that's for sure. You're going to have certain, well, let's get more cards. Trust. Okay, I think this deck is just reversed. You're having a hard time trusting yourself, your gut, your intuition, and I feel like this is kind of like a bit of a trauma response, because in the past you felt that you were listening to your intuition and you didn't. We have ghost. Ooh. You know, it's weird. I have a song stuck in my head, and I know, like, I mean, some of you could literally be dealing with people who ghosted you or ghosts of the past. Ghost also makes me think of like the in-between stages, because what a ghost essentially is a soul stuck in limbo when they're between living and actually moving on to the next life, to the afterlife. At least from a medium's perspective, that's how I view the ghost card. But I'm also quite literally seeing ghosting, for too many of you, but for some of you, you're having a hard time going after the things you want, because this situation, it could be a person, but it could also be a situation that ghosted you. Maybe some of you went after a job, and you never heard back from them. I mean, I feel like employers can definitely ghost you. Or you were working a job and you were either laid off or something where you tried going after something and then it never happened, or you felt that you were chasing a ghost. You felt that you weren't really trusting yourself. Even as I say this, like my third eye is a little, it feels sore. And whenever I see that, I'm seeing people who are not trusting their third eye, or have allowed the universe to not fully trust the third eye. In fact, I'm going to pause it right here to meditate on that a little bit. So yeah, for a lot of you this year, you might have some sort of worries about your intuitive ability, especially for those of you who are already intuitive. And all I can say is that just like any other part of our body, our intuition is a muscle. And much like, you know, our body or our muscles, we have to make sure we're cleansing it, whether it's through maybe saging or through meditation, making sure that we're taking any gunk energetically out of that third eye, or any deceptions. Maybe some of you have been dealing with liars or people that you feel were not being fully honest with you in some way, shape, or form. I'm getting some of that. Maybe some of you, this is part of the reason you're having a hard time trusting, because people in the past have shown to not exactly be what they mean, or honestly, this does go way deeper. I'm going to go ahead and get more cards just so I can get a clearer view. But for a lot of you, this is going to be a theme of this year. I do see you overcoming that, though. I do see, well, one, it being a theme, and two, overcoming. We have Artemis, focus, yes. Something about focusing on your goals and focusing on yourself as well is coming through here. And what's interesting is, like, I don't even know what she has up here, but she's got like this weird little red thing. I guess that's a crown. But that would be not exactly on the third eye, but just above it. And Artemis is the goddess of the moon, which makes me think of the moon in the tarot. For a lot of you, you're dealing with secrets. I feel like you come into some big revelations this year for sure, because there's something that has been kept hidden from you, or somebody is trying to keep certain things hidden from you. Yeah, there we go. Next, secrets. A lot of you, there's secrets out here. And maybe some of you have been getting a premonition of secrets for a while. But for some of you, you could just be the, I don't know what to call this, but some of you could be the secret finders of your family, of your group of friends, of like, you just stumble into secrets so well. And whenever you become that way, well, one, that's our intuition guiding us to the information that we need to hear when we need to hear it. But when somebody is aware that you are very capable of this, they could very much be trying to control your third eye by deceiving you, lying you, and gaslighting you, of course. After all, gaslighters attack the third eye right away so that they make you distrust yourself. That's why this trust card was coming out. That's why determination was coming out. A lot of you, you may already be aware of this. A lot of you are already aware of this in 2025, because it is such a spiritually charged and psychic year. I get this across the board for everybody. We're all going to become a lot more intuitive this year, whether we want to or not. Like even the average person, we're all going to become this way. And because this year is going to be so big on that, I feel like you're really focusing on the truth, on focusing on what is real, what is not, what needs to be said, and what doesn't need to be said. For a lot of you, you could have a particular secret going on yourself. And depending on how you handle that, like, personally, because I'm very honest and open, I don't like to have secrets, but I know when it's necessary to have them. So it all depends on how you yourself handle secrets. Some of you may love secrets. Maybe you have more of that 12th house or Scorpio energy, 8th house energy, that do really well with secrets. And some of you may not like it, you know? It all depends on how you handle that. Let's go ahead and get more cards. Also, 4 has come out twice with 4 and 40. We have Benzai 10. Benzitin or Benzai, I don't know what letter this is, but we have beauty with number 6. A lot of you are just looking really nice this year. Like, there's definitely a glow up here. Of course, it's not just beauty on the outside, it's beauty on the inside as well. This is seen as like a radiating aura or like a glow, an inner glow within you. So a lot of you, whether you intend this to be a thing or not, beauty is going to be a thing. Like, and I've been getting this for a while now, where especially in my love readings, my 2025 love readings, which I already had out, glowing up was a big common theme for everybody. We also have Surdwen and potential. With determination and potential, there's like a lot you could go after. There's going to be opportunities here for you to go after things that you typically wouldn't have access to. I see like certain opportunities popping up that you never thought you would have. Some of it could have to do with money. Some of it has to do with like either collaborations, a potential for fame, or like a chance encounter with somebody who can lead you somewhere. Because with determination and potential, somebody sees your potential and they see that you're determined and they're going to run with it. They're going to be able to take you somewhere. Of course, it could have something to do with your looks if beauty is of importance here. But for a lot of you, I'm also seeing, don't allow beauty to be a distraction from whatever it is that you need to focus on, because you need to focus on something hidden, on something that is not seen. And beauty, whether it's people complimenting you on your beauty or the beauty of somebody else, could be a bit of a distraction, which is so interesting. Numbers coming out 6 and 9 as well, for, you know, for those of you who for whom that means anything. Let's go ahead and get the rest of your cards for my pile 2. So from this oracle, what do we have for pile 2 in 2025? Communication, P, number 2. There's kind of like a hint of a connection here for some of you, regardless of whether you're in one or not, because this could be somebody ghosting you coming back with communication. This could also be the potential you see within people. And it's interesting because I did have to mention my love 2025 predictions, pile 2. If you're really concerned about a relationship, I would go to that. Or if you're concerned about your love life, I would go to that, because I'm not really going to focus on this unless it just becomes like a very big theme, which for some of you, maybe you want to. But communication, you're becoming very communicative in general this year. I feel like the level at which you communicate is going to change, develop. Maybe some of you are taking like public speaking classes or classes to better present things. Like I know people, especially people like in higher positions like CEOs, they will take classes so that they are able to communicate in such a way that demands respect and that demands more attention. Some of you could do speech therapy as well, or vocal exercises. I know I had to do these, and I was in the choir back in high school and middle school. And it really does help, to the point where it can actually improve the way you speak certain languages. I used to not be able to roll my R's. I grew up speaking Spanish. My family is Mexican, but I grew up in the US, so I grew up with both languages. I could never roll my R's until like about my teens, because I was taking a chorus class, a choir class, and she was showing us how to do vocal exercises to be able to roll our R's. That's kind of weird that I had to learn how to do that when it's a natural ability in my first language, you know? So that's what I'm seeing some of you. Maybe speech therapy is going to be big. If not, it could be, for some of you, you could have Mercury in the 12th house, which means that you were naturally born like with difficulty communicating. But ironically, it tends to be people with 12th house placements that tend to be really good at whatever's in that placement, even if in childhood or when they first came into this world, they had trouble with it. So some of you, you're learning to become better communicators despite whatever obstacles have been set in front of you, especially those of you with speech impediments, or those of you who say, and I know I do this really bad. People who say, or have, you know, they say, a lot, or some kind of weird speech thing. Maybe some of you are getting in the public eye and you want to just present yourselves a lot better, or you're getting a better job, or a job where you have to speak a lot or lead a group of people. So you want to be able to speak in a much more eloquent way. Maybe some of you are also wanting to be singers or podcasters, something where the voice is really used a lot. That's why I feel like the communication came through. Of course, it also makes me think of 2 peas in a pod. So for a lot of you, you're dealing with relationships this year, not just romantic, also platonic, like the secrets and the beauty. I mean, you could easily see that as gossip. We have tranquility. You're seeking peace this year, which is funny because we have peas here. Get it? Peace, peas. Um, I'll see myself out. But with tranquility, you are seeking an easier life this year. You're definitely valuing your peace. You're valuing ease. You're valuing just an easier life. I don't know what 2024 did to you, Pile 2, but I feel like you're coming into 2025 damaged and bruised and just not wanting to really deal with too much, just focusing on yourself and being rather wary of where people have been honest or dishonest. Back of the deck, we have courage. Yeah, it's like you're mustering up the courage to become better. What's interesting is I forget the protective qualities of thyme, but some people do use thyme kind of in place of rosemary to burn around their house like a sage. So for a lot of you, you are definitely not only protected, but you're gathering courage in order to be a better version of yourself. Because like I said, there's like a wounded energy. And I just feel like 2024 was a really rough year for you, Pile 2. Let's get the rest of your cards. Oh, my beautiful recovering Pile 2. I promise you 2025 is going to be much more gentle. It's still going to have the same intensity, but it's not going to be anywhere near as crazy. That's what I'm seeing so far. We have determined. It's interesting that we have determined twice here, and we also have the number 6 twice. Which is interesting because number 6 is a number. I'm a life path 33, but also a life path 6 by default. For some of you, you're dealing with like your collective. You're dealing with, I'm seeing the 6 of Pentacles, which really embodies this. Like where you give too much and where you don't give enough. For a lot of you, you're not going to allow people who have like either lost your trust or mistrust. You're not going to allow the people who have hurt you in the past dictate how you act going further into the future. Because I feel like there's a big struggle there where like maybe in the past you were very giving and people took advantage of that. But now it's like, no, I'm not going to let those awful people change me because I'm still a very generous, giving, and loving person. So why would I let one bad apple ruin it for me? It's like, that's what I'm hearing from you, Pile 2. This is your higher self coming through. It's like, just because somebody hurt you in the past doesn't mean you're going to allow your light to be dimmed or for your love and generosity to wane. No, I see you wanting to continue being the beautiful person you are despite whatever somebody has done to you, despite whatever has gone on. And it's beautiful energy. It's very resilient for sure. Let's go ahead and get more cards for you. Maybe you've been brokenhearted in the past year a little bit, maybe more than once even. And you kind of, like, the best example I can come up with is dating right now. Some of you really do have, like, love on the brain, by the way. It's kind of like, let's say you go on a few bad dates, but you know that not everybody that is out there in the dating pool is awful. So you're going to continue doing so. There's a very resilient, maybe even stubborn energy here, but I don't think there's anything wrong with that. You're going to continue being your beautiful self regardless, Pile 2. Yeah, I'm not surprised the Threaten card came out, and it's the number 2. A lot of repeating numbers, 4, 4, 6, 6, 2, 2. Something about balance here. I'm going to keep it reversed because I feel like you will not allow yourself to be threatened by antagonistic energies. If it's not the dating pool, it could be, again, the work situation. Maybe you have people at work who keep wanting to bring you down or make work difficult for you for whatever reason. And you're like, no, I'm here for a paycheck. I'm here to further my career. And you're going to keep doing whatever you do. Your resilience will pay off this year, that's for sure. Because 2025 is year of the snake, and the snake's counterpart in Western astrology is Taurus. So to me, they're a little similar. You know, snake does have some rather stubborn energy. I know a lot of you are snake people because it is the year before mine. So I went to school with some of these people. And when I tell you, they don't forget things very easily. Also, I think the month I was born in is year of snake. So I have a little bit of that. Let's go ahead and get more cards. We have demanding and self-centered. I think people have accused you of being certain things and you're not going to feel sorry for it, because whenever I see demanding and self-centered, I'm keeping these reversed because I don't know what it is that people are making you out to be, Pile 2, but you know what you are and you know what you aren't. And if people want to see you as self-centered when really you're just pouring back into your own cup, you're fine with that. If people are accusing you of being demanding when you really just have some really good standards, high standards even, you're not going to let that bother you. If people are threatened by you because, again, you're not afraid of anything, you're not afraid of confrontation or being direct and forward with people, you're not going to let that bother you either. It's like, why would you change yourself in order to fit somebody else's needs? You know, you're not going to try and fit the mold of whatever people think you are meant to be. I see you stubbornly being yourself and not really caring what people have to say, because what is this? People may try to bring you down because of either they're jealous, or they could feel threatened as well, or they just, for whatever reason, certain things about you are rubbing people the wrong way, but I don't see you caring. You're like, that's not my problem. That's clearly their problem. And they can figure that out. That's what I'm hearing, your higher self. Your higher self is really strong with you this year, by the way, pile 2. I would tap into that. Because I feel like for a lot of you, you are very intuitive. For a lot of you, you have dealt with blows to the psychic, muscle here, or anything along those lines. Maybe some of you are in the public eye now. Maybe you have some sort of social media platform and you just don't care for how some people come after you when you say certain things or when you give certain insights. I know that's happened to me once or twice. Not too often, thankfully, gratefully. But, you know, when people are threatened by an ability that you have, they try to bring you down. And I see this a lot in the workplace. I see this a lot also with people who can't control you. They'll try to make you feel like you're crazy, or that you just don't, you know, like you don't know what you're saying. And maybe this was even somebody that you truly trusted or confided in. Maybe some of you are dealing with somebody like this year as well. I don't know if it's going to be for the whole year. Some of you need to hear this. If you see somebody lash out, be gentle with them, because I'm seeing a wounded animal. Know that is their wounds, you know, fresh and sore on the surface. And it has nothing to do with you and everything to do with them. Even if this is somebody that you truly trusted or were close to. I'm feeling a lot of forgiveness. It's interesting that I say feeling and not really seeing this. Some of you, you could try and talk to people's higher selves this particular year. This is going to be a good year for that. I know I've done this. I do this a lot, especially when I have, like, you know, misunderstandings or a difficult situation with people. I'll tap into their higher self and just ask for clarity, ask for love, forgiveness if it is needed, or I even forgive them through their higher self if I know they're not ready to hear that I forgive them. So for a lot of you, you're dealing this. I think this is what the ghost card means. You're dealing with the spirits of people in general. You're not just dealing with their human body. You're dealing with their higher self. You're dealing with their inner self. A lot of you are really good at seeing through people. I'm getting that a little bit with Artemis. And we're not even done with the cards. Let's get I want to get a God card. A Gods and Titans card for you, pile 2. I think for this pile, you're really just dealing with one-on-one connections this year, not even just romantic relationships. I feel like friendships as well, especially if you're more typically a social person. Those of you who are a life path 6, 4, or 2, I know that those are very social. Well, I don't know about social, but they're kind of like, how do I say this? I see them as like the codependent numbers, or numbers that are more likely to be codependent. Like you definitely care for the partnerships in your life, specifically more one-on-one connections. Like you're typically a person who you're not good in big social settings. You're better in one-on-one situations. So when you get to know people, you truly get to know them. Like you get to know them to their core. I know this because I have friends who are super social. Like they just know everybody and everybody. Like everybody knows them, but they don't know anything about the people that they know. They just, you know, talk on a very surface level. And then there's me. When I get to know people, I get to know everything about them. You know, I ask for their birthday. I ask them about, you know, their family, what their aspirations are. I'm just like, I have a psychoanalytical mind, and that part of me really likes to get to know people on a deep basis. You know, I'm not surface level, I'm skin deep. So I feel like this is going to be my pile of people who are very much that way. But let's get your card. I'm also hearing a song. I don't look, it's a beautiful song, but I hate it because it's so heartbreaking. But it's Joji, Glimpse of Us. For some of you, you could be dealing with the ghost of a past person, a situation. I'm not seeing a literal ghost. I'm not seeing that, unless of course you're a medium and you know that this is going to be like a thing for you. But you're dealing with the spirits of people, even the spirit of like a past connection, because I do feel that past situations kind of carry their own energy and even like their own entity, if you will. I say this because I see it astrologically. When two people come together, they make like the connection itself is its own astrological entity, and it has its own chart. They call this the composite chart. I love doing composite charts because I love chemistry between people. I love when two people get together and they just become something entirely new, to the point like how two people can come together and change each other for the better, or just become something different. I love that. I love human interaction and chemistry. I think that's why I was born human in this lifetime. We have Zeus, leadership. Yeah, like I said, with determined and determination, a lot of you are meant for success either this year, or you're on path to be successful for sure. Which is odd because like I said, I'm getting a lot of like spiritual stuff in this pile. So I think like on the surface, maybe you used to be very surface level. Maybe you used to be somebody who only got to know people because you had to, out of obligation. This would be like a manager or a CEO or even like a politician, getting to know people because they have to, because it's part of the job of them looking good and being in people, being appearing favorable. But then it's like as the year progresses, you realize that you cannot really hide that inner working within yourself. And it's very interesting energy I'm seeing, because I actually know that this is going to happen to certain people that I personally know, and some people that I work with. I see this a lot in people who are either like I said, CEOs or have a public persona, but they pay too much attention to that quote quote fake version of them, or that more, we shouldn't call it fake because it is real in some aspect to people, but it may not be entirely them. It's like their outer shell or a persona they play, and they haven't been paying enough attention to the inner self, to the heart, to the soul, to the mind, what goes on internally. Some of you could also be helping people through this kind of situation this year, maybe especially if you're like a life coach or something similar. You could be helping people with that. But I see a lot of you going through this yourself in some sort of way. Like you're wondering if like the person that you present to the world is truly the person that you are when you're alone, or when you have to become vulnerable with people. But we're dealing a lot with people, partnerships, including those of the past and those that are going on right now, and even the difficult ones, maybe especially the difficult ones. Because I don't think, like, nobody ever wants to come off as difficult or unfavorable, You're definitely going to be in a position of leadership, or on track to be in one, though. I need you to understand that. And if it's not leadership, it could be something, like I said, where you have a public persona and you have to maintain some sort of image, because people will look up to you. What's interesting is Zeus is Artemis's father, so maybe some of you are dealing with the father wound as well. Maybe for some of you, a lot of these wounds come from your father, if you are trying to emulate him in any sort of way. And of course, you don't even have to be masculine in order to try to be like your father. I see a lot of women try to be like their father. In fact, sometimes I think we neglect sometimes we neglect the opposite gendered parent, because we think we're trying to be exactly like the same gendered parent. And the truth is, we probably are more like the opposite one. I know I'm a lot more like my father, so this is why I say this. Not saying that I'm not like my mom, but I'm definitely more one than the other. And some of you, I feel like you're coming to this realization, and you are healing any sort of mentality or wounds that you have either inherited from this parent, or that you have with this parent, depending on the situation. I'm not calling it daddy issues, but quite bluntly, that's probably what it is for some of you. Regardless of your own gender, pile 2. Like, even if you're a guy here, I feel like you're still dealing with your father's expectations. We have prosperity sisters, our happiness and joy. For a lot of you, there's going to be prosperity this year. I do see a lot of good things coming in, but it's kind of like you're not really focusing on that. You're focusing on your inner growth. And because you are focusing on that inner growth, you are calling in a lot of amazing things. We have accept and receive. So we're in receptive energy this year for sure, pile 2. I'm also noticing the colors. It's like this brown and purple color. with a little bit of red. Fall in love with your own story. So for some of you, I see, and I like to do this. I used to do this for fun. I would go back and start like an autobiography, not because I felt like I was going to be famous or anything, but just to see like the story of my life and how it shaped me to be the person that I am. I feel like a lot of you, you're going to be doing a lot of self-reflection this year on the person you used to be. In fact, this ghost that we are dealing with could be a past version of yourself, and you're kind of like in an in-between stage of being the person you used to be and being the person you want to be. For a lot of you, you're kind of questioning certain habits you may have done, certain ways you used to be. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. This is just, human growth. This is what we're meant to do. It's very self-reflective. Maybe some of you used to be a lot more, I don't, just different from what you are. I don't want to call it anything because I don't want to accuse you of being anything in the past. Pile 2, I know everybody here is different. But I feel like a lot of you, you are changing this year. You are focusing on your personal development, and you are wanting to become something better. I do see a lot of you wanting to be better. And it's interesting that the light is getting so bright right now as I say this. For a lot of you, you're kind of seeing the light now. Because like I said, at the beginning, there was this weird third eye energy, something blocking or fogging your intuition, blocking or fogging your own vision, the vision you were meant to have. This could be something that a controlling parent could have been trying to do, like maybe they wanted you to be something else, but the truth is you didn't want to be that. It could be a father, but it could also be a very dominant mother, like a mother who also had to be a father here for some of you if your father wasn't around. This is coming from parents and parental energy. In fact, this threatened, self-centered, and demanding energy could even be from a parent who has accused you of being these things, when the truth is they just didn't like that you were exerting your freedom. They didn't like that you were becoming independent. And I do see this at every stage in life. I don't care how old you are. I don't care how old your parents are. I don't care where you are. Some parents, some people just don't like to see people be free to be their own person, and I'll never understand it. I see it in people as old as like their 70s with their parents in their 90s, like the old parent, because the parent, because they're at a stage where they need to be taken care of, will just make their child feel awful, even though they're doing everything to take care of them in their old age. It's unfortunate, but I do see this. I've seen parents take advantage of their kids. I've seen parents be very I don't want to go on about it. It's just bringing me down. But it's unfortunate the things I've seen parents do, like jealousy, even like very what's the word for it? Covert jealousy from parents. Like, you don't think your parent has any jealousy towards you. You think that they want to support you, but then it turns out that they sabotage a lot of your own endeavors, or they try to tell you what to do because they don't want to see you do better than them for some reason. Some of you, you're dealing with exactly that. I know I've seen it with some of my friends, unfortunately, and it took me having to tell them that for them to start their journey on it. Not that I'm taking credit, but I'm always the first one to say, it doesn't matter who your family is. If they're not wanting if they're not wanting the better for you, if they really have their own agenda, then they're not healthy for you. I'll always be the first to say that. And like I said, this is saying a lot because I'm Mexican and Mexicans love their family. But if that family member is being awful, I'm not here for it, Boundaries. We're talking about boundaries here. If this sounds like you, though, if you know that this is what you're going to be going through this particular year, let's go ahead and move on to the tarot, because I'm already seeing, like, at first I was wondering what this confusion was, but a lot of you, you are coming into clarity. And it's interesting because this morning started off, like when I started this reading, it was like very overcast. It was rainy. I thought it was going to rain, and suddenly the sun is out. For a lot of you, you think it's going to be an awful year, but the truth is you're going through some sort of growth in the beginning. So it's only going to appear that way, but then life gets better this year because you are exerting your independence from something that has kept you stuck for a long time. Okay, pile 2, I just had to clear that out because I was getting so many downloads. For a lot of you, before I continue with the 12-month tarot, like I said, this person, you could either be helping somebody with their internal growth, or this could be you going through the same thing. I do see more mirroring than anything. It could be the both of you, but on different levels, of course. For some of you, you're dealing with somebody close to you, a friend, or maybe even a lover. Maybe it depends on how close, how much energetic work you do for people here. You're helping them become a better version of themselves. And I feel like you're doing this for the better, because for some of you, I feel like all you wanted was to change one life. And if you could do that, it'd be great. Because you've been dealing with somebody who was very dishonest in the past and they don't want to do that anymore. It could also be a child. I see some of you with like children or a sibling that is this way. You're helping a lot of people with their internal development this year. So don't be surprised if you get a little bit energetically drained. Like I said, 2025 is going to be a very spiritual year. And because it is, everybody is up leveling internally. Everybody is up leveling, at least around you, at least with you, Pile 2. As somebody who is very spiritual, I've noticed that the people I keep around me, they tend to grow with me. They tend to also evolve in the same way that I have to. Because, you know, that's the vibe tribe here. That's, or whatever you want to call it. That's my group. If they're not doing the internal work to better themselves, then I want nothing to do with them. It's why I don't have too many friends. You know, it's hard to find people like us. But let's go ahead and get your cards. So we're going to do this month by month. We're going to start with January all through December, and I'm going to get one card per month, and then I'm going to clarify those cards at the end of this with some tea leaves. Oh, I forgot to do the Say When Oracle. Whatever energy you have, it's very strong and powerful. So make sure you're grounding yourself this year, because it's going to be easy to lose track of either time or the situation you're doing. It's also the people around you. We have May. May's going to be an important month here. Luxury, enjoys getting pampered, ambitious, focused, and resilient. Focus is coming out again here. Taurus, and Tauruses are very determined. They can be they can be stubborn for sure. I'm a Taurus myself, so I can say that. But there's something here about resilience, focusing, and determination. So a lot of you could be a Taurus, or May could be an important month. Also, Gemini energy. Specifically, Geminis born in May tend to have a little bit of Taurian energy. So they can be the more stubborn ones or the more resilient ones. But they still have like that Gemini energy. I was born like 2 or 3 days away from Gemini. So I kind of resonate with that a little bit. Let's get more cards for you. We have February, innovative, progressive, rebellious, humanitarian, sensitive, and social. This is so interesting. So something about a 3-month period could be important here, from February to May, Aquarius to Taurus. We could be dealing with Aquarius and Taurus traits, or maybe you have both of these signs in your chart. I love my Tauruses with Moon in Aquarius. I actually know a lot of those. I know a lot of Moon in Aquarius people. They're my favorite. And Aquarius people in general. Let's get one more card. We have October. Okay, so you're getting the months here, Pile 2. Connoisseur, artistic, intellectual, balance, harmony, and grace, Libra. And it's funny because we had the number 6 pop out. We also had the number 2. So February is definitely going to be an important month. But number 6, I associate with Libra because it's a very social... it's a social creature. It's a social number. They care about the collective. And let's get one more card, because I wanted to get dates, like specific numbers. We have 7. Spirituality, a good sign, happiness, joy, incredible luck, material fortune. I said this year would be very spiritual, and number 7, life path 7, is very spiritual. In fact, a lot of the houses that I have lived in have been 7. Some people don't like that energy because it can feel very isolating. It can feel like a temple. It feels very sacred. If 7 was the address for like a temple or a church, it'd be ideal because it allows people to be very self-reflective. But some people don't like it because they don't want to have to do the internal work. They don't want to have to focus on their inner self. I personally love it. Of course, I thrive in that energy. So my current place where I live, it's a number 7. So for some of you, this year is going to feel like that. But let's go ahead and start with your cards, pile 2. For January, you have the 9 of Wands. Like I said, you're coming into this year a little wounded, a little distrustful. You're coming in like not sure if you should keep going, you know, with whatever your endeavor is or whatever the situation is. I wonder what this is, though, because I'm seeing for some of you, it could be people. For some of you, it could be the work situation. And for some of you, it's just, for those of you who are very spiritual, like sometimes you just want to give up. You know, it's like, I'm tired of being, there are people out there, I've never really been this way, but there are people out there who just get tired of having to do the energy work, to have this ability to be able to see through everything. It's like, I wish I could just be, you know, as blissfully ignorant as the rest of the world, but you're not meant for that here. You're not meant for that here. I almost called you baby girl, Pile, too. I call myself baby girl because one of my guides calls me this. It's very sweet, but this isn't meant for you, baby girl or baby boy, whoever you are, whatever your gender is. You are meant to live a life that is different from everybody else. So this might hurt a little bit, but you are going to appreciate it in the long run, is what I'm hearing. I'm not saying that you're going to be physically hurt. It's just like, I see with great power comes great responsibility, to quote Uncle Ben here. Let's go ahead and get into February. What's happening in February? We have the Six of Wands. Okay, February, look at her. Look at how she's shining. She's got like this ring of fire around her and these sunflowers. I love this energy. Even the wings. It kind of makes me think of a phoenix. So Six of Wands is a victory. It's success. This is you coming out of the ashes. And I always say this in my readings. The Six of Wands is not just any success that is overnight. It is a success that has come through years of hard work, through years of training, through years of putting the effort into it. So even if people see you as like an overnight success, or if they see you have all these amazing things thinking that you just were handed it, like you didn't just get handouts here. No, you worked really hard for the things you have. You know, when people see fancy luxury items, they're just like, oh, they probably just got that, or oh, they're just materialistic. No, somebody worked really hard to make the money to get their fancy things, and they deserve that if they want that. That's what I'm seeing you. So in February, you're definitely embracing that side of you that knows you deserve success. You're embracing the side of you that knows you deserve everything that is good for you. Again, those cards, the selfish, threatened, and demanding cards are coming out reversed. It's like you don't care what people have to say about you. You know what you deserve, and you're going to fully embrace it. You're going to fully embrace it. And I love that energy for you, Pile 2. In fact, it's interesting that this is Pile 2. We're talking about February, and we had to come out a bunch of times in the oracles. Let's go ahead and get more cards for you. So March, what do we have going on in March? We have the Knight of Cups. For a lot of you, your passion is reigniting, but for some of you, you could be meeting somebody who is a romantic interest, or dealing with a romantic interest if you already have one. But overall, I see your passion reigniting in March for some reason. For a lot of you, this is you going after your dreams, going after your goals. It could also be you going after somebody that you are interested in, or them coming after you. I see a little bit of, this is so interesting. You're going to get a lot of romantic attraction in March for sure. And like I said, if you really want a love reading, go to my 2025 love predictions. I will link it below, because for some of you, you're really focusing, either you're just really consumed with romantic connections or one-on-one connections this year, or you're just looking so good to the point that you won't be able to ignore your love life. For some of you, you're dealing with a very interesting partner, because I see the Knight of Cups as somebody approaching you. Because at first I wanted to say it was you, but it's like, no, somebody important is coming in March that is going to try and pursue you romantically. Whether they actually are romantic or end up being romantic with you, I'm not sure, but it's going to start off that way. Somebody here is attracted to the light. In fact, if we remove this card, you see that it almost looks like this mermaid is looking at this ring of fire. And maybe you're going to be opposites. Maybe you're going to be very different. Or maybe it's going to seem that things are not going to work out, because we have literally wings and fire here. And then over here we have like the ocean and a mermaid. But the mermaid is surrounded by geese, which have wings. So whoever this person is, it may seem like you have nothing in common with this person, or that things can't work out, but they're attracted to something about you. And now I'm literally hearing Ariel. What's the song? Up where they walk, up where they run. Part of your world. That's what I'm hearing. Part of your world. Somebody here wants to be part of your world, and they're going to go out of their way to try and be something for you, which is very interesting. This could also just be a friend or an admirer. Like I said, it doesn't necessarily have to be romantic, but somebody here is trying to get like you. So yeah, you are Prince Eric, and somebody is going out of their way to do stuff for you, like Ariel. For those of you who are into The Little Mermaid. You think I would be, but it's not my favorite Disney movie. For me, it was always Pocahontas. But let's go ahead and get, and Snow White. Let's see, let's get, April. Let's go ahead in April. We have the King of Water. The King of Cups. Like I said, for some of you, you're dealing with father wounds this year, and April could bring that up for whatever reason, especially if you have a father who is, some of you had very emotionally manipulative parents. If it's not a father, it could be a mother, depending on who was there for you, or even whoever your guardian was. But you had to deal with very emotionally manipulative parents, and as a result, that's made you be very closed off emotionally. As a result, that's made you be very closed off in a way where you don't like getting close to people, because what that parent has taught you is that if you get close to people, they can use everything that they know about you and whatever feelings you have towards them against you. And that's very unfortunate. And the fact that I'm having to say that so plainly and clearly, a lot of you, you're dealing with this one this year. And my heart breaks for you, pile 2, because you didn't deserve that. You don't deserve a person like this. You deserve to understand that love can be warm and trusting, that love isn't something where somebody has something over you. Love is something where you should be able to trust. A lot of you, you're learning to trust yourself again after dealing with somebody close in your life who mistreated you emotionally. Honestly, I feel like a lot of you are dealing with that in April for whatever reason, because like I said, somebody's approaching you in March, but that's going to trigger something within yourself about emotional immaturity. You could even accuse this person of being emotionally immature, but the truth is that whoever was in your life who reminds you of this person, or vice versa, it's just going to trigger that within you. In fact, what does she look like upright? It's literally the same mermaid. So you're going to see like hints of this. For some of you, you've been wounded by a past love as well. Maybe this person could be like a former lover who, again, either gaslit you or didn't treat you right. And you're seeing similarities in this person, but that's really just your own wounds coming through because you're being triggered by somebody. If it's not romantic, it could be a friend triggering this as well. So March, April, you're going through some sort of growth where you know you have to overcome. It's like you think you're seeing red flags, but they're really just regular colored flags. I'm not even going to say they're green. They could just be regular colored flags. Maybe they're just flags and you're just like, oh, any flag is a red flag. That's what I'm seeing for some of you. I think that's an easier way to say this. So let's go ahead and move on to May. But you're definitely going to be dealing with this because like I said, a lot of you, you're dealing with one-on-one connections this year because you like to get to know people. And you want to know, and part of the reason you like to get to know people is because you want to see what they're all about. So maybe even people have accused you of being nosy when the truth is you're just very curious. But that curiosity also stems from like a trauma response. It's like, I need to know what somebody's about before I have anything to do with them. That's what I'm hearing for you, pile 2. So what's going on in May? Because that's one of your months here. We have the Two of Swords. Is this meant to be reversed? Yeah. You have communication that you weren't expecting come in May, or you're going to have some sort of news. You're not going to want to talk about it, but you're going to have to talk about it. You're not going to want to deal with it, but you're going to have to. Either because somebody brings this up. I feel like this is somebody who truly cares about you, or you may be the one bringing it up to somebody that you don't want to talk to. It could be this particular parental wound that we have going on here, or this King of Cups. King of Cups can also be for some of you who already have children. It could be a baby daddy situation, maybe baby mama as well. So baby parent situation, maybe you're going to have to speak with them, but you're going to have to speak with somebody you don't want to in May. Again, we're dealing with one-on-one connections here. Don't be afraid of it. I don't see it going bad. I feel like as long as you are in a great space, in a good space to be able to have a proper conversation with this person, it'll happen. In fact, I see you being so divinely protected. You will not have a conversation with this person until you're ready. I say this because I've had to deal with things like that. The universe has kept people away from me until they knew I was ready to handle whatever they had to tell me, until they knew I was able to handle whatever truths they had to tell me. For a lot of you, again, trust and truth are very similar words for a reason. So we're dealing with being able to trust the truth when it is presented to you in May. Very interesting. This is going to be a very, very pivotal year for you, pile 2. Let's go ahead and see what June has to offer. I keep hearing there's a revelation. You might find out something in May as well that you weren't expecting. For some of you, it could have something to do with your mother, because I know in certain parts of the world, May is Mother's Day. June, we have the Five of Cups. This is optimism. This is hope. This is keeping something. It's like seeing the positivity where other people wouldn't see the positivity. I feel like whatever news you get in May or whatever you were dealing with, other people would not have handled it anywhere near as good as you have. And maybe somebody even tells you this. Because I'm hearing somebody say, I'm proud of you. I'm hearing somebody say, I'm proud of you. In fact, if you look at this card, I'm glad I chose this deck for this reason. There's this angel-like creature holding up a cup. And this mermaid crying. Maybe some of you identify as like mermaid type of people. My water-based signs. But it's kind of like you have a guide or an angel telling you that they're proud of you. Maybe this could be a mentor that you kind of see as like a guide or angel. You know, maybe you have mentors that you're like, oh, you're just so sweet. You're like an angel. I see them saying that they're proud of you at your lowest moment. I see them saying that you did well. Because whatever you had to go through, it was difficult, pile 2. Whatever you had to go through, it was so difficult. I feel like I'm speaking to a lot of people's higher selves right now. So I hope this is resonating. Let's go ahead and move on to July, which I'm going to go ahead and take as another important month because we have the number 7 here. We have the Knight of Pentacles. Is this meant to be reversed? Kinda. You've been very patient this year, pile 2. You've been very patient, and I see this patience paying off in July. I see this patience paying off. Either you're going to do something you always wanted. I do see some of you going like either on a trip or hanging out with somebody. You're doing something really fun in July that you deserve. And it's because you've been very patient toward it. Of course, somebody with earth energy could be important. I've noticed there's a lot of knights so far. We have the Knight of Cups and the Knight of Pentacles. So for a lot of you, you're going to be hanging around people that keep you stable, who keep you safe. Your ride or dies, your real ones, you're going to be hanging around with them in July for sure. For those of you who have a group of friends who are very much like that, you're going to want the stability. You're going to need the stability, and they're going to be okay with this. Because you're going to have, not going to lie, like the months of April through June, you're doing a lot of healing that was necessary. Not calling it a crisis, but maybe some of you are even, it's an internal crisis, nothing too crazy, but you're going to feel out of sorts for a few months because you had to deal with whatever this was. But I feel like it's going to feel so good afterwards that when July comes through, you're going to want to be around your people, whoever your people is, whoever the people who keep it real with you. I keep hearing that. Real ones keep it real with you. That's what I'm seeing in July. So August, what do we have going on? We have the 10 of Swords. Can I get clarification on the 10 of Swords? Oh. So August, look at these roses and the rose petals. You're laying something to rest in August. You're not allowing something that really hurt you continue to hurt you for the rest of the year. Because look at how different these two cards are. They almost mirror each other. Here we've got wings in the back and we've got the fire. Here we have like wings, but they're tacked on. They're nailed onto this trunk. And this lady who feels like oh wow, she's got nails in her hands, kind of like in Christianity, the crucifixion. I'm hearing Tori Amos crucify, which makes sense. Actually, these ladies remind me, they kind of look like Tori Amos. The song goes, why do we crucify ourselves every day? Nothing I do is good enough for you. For some of you, you're done dealing with somebody who it's just never enough for them, or it's never good enough for them. You're done dealing with somebody that no matter what you do, they can't seem to appreciate it, or they can't seem to see the good in you. This person, it could be this parental figure, it could be anybody, it could be a boss. It doesn't matter. If somebody here just can never see the good in you and you're kind of done with dealing with it. Maybe it's yourself. Maybe for some of you, it's even yourself. But for a lot of you, you're done being whatever this person expected of you. Because I'm literally seeing somebody's parent, like specifically a father, but it doesn't have to be. Like this kid just trying to impress his dad or her dad, you know, a child trying to impress their father. But all he sees is what's wrong. All he sees is well, you should have done this instead, or if it was me, I would have done this. Like, it doesn't matter. They like, all they want to hear is good job, well done, but they can't hear it from this person. So it's like, why am I listening to this person, regardless of who they are to me, who can never be happy for the things I do? That's what I'm seeing for some of you, and I'm getting rather emotional hearing that, because you don't deserve this, pile 2. You really don't. But like I said, there are people out there who are proud of you. It doesn't have to be this person, because there are a million more people who are proud of you. Even if this one person, no matter how much weight you had put on them, no matter how much love you had put on them, doesn't matter what they do, doesn't matter who they are. If they can't be proud of you, who cares? Everybody else is. You're not going to live your life for them. You're going to live your life for yourself. Some of you are breaking free of this person for good this year. Some of you are breaking free, and I'm very proud of you for it, pile 2, because it's not easy to do. It really isn't. Let's go ahead and move on to September. The Fool, new beginnings. But the fact that I wanted to come out reversed, it's kind of like you don't know where to go from here. But it's like you're a new person because you have let go of whatever this is. In fact, look at her beautiful wings. They're like gossamer. They look brilliant. They just look like they're beautiful. I mean, the artwork in this deck is really beautiful. But look at her wings compared to these old black wings. She's got new ones. It's almost like she had these ripped off and taken away, and she sprouted new ones, better ones, beautiful ones. A lot of you, this glow up is going to be internal because you have let go of people who, doesn't matter what you did, it wasn't enough for them, and you're not going to live in that energy. For some of you, it could be a romantic partner, or maybe something, or like a friend. Again, whoever it is out there who just, it's never good enough for them, you're letting them go and you're blossoming. You're blossoming in September, and you're looking beautiful, and you're on to new beginnings. You're on to better things. Let's go ahead and get October, which is going to be another important month for you, pile 2. We've got the Emperor. It's funny because I kept talking about masculine, some sort of disapproving masculine energy is what we've been talking about for a lot of this reading. And here we have the Emperor. But the Emperor is interesting in this deck because it's several people. Like I said, you may lose one important person, but you gain so many better people. You gain so many better people, and they all come with their own insight. They all come with their own offerings even. This is beautiful because for a lot of you, you cut one person off and a bunch of beautiful people come in. If you wanted to see this romantically, you break up with somebody who, like I said, it was just never good enough for them, and you gain so many new, beautiful, wonderful, attractive people and admirers. You're attracting this. If it's a parent, maybe you let go and stop talking to that parent, but you gain a lot of new mentors, people who are like older and wiser and want to really see the best in you. It's beautiful, really. And this is October. For some of you, you could be meeting a divine masculine counterpart if this is what you are looking for. They will have Libra-like traits as well, is what I'm hearing. And maybe some Scorpio as well. Let's go ahead and move on to November. We have the Six of Cups. November is going to be a beautiful month because, again, I see you being surrounded by the real ones. You're going to take comfort in your friends. You're going to take comfort with the people, maybe even from your past. Whoever makes you laugh, whoever brings out that inner child within you that needs to have fun and be loved, you are dealing with that in November. It's going to be a beautiful time. For those of you who celebrate Thanksgiving, you could do a Friendsgiving, and that could be a lot more fulfilling than a regular family Thanksgiving. I know people who do that. Like, they look forward to their Friendsgivings. They're a lot more lavish. They're a lot more fun. And their regular family Thanksgivings, they kind of put no effort into because, you know, they might have a difficult relationship with their family. And then let's get December. We have the Chariot. You move into the following year full of confidence, full of joy, full of love. You progress into the new year knowing that you are just ready to take on the world. Absolutely ready to take on the world. I love this. She's riding, is this a raven in the thunder? I love it. You move on, and you move on beautifully. December is going to be a very beautiful conclusion to this year, this otherwise tumultuous year. Because like I said, it's a year of self-development. Back of the deck, we have King of Swords. A lot of you, you're learning to trust yourself again. To me personally, Swords air energy is more intuitive than all the others. It's going to be different for everybody depending on how they view their intuition. But for me, it's going to be Swords. And what I'm seeing is that you're learning to trust yourself again. The King of Swords is somebody who fully trusts their knowledge, fully trusts their intuition even, because like I said, I consider intelligence and intuition to be very similar. This is somebody who trusts their own advice. This is somebody who gives amazing advice. You're learning to trust yourself after dealing with an emotionally immature person, after dealing with somebody who was rather manipulative, maybe even narcissistic or gaslighting, whatever you want to call it. This person was not healthy. And for a lot of you, it took some time for you to understand that this person wasn't healthy, because you had a lot of either you had a lot of love for them, maybe you were committed, maybe you were married to this person, maybe you were if it was a parent, like I said, you just felt there was a sense of duty there as a child. What's it called? Filial piety? Maybe that was of importance here. But you're letting go of that. You're letting go of the expectations that whatever this wounded masculine or wounded parent had to... You're letting go of those expectations because you didn't need it. And that's going to be your main thing for this year, because it's going to shape everything that you do going forward. It's going to shape everything that you do. Some of you could move out of the house if you're still living with your parents and move in with friends that truly care about you, or with somebody who is really looking out for you. You're going to move out of that and into like healthier dynamics as well. You're going to be presented with healthier dynamics, which is beautiful. Let's go ahead and get your clarifiers though. This energy is something else pile too, so I needed to sit with it for a moment, because when you release yourself from something, you just kind of need to sit there for a moment and acknowledge that you are free. I've had several moments like that this year where I knew I was releasing myself of an energy I didn't need, and I would just sit there and be like, wow, I'm free. So let's go ahead and clarify January. We have Teapot. Deep friendship with someone of the same sex. So in January, you're really leaning on your friends. Again, I think this entire year you're leaning on your friends. They don't even have to be the same sex. It could just be whatever gender you feel more comfortable with. Whatever gender you feel spilling the tea with, sipping the tea, whatever. Because for me, well, let me not talk about myself, but for me, it all depends. For me, I look at people's souls and not their gender, depending on the situation, you know? I can feel just as comfortable with a man or a woman as friends. Like, it doesn't have to be weird. But that's just me. And same thing with you, Kyle, too. It doesn't matter their gender. So in February, we have Harp, Great Happiness. February is going to be a beautiful month for you. February is going to be really beautiful, especially if you have a birthday in February. March, we have Cobweb, protected from negative forces beyond your control. And I already mentioned that earlier. You're very divinely protected. So if anybody new coming in has nothing good to offer you, you're going to be very divinely protected. April, we have warning you of a problem either now or in the near future. Like I said, it's going to be this parent wounded masculine, father wound, mother wound. May, we have Heart, Love, Deep Affection, and Caring. It's interesting because, like I said, in May, you're going to have to talk to you're going to have a conversation that you're not going to want to have to deal with. But it's going to be full of love. Like, May is going to be a beautiful month for you because you're going to be nurtured and surrounded by people who truly know and understand your situation, who truly know and value you. So even though you're having a hard time with somebody in your life, you're surrounded by people who love you. Even if it's just your spirit guides, even if it's just your own ancestors. You're surrounded by people who love you. And again, I love this card for this reason, because here she is crying and she's like unaware that this beautiful angel back here is sending her all this love. In June, what do we have going on for pile 2? Dog barking, advice from a friend. Yeah, you're leaning on your friends this year. Your friends have a lot of beautiful things to say to you this year. Not September. Well, this is a month, March, yeah. Back to March. I'm just going to leave that here. Just letting you know March is going to be an important month. But what's going on in July? We have Gavel, involvement with the law. And this could, I mean, I hope whoever you're dealing with doesn't have anything to do with the law for sure. It might, like, you know, if you know the people that are around you. But for a lot of you, you might have to even lawyer up if you need to. Again, if you know, this is not me giving you any sort of professional advice, but do watch out in July. This could also be that if you have friends who already work in law, you could be relying on them a little bit more. you might have a friend who actually knows a little bit about the justice system in your area. Let's go ahead and move on to August. Horseshoe, good luck. I literally heard Good Luck Babe by Chappelle Rowan, which I know that song is about like a situationship. I know it's about unrequited love. But, and it's funny, I was just thinking about this earlier today. The reason people experience unrequited love is because they have certain wounds from childhood that made them feel that they were meant to give all their love to somebody who doesn't reciprocate it back. Again, we learned that from our parents, where we try to appease them and we try to be everything for them, and it's not enough for them. So it's like they have no love for their kid, but this kid wants to love their parent, because children are very naturally inclined to give love to everybody, especially those who they grew up with, you know? So for a lot of you, you're dealing with the wounds of unrequited love and how that's been affecting you your whole life. But also you're going to have a lot of good luck in August as well, even though you're kind of done with something in August. Let's move on to September. Fox, shrewdness and resourcefulness, especially in business. So this is kind of like a little aside to make sure you're minding. I heard minding your business, but also literally keeping track of your business if you have one, keeping track of your finances, keeping track of like taxes if you deal with them, something along those lines, or your career, you know. Mind your business in every definition of that word or phrase. October, we have broken ring, parting of the ways in either romance or business. Yeah, maybe some of you, you're dismantling a business with somebody, or you're parting ways with somebody. I'm not seeing romance so much, unless of course, like I said, you know, this is like somebody that you can't handle anymore. For very few of you, it's going to be romance. For a lot of you, this is something platonic, familial, or business-wise. For a lot of you, I don't even think it's romantic. But if you know who you are, you already know. If you already knew you and your person were headed towards that, then you already know. So November, we have diamond. You'll be receiving or giving a precious gift. November's going to be a beautiful month for you. I feel like you're going to be given gifts from people, maybe even valuable gifts. For some of you, you're literally a diamond in the rough, and maybe people even call you a diamond. You know, I had a moment in time where people were calling me diamonds out of nowhere. It was kind of weird. So for some of you, somebody could be calling you a diamond, or maybe literally giving you a diamond. Maybe if you have a romantic partner, and even though we didn't really talk about the positive aspects of romance in this reading, if you already have one and they've been there for you this whole time, because I feel, like I said, for a lot of you, you have like a very loving support system here. They could be proposing to you or taking it to the next level, or just gifting you something to show their admiration and love for you. And then December, chair filled, someone new is entering your life. For some of you, it could be a child. For some of you, it's a new friend. And for some of you, it's somebody that you've been needing to meet. Beautiful energy this year for sure. Like I said, it's realistically going to be not easy, but you overcome a lot because you're meant to go through this growth pile too. Weeping willow, family sorrow. Yeah. For a lot of you, you're dealing with family situations here that are not healthy. But this is what I have. Let's go ahead and move on to your closing cards. Actually, I'm not even going to wipe it down. So these are my cards that I made. I made them on recycled paper. And I just wrote random little messages and quotes on them. I'm going to take a few. I don't really remember what these say. I don't use them too often because I know that after some time, like, I start remembering the colors and the patterns. And I'm being told to give you this little card because there's one. This is a special little one. A little thank you card. I don't know who I was meant to give it to, but we'll read that after we're done. So, you are not your past. The future promises you many great things. Growth does not have to be painful. Yeah, like I said, it's a year of growth for you, but it doesn't have to be painful. I feel like whatever you're going to go through, you're going to be able to handle it with a lot more, like, with a lot better energy than you used to. The answers are in the stars. Some of you could be looking towards astrology, or some of you could be seeking guidance from spiritual mentors as well. There is an abundance of love here. You're filled with so much love that even somebody wanting to take away the love from you isn't going to stop you from growing. And it's been a pleasure and an unforgettable journey. It's been a pleasure and an unforgettable journey. Some of you, you're putting something to a close this year for sure. I feel like it's definitely with a particular person. And then we have the thank you card. Just reminding you to be in gratitude for all you are, for all you do. The world is a better place because of you. This is so cute. But this is where I leave it, pile 2. Thank you so much for letting me read for you. If you would like a personalized reading, I'm still offering those until the first week of January. And if you feel like doing so, you can like, comment, and subscribe. I'm sending you so much love, peace, and clarity this year. Take care. Hello there, pile 3. If you chose the Linestrider Tarot and this smoky quartz rose stone, then we have your reading. Sorry, rose. Smoky quartz heartstone. I think I wanted to say rose quartz stone, but I don't have a heart. Well, I do have one, but I don't know where it is. Smoky quartz. If you chose this, then if you chose whatever this is going on right here, we have your reading for 2025. Predictions is going to be a month by month prediction, as well as the oracles to give us an overall view of themes that are going to pop up for you in the year 2025. So let's go ahead and get started with the oracles. Already, your energy is very, it makes me want to laugh a lot. And I've kind of been this way a little bit, but I feel like it's spilling over into this pile because this is my pile of people who really love to laugh, who love to have a good time. You're not going to take a lot of things seriously this year, pile 3. That is one thing for sure coming through. Because I'm seeing you surrounded by people who are just like looking at you either annoyed or disgruntled or like, you know, like maybe they want to be mad at you, but you're just laughing everything off. Whatever's going on with you right now, pile 3, or at least this year, you're not taking a lot of stuff seriously. I think this year you're done with like the heavy energy. You're done with just taking everything seriously, even if it's yourself. I feel like in the past you really have taken a lot of things seriously, whether it was relationships, work, yourself, situations. Now you're just laughing it all off. We have intuition, which is interesting because when I first started this channel, actually, I was having this little habit of whenever my intuition was coming in, I was getting very giggly and I would like laugh a lot because that was, you know, energy coming through my body and the energy going through my third eye, giving me the intuition that I needed to channel messages. So for a lot of you, you're actually tapping into your intuition. This gives me kind of like Sagittarius or 9th house vibes because Sagittarius is ruled by Jupiter, and Jupiter can be very expansive, very spiritual even, but it's also very humor based. Like it's very funny. We also have faith. Interesting. Lots of purple. This has to be my pile of Sagittarius. People with a lot of Sagittarius in their chart or very Sagittarius based, because I think purple is their color, if I'm right. And determination. But see, despite all this humor that you have, you are still very determined. You're still very focused. You're still very much set on achieving the things you want. You're just going about it in a different way. A lot of you are really, you're choosing your intuition a little bit more as opposed to whatever other guidance there is. And the way I can explain it is like I listen to a lot of podcasts on a variety of subjects, but because I have a very particular perspective, being very spiritual, sometimes I'll listen to the podcast, and even though what they are saying makes sense on a very logical point, my spiritual side, my more intuitive side will be like, yeah, and that makes sense in that way, but not for everybody. Or I want to argue with the people who are explaining their side or their whatever their situation is, because I will see it from a different perspective. So I see a lot of you standing very firm in your beliefs, and that's why faith is coming through. Not religious beliefs, maybe spiritual, but more the belief that you know you can make things work out for you, even if it defies the evidence, even if it defies science, or if it defies research, whatever the case may be. It's like you have such strong faith in yourself that you know you can make things work in your favor. Very much defying the odds, because purple and yellow on the color wheel are actually opposite colors. So it's like you kind of are opposing the things that everybody else is telling you. Let's say you go to the doctor and they say, oh, you won't be able to recover from this, and then you end up recovering from it. That's what I'm saying. And I'm not saying you shouldn't believe professionals or doctors or anything in that way. I'm just saying that a lot of you're working with some sort of higher power, let's put it that way, that is going to allow you to overcome the odds here. So beautiful energy already coming through. Maybe some of you have Jupiter in Sagittarius, or in what's another one? Jupiter in Pisces, or Jupiter in Cancer, like me. All of those. In Cancer, it's exalted, and in the other two, it's what's it called? it's the dominant, like it's natural placement, so it feels natural to be there. We also have trust reversed. Yeah, you're learning to trust yourself. You're learning who to trust here, so that doesn't surprise me. Both of these cards also came out in a previous pile, so if you're coming from that pile, this is just confirmation that you're meant to be here. Let's go ahead and get the rest of your cards for pile 3 in 2025. Your goddess cards for this year. We have Mary, miracles. Yeah, like I said, you're defying the odds. You're creating miracles. Where somebody said something wasn't going to happen, it's happening. And I'll to the point where even if you are very spiritual, it's kind of like, maybe let me not get into that because I feel like it's a little bit more advanced. But maybe you were getting very strong intuitive hints of something and then the opposite happens. But it was like a strong intuitive hint of something negative happening. And then the opposite happens because you put it out there into the world that you didn't want that to happen. So I'm seeing for a lot of you, you're working with spirit in order to make the odds work in your favor. Maybe some of you have a very strong Catholic or Christian background because this is supposed to be Mother Mary, Mary the mother of Jesus. So maybe some of you do come from that background, or maybe you're tapping into that a little bit more. Not everybody, of course. We also have Hera Alliance. Oh, you're going to make some very interesting partnerships this year. I mean, Hera is the goddess of marriage, so maybe some of you are quite literally finding somebody that you will end up having a very strong committed connection with. But for a lot of you, you're making very important connections this year. Some that are going to be very faithful as well. With the faith card here, like really strong friendships, really strong business partnerships, and of course, if you're looking for love, very strong love partnerships. A lot of you, you're going to make certain friends this year that it's kind of interesting. I'm seeing like a compromise here. So you're going to make friends that even though you're not very, like, these aren't like high school friends. These aren't the kind of friends that you get giddy with. These are friends that you are meant to have a purpose with. Because I'm kind of seeing the lovers right now in my mind's eye, but in a more platonic way. Like, you're going to make business partnerships. You're going to make friends with people that you're going to create stuff with. This could be like, for example, those of you who have children, you'll make friends with other parents so that you can actually get things done for your children, which is very interesting. That's for those of you for whom that resonates, of course. Let's get another card. But Hera and Mary, I would actually equate them to be very similar. They're very mother-like. Like, they value motherhood and traditional feminine roles, traditional women's roles, I guess, which is so interesting. For a lot of you, you do not have to resonate with that, but maybe some of you are finding yourself being okay in that energy. If you find this to be a year where you have to, for example, be a stay-at-home parent or be a stay-at-home mom, mostly for my feminines out there. Like, maybe you never thought you would be that kind of person, but then you're finding out that you don't mind it. We also have Epona, wise leadership, and there she is, that wild side of yours. Is it Epona or Epona? I can never remember. But with leadership, in fact, I would consider Hera to be a leader because her husband is Zeus, and Zeus is the leader of all the Olympians, and she is the wife of that leader. So very much, it's like the feminine side. It's because Zeus couldn't come out in this reading. I guess Hera had to come through. You're very much in a position where you have the say in everything, and it's very interesting, this energy that I'm feeling. Maybe some of you are quite literally embracing like a trophy wife kind of vibe this year. Take that only if it resonates, but if not, a lot of you are stepping into very dominant energy, and if you're feminine, in a very feminine traditional role, so whatever that may mean to you. But for a lot of you, you're actually stepping into this very very mother-like energy. I feel like, I mean, you could literally be becoming a mother for some of you this year, and some of you already are, and you're just embracing that a little bit more. Back of the deck, we have Gaia. Well, there she is. This is Mother Earth, and she's pregnant here. So, and Mary was she's very known for having that one miraculous pregnancy. I mean, only take that if it resonates. If not, this is a creation of your own. For some of you, you're creating something that is going to essentially be your everything, your baby, something that is going to really change the world. It could be some sort of, I'm hearing an app for some of you. You're developing some sort of app that is going to really change the game in something. And for some of you, you're developing like Maybe you're quite literally a web developer or some sort of developer, but you're creating something that is going to change everything, because I feel like you understand that there is a need for something in this world, specifically for women. And even though I know this is a goddess deck, these specific women that came through are very much in their like feminine roles, like very traditional feminine roles. So I feel like you're doing something for that. Maybe even, and I hope this isn't censored by YouTube, but for some of you, if you know people who are dealing with DA, if you know what that is, you know what that is. You know, maybe you want to help those women out so they can get out of their situations. So whatever the situation is here, a lot of you, you're dealing with something that is very traditionally feminine, but you have to do something to help that particular set of people, that particular group. Even if you're a man, I feel like you may have seen women go through this and you want to help them in that regard, in a positive way, in a way that empowers them, of course, here with Epona and Mother Earth. This could also have something to do with the environment for some of you, because whenever I think of Mother Earth, I think of the earth herself. So let's go ahead and get more cards for you. It's very interesting. Some of you could literally be using your intuition to guide women in a way that, specifically women with very traditional backgrounds, into a better environment or into a better situation. Maybe that's specifically what you work with, especially for those of you who work in women's shelters. For my pile 3, we have expressive, we have generous, and we have aligned. It's like you know exactly what to do. You have the resources and you know what to do in order to help people out in a certain situation. It's almost like the opportunity will present itself in order for you to help people out this year. I mean, this could also be part of your life calling. Maybe you've already done this, maybe you already do this, and this is just confirmation that you're headed on that way. This could have been something that you started in the previous year here with 2024, because we have the number 24. What's interesting is, well, I don't know how much I can say on YouTube, because I know, especially where I live, and especially with the political climate that we have found ourselves in, there's a lot of women's rights situations popping up where I live. So I really wonder if a lot of you are trying to help that particular situation out, or if you're advocating for it, or if you're getting into a certain field so that you can better help people that are struggling and dealing with that very situation. Because with aligned and expressive, it's almost like the universe is going to align for you to be able to help people in this way, even if it doesn't make sense to everybody else, even if it typically takes a lot longer for you to be, for the typical person to get into that situation. It's almost like the universe is lining you up, it's speeding you up, it's getting you prepared at a faster rate so that you can help people out in this particular way. It's very interesting. I'm very curious to know what a lot of you do, because this seems like very important work. And I'm very proud of what you're doing here, Pile 3, if this is resonating with you. If not, I still do see you being very generous with your words, with your ability to be able to tell people exactly what they need to hear at the right time. A lot of you could be much like what I do. You could be channelers, you could be intuitives, that you just always have the right words, the right advice, the right phrases of wisdom that people need to hear in the time that they need to hear it. And maybe people even do tell you this. They come back and tell you, hey, I really needed to hear what you told me. Even if to you it doesn't seem like much, to them it probably meant everything, or it just, you know, like something hit them. Because I feel like the universe has made you a voice for the universe. You know, spirit has made you a voice for those people who need to hear the exact thing that they need to hear at the time that they need to hear it. I say this and I'm getting a little choked up, because I know I've been this to people, but I'm just feeling it so strongly how important that particular ability can be sometimes. I do not mean to get this emotional about this, but you know, it is something I love to do. So if anything I've ever said has ever resonated with you, please let me know, because I love to hear back about it. You know, it makes my day to know that you have helped, that I have helped people. And I feel like a lot of you will do the same. You know, if this kind of work could be contagious in a way that everybody uplifts each other through the words of advice that we need to hear, that'd be amazing. Let's go ahead and get another card. This is going to be your God card, the masculine card. We have a Akate dedication, and I love this. Some of you could literally be getting tattoos this year, because he is literally the god of tattoos. And he has some around here. Maybe some of you are finally getting your first tattoo this year, or maybe you're getting another, or maybe you already have a lot of tattoos. Maybe you're getting another one. But dedication for sure. You are very much dedicated to whatever it is that your calling is this year, because for a lot of you, you're going to pick up a new calling that I don't think you've ever thought you were going to have. It's going to be very selfless. It's going to be very different. It's going to be very, I'm hearing non-performative, because maybe in the past people have accused you of being very performative of the things that you do, especially either things like charity work or trying to better the environment. But in this case, I don't think you will be. I think in this case, you really are wanting to help people, because you see how I'm hearing in shambles, but I feel like that's more metaphorically. You see how lost some people are, or maybe how misinformed some people can be, and you're making it a point to really be a voice of reason, a voice of truth, a voice of trust and intuition here. Maybe some of you are going through this in a very faith-based way, especially if you do come from a Christian background. Maybe you're a very, for example, a very liberal-minded Christian, and you want to be able to open that particular kind of mentality and demographic for people. So take that if it resonates. I feel like you're doing the right thing. If so, again, a lot of weird political things are coming through in this pile, and I do not want to talk about all of them, because we don't come here for sometimes we come to these readings to escape the things that are actually going on, but sometimes we also need to face them, you know. So yeah, let me know what you think about that pile 3. I refuse to get political, but sometimes, like I said, sometimes I channel it and I don't like to, but somebody here needs to hear it, especially if that is the work that they do. So let's go ahead and get more cards for you, pile 3. Did I call you pile 2? I meant to call you pile 3. Okay. We have, what does your soul say? Yeah, you're definitely listening to your soul this year. In fact, there's a lovely shade of blue coming through here. Almost a little bit of teal with these 2 cards. For some of you, there's a heart-shaped necklace that is important. Maybe you already have a heart-shaped necklace, or you could be wearing one. Something about the way you accessorize this year is going to be important as well, because I keep being drawn to like her earrings and these bracelets, and even Akkad has like these little, what are they called? The bracelets that go on your biceps. We have, what's your honest truth? A lot of you, you're questioning your soul and your truth here. You, the muse. What's beautiful about this is that the things you do are really going to inspire people. It's almost like people are going to see your cause and they're going to want to help you out, or they see what you do and they're going to want to really affirm this, or they're going to want to give more to you so that you can keep doing the thing you do, because they really do believe in it. I know this because it's kind of like when people go to a temple and they love the temple and they just want to donate money to it so that it can keep being the thing it needs to be. That's what I'm seeing. Or also if people just really love your work, let's say you're an artist and they love how you draw, they love how you paint, or whatever it is that you do, they want to give you money just out of nowhere so that you can keep doing the things you do, so you don't have to go back to a 9-to-5 job or some corporate job. They would rather see you do beautiful things than be kept away in some place where that talent goes to waste, is what I'm seeing for a lot of you. And I feel like your soul will be calling you to this, and maybe you're going to be called to showcase this a little bit more, maybe on a social media platform of some kind, or even just accepting that the truth is that you don't want to live the life you have been previously living. You want to live something that is more authentic to you, something that allows you to express yourself in a much more vibrant way, because I'm getting a sense of like a repressed creative ability that you may have. It could also be repressed intuition or something along those lines. For example, if you are very intuitive and you would like to help people, but you don't want to continue living your corporate world, your corporate what's it called, job, or that 9-to-5, you're gonna call in money somehow to be able to live this kind of life. Maybe some of you are moving somewhere where the cost of living is way less, so that you're able to better provide for yourself in this way, which is very interesting. Something about digital currency being very, like, you're going to be making money in a currency that is worth more than where you are going to live, is what's coming through for some of you. So some of you might definitely be moving, or you're already moving, and that's just going to be it's just going to be confirmation that this is what's going to happen for a lot of you. The miracle itself could be that you are moving somewhere that you never thought you would be able to live, or that you never saw yourself being for whatever reason, but somehow that opportunity will show itself. Let's get the last of your cards. For some of you, not everybody, you are going to have a rather difficult goodbye, because I'm hearing a certain song. It's by Julieta Venegas, and it's called Me Voy. I love this song so much. I used to love it so much I would cry every time I would hear it or sing it, because it was just, it's about saying goodbye to something that you thought would last forever and that you thought would take care of you, but you're realizing, slowly realizing, that it's not for you. So you have to move on with a lot of love and with a lot of grace. You're moving on and you're leaving. That's basically what the song is about. It's in Spanish, of course. I didn't even translate it word for word. I was just translating the feeling that I get every time I hear that song. So for a lot of you, you're saying a very difficult goodbye to something because it just wasn't treating you well. And I don't even think it has to be a person, though it could be. I think it's more of a place, or maybe a career or a job. It's a situation that you are saying goodbye to. It could even be a home for some of you. Let's go ahead and get the last of your cards, though. We have clarity. Yeah, a lot of you, you're gaining clarity this year. Rather early in the year too, because we have number 1 here, and that makes me think of January. I feel like January is going to be a wake-up call for a lot of you of the things that you haven't been seeing. It's kind of like the fog is going to be lifted. January is going to be very pivotal for this particular group. So we'll see in the month-by-month section. We also have cleansing, lemon, 25. For a lot of you, maybe some of you are 25, because what other numbers do we have? 24, 25, 29. Some of you could be in your mid to late 20s. We also have 34 for those of you who are of that age. 20 and 3. So this could be my pile of people in their late 20s, mid to late 20s. You are saying goodbye to something. You are cleansing yourself of the energy, because with cleansing, I always think of like a reset, a refresh, or something along those lines. Lemons could be of importance. Maybe some of you are doing some kind of lemon juice cleanse. I know I like to from time to time. Just to flush out my system, and because I love lemonade. Spicy lemonade is one of my favorite stuff. I like just a little pinch of spice. I use paprika, or what else do people use? Cayenne, I think. Not paprika, cayenne. That's what I meant. A pinch of cayenne in lemonade is one of my favorite things. It just spices it up, but you don't have to do that. But maybe some of you are being asked to do that just for a little bit to cleanse yourself. Let's get more cards. But you're cleansing yourself of an old energy. We have ritual, sweet corn. Whenever I think of corn, I think of, again, Mother Earth, because my background, I'm Mexican, and Mexicans and people of the Mesoamericas are very much children of the corn. You know, we eat corn on corn on corn because it was the first food that was used in versatile ways. So to me, corn is the earth. And with ritual here, I mean, some of you could be doing rituals, but I'm literally seeing it as going back home. Maybe some of you are finding a new home. The home you may have right now doesn't really feel like home. So you're finding your true home, your forever home, whether it's in a new place, an actual literal house, or your people or a person. More likely a place, though, for a lot of you. For a lot of you, home could be coming back to yourself. For some of you, when I say going back home, you're going back to yourself. You're centering yourself and calling all your energy back, especially if you've been through like a lot of rough relationships, or a lot of very demanding jobs, or anything that has been taking away your energy, anywhere where you've been leaking that energy to. You're calling it back to yourself so that you can truly understand who you are. Because for a lot of you, you've been dedicating far too much time to everybody and not enough to yourself. Back of the deck, we have, oh, interesting, because wasn't I just talking about cayenne? We have spice here with stimulation. For a lot of you, you can take that background noise as confirmation. Maybe some of you are 18 and finally leaving the house. Where I live, that's the age of adulthood, or the legal age of becoming an adult. With stimulation, you're finding something that stimulates the mind. Because I feel like for a lot of you, you've been leading a rather, I don't want to say boring, but a little bit of a humdrum life, a little bit of a too calm of a life. Like, there's a difference between peace and there's a difference between boring. I personally believe that peace is not boring. I personally believe that if you're bored, it means that there's something missing in your life. If you're not excited enough, then there's something missing. Because people, especially when it comes to, like, for example, dating or whatever, people say, don't confuse, excitement with red flags or something, or don't confuse boredom with something peaceful. I completely disagree with that. If something isn't making you feel alive, making you feel like you're serving your purpose, then it's not meant for you. And that doesn't necessarily have to mean, wild, crazy, toxic stimulation. No, it could just be something that makes you feel alive in a very gentle way. Because to me, boredom is boredom. And I think people misunderstand that peace and boredom are not the same thing. They like to believe it is. Being with a boring person can also drag you down. Being with somebody who doesn't excite you or stimulate you enough can also drag you down, as much as somebody who is very toxic and a little bit chaotic. I think there needs to be a good common ground here, and maybe for a lot of you, you're finding that this year, especially if you're dating. I mainly use the example of dating because that's the best way to show it. But also within the workplace, if you go somewhere where you have no passion for, it's a boring job, you may make your money, but it will slowly drain you on the inside. But if you go somewhere that's a little bit too fast paced and it's too much going on to the point that it stresses you out, it will also drain you. You have to find a perfect medium. You have to find your sweet spot in whatever the case may be here. Okay, so let's go ahead and get your Say When oracle cards. And I got a little hyped up just saying that, letting me know that I think a lot of you are resonating with that very mentality, because there are people out there, I've been in a lot of boring or they weren't peaceful relationships. I'm just going to call them boring. I just don't like to call it that, because the person, like the relationship wasn't bad, it just wasn't enough for me. Like, they didn't want enough. They weren't setting goals and going out for things. Like, they had no ambition, and I did, and I didn't like feeling dragged down by that very person who didn't have ambition. I was carrying them, but because they were very, I guess, peaceful on the outside, people thought it was perfect. But no, it was quite the opposite. This person was avoiding conflict at all cost, never wanted to go after anything. That held me back, and it made me feel rather depressed after a while. It made me very unhappy being with somebody who was just content sitting on the couch watching TV every night. Like, I didn't want that. I wanted to be able to do exciting things. Like, nothing wrong with watching TV every now and then, but I needed excitement. I needed, a little bit more stimulation. I needed to go out and do things. It was just, I don't know. I don't know why I'm thinking very specifically of that. Maybe some of you are stuck in a relationship like that where, the person's amazing, the person's great, but clearly you have different levels of excitement. And if you can't work something out where maybe you can go out and they can stay in, I feel like some of you may find that particular disconnect to mean something. I don't know. I'm not trying to decide this for you. I feel like a lot of you are coming to that realization. It could also be with, like, for example, roommates. It doesn't necessarily have to be a relationship. I just know that's where I've had to, where I've felt it the most. But let's go ahead and get your cards from the Say When Oracle. These are going to be time frames, dates, and months. We have May, so the month of May would be important for you. We have luxury, enjoys getting pampered, ambitious, focused, and resilient. Like I said, ambition here. A lot of you, you're going to gain a lot of ambition this year because you have stuff to do and you're not going to let anybody get in your way. We have December, unique, curious, passionate, adaptable, and loves to explore. Some of you could literally be Sagittarius, and we also have Taurus here, but we also have Gemini and also Capricorn. We have divine timing. Don't we love this card? This is meant for you. It will happen when it is meant to. Trust in the process. For a lot of you, something about divine timing, that divine time is coming in 2025. Divine time is coming in 2025 for you. Whatever it is that you were looking for, whatever it is that you've been waiting on, it is happening this year. Sometime between May and December, or maybe May or December. Let's get one more card. This pile. I feel like you like to go on rants because I'm having a hard time not going on a rant about certain things right now. We have 27. Embrace new chapter, listen to own intuition, guidance, positive mindset, and rid of negativity. So yeah, you're not dealing with negativity this year anymore. You are doing you. You are embracing anything that brings joy into your world. It's not even that you're embracing positivity, because that kind of makes it sound like you're into toxic positivity, and that's not what we're doing here, pile 3. You're embracing that part of you that wants to go for excitement. I feel like you're going to do a lot of things that you typically don't do this year. Maybe if you're typically more introverted, you're going to decide to go out a little bit more. Maybe you're going to find somewhere that, you know, plays the music that you like to listen to. Maybe you're going to go to concerts or clubs or something. There's something about needing excitement in your life. Maybe it's something that's been calling to you for a long time, and because in the past you've been just so either dependent on other people to do this or whatever the case may be, you just never went for it, and now you're very much going for it. You're not like, there's nobody to keep you from doing the things you want to do this year, and you're embracing a new chapter of your life that is much more exciting, much more stimulating. And somehow with divine timing, you were meant to be in this energy at this point in time. You were meant to do this now, not any earlier, especially those of you who are no longer in your 20s, because I know the 20s came out here a lot, but maybe some of you are a little bit older and you're deciding to go out clubbing, you know, or whatever it is people do. I don't know what people do. Dance, go out dancing, go out clubbing, go to the bars. Maybe you're deciding to do this later in life and you're gonna feel like, I don't know. You're going to wonder if you missed out on your 20s, and the truth is you didn't. You're probably better off going now as a much older, wiser, and more, for a lot of you, a richer person than you would have back in the day. So take that as it resonates. But for a lot of you, you're having a lot of fun this year. A lot of fun. You're going to make it a point to bring fun into your life. But you're also doing some rather pivotal causes here, which is very interesting. It's like work hard, play harder. I very much believe in that mentality. Work hard, play harder. Play harder than you work, that's for sure, because life is short. But if this sounds like you, then let's go ahead and move on to your month-by-month readings with your, what tarot deck do we use? The Linestrider tarot. Maybe some of you are going to go on vacation, and that's where you end up having a lot of fun. I know some people, in order to go dancing, they go to other places of the world, which I don't blame you. When I go to, like, when in Latin America, they never really give up on the notion that you're supposed to dance. Like, people dance at all ages. You go to those parties, and we're always dancing at any age. You're always listening to that music. I'm glad that as I've gotten older, I've embraced my Latino culture a little bit more, because I feel like it keeps us young. But maybe some of you resonate with that, and maybe some of you want to get into that. So the way this is going to work is I'm going to get one card per month, and then I'm going to clarify that with the tea leaves. So for my pile 3, what do we have happening for my pile 3 2025 January? And I want to say that was one of your months because of one of the oracles. Not because of these cards, but we have 7 of Swords. This is so interesting. Clarity, that's for sure. Clarity is coming through in January. That's what it was, wasn't it? Was it that carrot card? Number 1, clarity. For a lot of you, you're cutting through a lot of deception, a lot of lies. I feel like January is going to be a month for truth for a lot of you. And I'm not sure why. I'm specifically seeing somebody have a very... Okay, this isn't going to be for everybody. I'm seeing somebody come through and be very honest with you about something. I'm not sure why. I feel like I think it's them being in a rather moral crisis or whatever the situation may be. But they're going to come to you about something, and they're going to tell the truth about something. Maybe some of you have been manifesting truth from a particular person, and this is what it's going to be. But for a lot of you, I mean, this could be either like it's somebody from your past. It could be a former friend. It could be somebody that screwed you over pretty bad. It could be maybe an ex-lover or something like that. It could be somebody from your workplace. But somebody's going to tell the truth in January. It's going to shift a lot of things. It's going to change a lot. I want to get one more card for you just because I want to clarify what this particular truth may be. The 7 of Swords is a card that always demands clarity. And maybe you're demanding clarity as well. Knight of Wands. Yeah, for a lot of you, this is a former lover. Or it could be a friend that was very aggressive. Like maybe this is a friend that was rather competitive with you, or just, or maybe they were very blunt. And if it was the workplace, then this is somebody who, again, very, very jealous of you with the Knight of Wands here. It's very interesting. Lots of competition here. If it was a lover, maybe they were also competitive in some way. This would be somebody that likes to make you jealous, or maybe they like, or you like, there's like jealousy involved somehow. Like you like to make each other jealous. A little toxic, not gonna lie. So you're gonna get clarity on this particular person. I'm not being told what that clarity is. You're gonna have to hear it yourself, because it is different for everybody. But yeah, this is coming through for January. It's up to you what you do with that information or that person, but you know what this will be. For February, we have the Queen of Swords reversed. Oh, You're going easy on people in February because typically the Queen of Swords, upright, she's somebody who doesn't mind saying what needs to be said when people need to hear it. She's all about harsh realities. She's also about telling you the truth. She's also very much about seeing through deception, calling people out. She is very much the person who calls anything and everything out. But reversed, you're taking it easy on people. You're biting your tongue. You are deciding not to give the final blow here. It's kind of like, you know how when you're about to say something rather mean, a little brutally mean to somebody, or sorry, brutally honest to somebody that needs to hear it. I say mean because it'll sound mean. You're deciding to scale it back. You're deciding not to say anything. And I feel like it's for a good reason. Either like this could cost you your job, or this could cost you a friendship or something along those lines. It could even be this one person that we are talking about here. But for a lot of you, you're deciding to take your time with the words you say, because you know if you say them, it's going to hurt them. You always know exactly what to say in order to get under people's skin or to get them worked up or riled up in some sort of way. You're deciding to cut back. For some of you, if you're very talkative, you're not going to be very talkative in February. You're going to be a little bit detached, a little bit more in your head. And the Queen of Swords is already very much a queen that is in her head, but this is a little bit more so. This is like Pisces keeping you quiet, because Pisces speaks with the heart, speaks with the soul. Pisces speaks with energy. And it's kind of like you're deciding to feel. Where typically you would decide to think things through logically, you're deciding to follow your heart, your emotion. And it's kind of odd that the Queen of Cups didn't show up here. But the reason why is because this pile, you're very much a very logical person. You think more with your brain than your heart when it comes to certain situations. But you're being called to not do that this time. You're being asked... I'm hearing Duffy's, you got me begging you for mercy. Maybe somebody here is begging for mercy. Maybe quite literally, somebody's talking to you and they're going to ask you to just listen, and you're going to have to listen. Even if you have a lot of opinions about whatever they got to tell you. Interesting that we have a lot of communication coming through for this year for you, pile 3. We have March. What's going on in March? We have the 10 of Pentacles. Is this tax return season for some of you? In March, some of you, you're gonna be prioritizing your stability. You're going to prioritize your finances. You're going back to the things you have. For those of you who are a little bit older, check your 401ks and your retirement plan for sure. I feel like there's going to be some certain changes. I feel like this is throughout the world. Maybe certain policies are changing. But for a lot of you, you're focusing on your money. You're focusing on your stability. If you have a home, you're focusing on that as well. Maybe your dogs as well if you have pets, because they have like 3 dogs here and it's very cute. I love this. Usually in the 10 of Pentacles, there's like children involved, but this one has pets because, you know, the generation of millennials and younger, I think we prioritize pets over children, or we're more likely to have pets than kids. So take that if it resonates. Okay, a card fell on the floor. I'm taking us to be between March and April. Ooh, there's a perspective change here. Let's go into May. What are we changing? Or sorry, April. What's changing in April? We got the Knight of Swords. Lots of communication. Who are you talking to, pile 3? I mean, this could be my pile of air signs. So you could be Aquarius, Gemini, Libra. Or you could just be very communicative. You could have Mercury in the 1st house, or like Mercury on the sun, or something along those lines, on the ascendant. I have Mercury in the 1st house, so I can be very talkative when I need to be. Today is definitely one of those days. But also the energy of this pile is making me want to talk a lot. If you have a partner, I feel like you're going to be talking with them a lot, or any relationship you're in. I feel like they like this about you though. Like whatever partner you have, they like that you're talkative. Because I'm seeing, like, they like that you talk because it allows them to, like, you're really good at picking up on their words is what I'm hearing, which is so interesting. But in April, again, we're dealing with a lot of communication. You're going to change your mind about certain finances or certain things you own because of a conversation that happens between March and April. I'm hearing if you share assets with somebody, you're going to be talking about that. You could also be giving somebody advice to sell something, or to keep something, or to buy something, to sell or keep something. Specifically like real estate, territory, something that's going to be long lasting. Maybe cars, but cars to me are more fire. Because they don't really appreciate value with time. I'm just saying I'm talking a lot about finances here. Okay, let's go into May. Speaking of finances, we've got the Star. May is going to be a beautiful month for you, pile 3. Again, if you're a Taurus or Gemini, this could just be your solar return, making you shine brightly. But May is going to be a time when there's a lot of hope. I feel like you're going to have a lot of opportunities as well. And people are just going to see you in a new light. It's kind of like, for a lot of you, you could be... I'm seeing something about a birthday. Maybe, again, if you have a birthday in May, this is going to be for you. You're going to be shining very brightly. You're going to have a lot of opportunities show up for you. You're also going to, like, people are going to want to do a lot of stuff for you. People are going to want to offer you things. People are going to, maybe if you are looking for a promotion in your line of work, you could get that, or a job that is a little bit out of your scope of things, but it's going to be offered to you because you are doing very well. People are just really loving it. You could also be manifesting a lot, and it comes to fruition in May. Beautiful things are happening in May for you. You're also just looking really, really beautiful is what I'm hearing. Or handsome, whatever adjective you prefer here for looking very attractive. So let's move on to June. We've got the Page of Swords. Page of Swords. June's going to be another one of those months where you decide to not say a lot of things. I don't know why your energy keeps being stifled. Well, your communication specifically. This could be my pile. I feel like for a lot of you, you go through times when you just don't say anything because, you know, you have nothing to say. And if you do say something, things will go wrong. Especially if, again, like I said, if you're very intuitive, you may get downloads or certain information. I know I do, where you just know certain things are going to happen. So you know you have to be quiet because you don't want to ruin the lines of fate is what I'm hearing, or the Wheel of Fortune. I'm seeing the Wheel of Fortune. You don't want to interrupt people's fates. You don't want to interrupt their karma. You don't want to interrupt things where they have something going on and you cannot interfere with their life purpose, with their whatever is going on, because you easily could. In fact, if you do this for a living, I feel like people may come to you for advice about things that are going on in their life, but you're meant to be quiet this year in very specific times of the year about what people are meant to do. This could also be because I'll get energetic downloads for like the collective, for the world. Like there were certain things that I felt like I would predict months in advance before they happened. In some cases years in advance, even about like celebrities. Like there are certain celebrities that I love and I would predict that something would happen to them, and it did, and it happened, and it a lot of stuff for celebrities came into light in 2024, that's for sure. And of course I would say it to my friends and they would just be like, oh, whatever. But like, and then it turned out to be true, which is very interesting, me tapping into that energy. So it's kind of like that. It's like you're going to predict something big for people, or you may just know what's going on, but you're going to be asked to be quiet about it because either people will not take your information the way they need to, or they're not going to be ready to hear it, or it's just not something that needs to be said right now. And there have been plenty of times where, again, I would even dream about certain things about certain people, and I just wasn't meant to say it out loud because it was kind of like intuitive secrets that were not meant to be said. So for some of you, you're dealing with that in June. This has to be my pile of intuitives. You know who you are. If not, it just means to keep quiet, even though it's Gemini season and it's going to be difficult. I wonder if we have a retrograde in Gemini this year. That'd be crazy. Okay, July. What do we have in July? 9 of Cups. So you're going to have a wish granted, but it's not going to be like the way you thought it was. You're going to have a wish granted, but either it's not going to come in the way you thought it would, or it's going to be at a time where it might be inconvenient for you. Because specifically in this deck, we have a cat who got the bird. And I don't like that image. That's so mean. That's so mean. It's kind of like it's going to be a little bit, I don't want to say disappointing. I guess it depends on how you see it, but you're going to get something and you're going to wonder if this is really what you wanted. Sometimes we do this. We manifest things and then it doesn't give us the rush of energy that we thought it would. It doesn't give us the feeling we thought it would. So this is just a mindful advice to also try and manifest the feeling that you are wanting, not just the exact thing, the physical thing or the situation, but to manifest how you want to feel in that situation. For August, we have the 9 of Swords. I see. If you didn't keep quiet in some of these months, in February and in June, specifically in the air months of all the things, something could come back to bite you in August, or something could because I'm seeing this be a result of certain things that you've said. And I'm not saying you're going to suffer terrible consequences. I just see you kind of regretting saying certain things you've said because it changed the way people either trust you, see you, or maybe like you're dealing with something there. Somebody you trusted a little bit too much is going to come back to like either, how do I say this? Either you can't trust them anymore or something along those lines. Yeah, but I do see you getting over it. I just feel like it's going to upset you a little bit. You know, somebody that you thought you were close to turns out you're not that close to. Maybe somebody doesn't trust you or you can't trust somebody. Something along those lines. Let's go ahead and get another card for September. We have the Queen of Pentacles. September is going to be your most fertile time to be creative. She's holding a rabbit here. So a lot of, and I typically don't see the Queen of Pentacles as rather creative. That's usually the Queen of Wands. But the Queen of Pentacles here, she's building her fortune. She's building her nest. This is very much nesting energy for those of you who resonate with that, which I feel was coming through in the oracles a lot, especially with all that mothering energy that I was feeling. For a lot of you, you're finding your new home in September, or you're really paying attention to your home as well as your family. And if you want to have children, this would be a great time for you to have them. Maybe some of you are actually giving birth in September, and some of you are becoming more fertile, or finding out that you're pregnant in September. So do be careful. What happens in, what is it, January, February? Ooh. Some of the things you cannot be talking about could actually be this very particular project or pregnancy or whatever the case may be. Because isn't that 9 months from... Yeah, pretty much. So for some of you, you could be dealing with... maybe you're literally dealing with children. Oh, and I'm just now seeing it. Okay, for some of you, you could become pregnant in February. And then the Ten of Pentacles is you, again, thinking about your future, your stability, because you're going to have a baby. But then the Hangman reverse, you're going to have to talk about it with probably your partner or whoever else is involved about the things that you need to do, which is very interesting. And the way this light just went out, was it on a timer? The way that light just went out, I think that's confirmation. So for those of you who don't want children this year, make sure you're using a lot of protection in January and February, regardless of who you're with. Like, make sure you got those systems in place. Interesting. Very interesting. Let's go ahead and move on to... If this is a pregnancy, it's one that you can't really talk about until that baby's born. It's one you're going to keep so hush-hush until that baby's born. Like, you're not even going to talk to anybody about it. You might just, you know, people might just assume that you're getting bigger and they may not say anything. Take that if it resonates. And you can, of course, rebuke this if you don't want it, by all means. Okay, let's move on to October. 10 of Wands. You're going to be very overwhelmed in October, and I don't blame you. I feel like you have a lot going on. I also feel like you have a lot of I'm hearing emotional baggage from whatever has gone on in the year, but I'm also seeing you release those burdens, because like I said, you're going to come into this year not really caring. You're going to have such a sense of humor about everything that it's not going to bother you. Even though, like, yes, you will have a lot going on. You do have a lot. You're dealing with a lot. By October, you're releasing all that baggage. You're releasing all that weight. You're not carrying you're not carrying the burdens of what people think or caring about what they have to say. Interesting how carrying and caring kind of sound the same there. For a lot of you, you're letting go of you're letting go of burdens. Whatever those burdens may mean to you, you're letting go of them. In November, we've got Strength reversed. Don't give up, because I know some of you will feel like you can't overcome certain situations in November. November is going to be the time when you shine the most, though. November is going to be a time when people are going to come to your help whenever they see that you're struggling with something. I feel like you have a lot more resources than you realize, because I see you wanting to give up and somebody saying, no, you can't give up. You weren't made to give up. That's what I'm hearing. So whether this is friends around you, family, or anybody who's really looking out for you, I see a lot of people come through to try and help you out with something because they don't want to see you. They believe in you too much. They care about you too much. You're very loved, pile 3. You're very loved by people. And they want to see you succeed. So you could have like a lion or some sort of wildcat as a spirit guide, because I see this tiger and then I see this lion and even this cat, like whatever this cat is. It makes me think of feline energy. Some of you could also be Leos. I do associate all those animals with Leo. Let's see what December has, because that's one of your months here. 7 of Pentacles. Life goes on is what I'm hearing. Life goes on. So December, you have this beautiful energy of just working on yourself. You keep working. And by working, I mean like you keep pouring back into yourself. You keep progressing into being better. You keep learning. You keep thriving. You keep growing. You're not going to back down from anything. This spirit of yours that you have in 2025, pile 3, nobody can diminish it. Even when things get you down, you still bounce back up. And I feel like nobody gives you credit there, because it's kind of like you have so much going on for yourself. You don't have time to fail. You don't have time to worry. You do know when you have to back away, and you do know when you have to keep quiet, but that's about it. You're not backing down. Back of the deck, we have the King of Swords, and it's so interesting that he also came out reversed. Even though I don't typically take the back of the deck as reversed. Queen of Swords and King of Swords. If you have a counterpart, you guys are keeping things very quiet because you're kind of like, I'm hearing conspiring. You're doing things out of the public eye because you have to do something for you. Like if you already have a partner, you're making plans and not telling anybody about them. Mostly because I feel like you both understand that your business is your business and nobody else's. Maybe in the past you've tried to share your business and people have either sabotaged it or people have said things about it. Maybe word got around about what you're doing and you didn't care for that. And you're deciding that, yes, you're going to continue being what you need to be to each other, but you're not going to let them know about anything. It's very much one of those relationships where your business is your business. Your privacy is very important here. Another way of seeing this, if you are currently single or if you don't have somebody, you're going to meet somebody who is your counterpart in every way, but you may not be able to go public with the relationship right away. Or you may decide to take some time before you make it official, because it's kind of like you're still feeling things out. You're taking it slowly. You're deciding whether you both are compatible or not. And it's interesting that counterparts is coming out here in this pile. I do have a 2025 love predictions reading. You can go to that if you want to get more clarity on that particular situation. But you will be meeting somebody who is very much your counterpart or who thinks very similarly to you. This could also be a business connection, by the way, if it's not romantic. But you're deciding to keep things very secret between the both of you, or very hush, again, your privacy is very important here, especially when it comes to the endeavors that you do, because again, you just don't want people getting in your business, or maybe you just don't care for that, whatever the situation may be. You know that you trust each other and you know that you're there for each other. And there's something about your conversations being very, very comforting and also kind of like your safe space. It's like whatever goes on between you two, it's your safe space. It's very beautiful. It's kind of giving like Venus in Scorpio, maybe Venus in Virgo, where just like you're very... And I'm not saying that you're going to be ashamed of each other and this is why you don't tell everybody about the... No, that's not what I'm saying. Because somebody called me out a while ago in some reading about how a private relationship or a secret relationship was a problem, when really it all depends on the circumstances of why that relationship is the way it has to be. But between you and this person, it's like the both of you against the world. In fact, all the suits of swords have come through here. It's kind of like you might have a social circle or a group of friends and you all look out for each other. But within that group of friends, you also have like your partner. And it's like you're part of that group of friends and you all look out for each other. And it's very sweet. It's very much giving Friends the show where, who are the couples there? The one that actually got married is I never watched that show. I literally don't know those people. But there's like there's a pair in the Friends that they're actually married, and then there's everybody else, like their friends around them. And it's kind of like that close-knit circle. Like you guys are there for each other, but you also just happen to have your best friend in your friend group, which is like the cutest thing, who happens to be your counterpart. And maybe they all play a key role this year in the things that you're doing. Maybe you're all going to be traveling together, or you're all going to move somewhere, or you're all deciding that you're going to be part of this family, especially if somebody is birthing somebody into this little group, which is very cute. Again, I'm seeing the show, and I've only seen snippets of the show because they'll play it in the break room where I work. So that's the only thing I know about it. But this is very interesting. Let's go ahead and get your months though, pile. Or sorry, your tea leaves pile. Sorry if you notice a cut, but I paused my video before I stopped talking and I was like, oh wait, some of you are going to be very talkative this year. I don't know what to say. Which is probably why you have to learn to be quiet sometimes. Because I sense a secret here, or like a big plan that you can't tell everybody. Like you don't want to tell the whole world yet what your big ideas are. And you have to keep quiet about it, which is very cute. I don't know. I just think there's something cute about that. But pile 3. Let's see what we have for January. We have a wish being granted. Like I said, some of you were manifesting the truth to come out, and I feel like it will. And I feel like that's going to be a wish itself. For February, we have, younger man and tree. Okay. Dealings or relationship with a younger man, affairs with your family. For some of you, this is quite literal. Like if you're dating a younger man, you're going to introduce them to your family. This is why the Queen of Swords is reversed. She's like, what should I say? And instead you just do the thing. That's very specific, so it's not going to be with everybody. For some of you, this could be a younger man in your family that you're having to deal with, whether that's like a younger brother or maybe your son if you have a son or something along those lines. So take it as it resonates, whichever makes more sense here. But I saw that right away and I was like, okay. And by younger, I mean like a significant age gap, like an age gap that is going to be noticeable. I'm not talking about, a year or 2 years younger. That's not the case. It's something. I mean, you could also be the younger man in the relationship, depending on the situation here. Pile 3. For March, we have dog far away. A distant friend is thinking of you. Like I said, you guys have your group of friends and they're all like in your circle and they're all thinking of you. You could also be communicating with somebody far away from you and you're kind of wondering how the life where they are is like, and you're wondering if you could live there. Because I do see some of you planning to make a big move this year, like literally out of your state, country, city, like a big move. You're switching locations. To clarify, April, we have dogs, getting together with friends. Lots of dogs here. Maybe some of you work with dogs because we have dogs here. We have these 2 dogs. We also have cats. Maybe you have pets. But in April, you're going to get together with these friends. Maybe these friends from far away are coming to see you in April. In May, we have Gong, an exciting event. Yeah, with star, you could literally be the star of a show in May. I know when I was in high school, or I guess any school that hosts any sort of shows or plays, like if you're in theater, if you're in a show, you could literally be the star of a show and that's an exciting event. It could also be a birthday. Like I said, I just see like something big and fancy where people are coming to see you and celebrate you, which is why I kept thinking of birthday. For June, we have Bull. Do not back down from opposition. Show strength and fortitude. I brought that up in the oracles, and I feel like June is when that really happens. The Page of Swords could also mean, for those of you who have a hard time communicating, to not back down, to overcome that fear of saying something so that you can stand firmly in your position. Bull also makes me think of Taurus here. So some of you could be dealing with a Taurus or Taurian energy. Or you could also look to where Taurus is in your astrological chart if you know how to do that, because something important is happening in June. So let's clarify July. We have shield. You need to defend yourself. Interesting. Like I said, you're going to get a wish fulfilled in July. Sorry, I said June. In July. But you're going to have to defend yourself from it. I know that sounds weird. It's like you manifested something, but then you realize it's not what you wanted. And now you have to like work with it somehow. Let's say you manifested, I'm going to use a car because I don't love cars, but I know people who love cars, but they don't tend to see the problems with having cars that they like sometimes. Let's say you manifested a fancy sports car, but if you live in the US, insurance for that car can be rather expensive, and maybe it's not worth having that expense every month, even though it's something you manifested. So something along those lines. I'm getting that for you, pile 3. Let's go ahead and clarify August. And that's just an example, by the way. That could be anything that you manifested that is not worth having. But let's see, August, we have Dolphin, financial gain, usually coming from something you did in the past. So this is a good news. I feel like in August, you're getting a return on something. You're getting some sort of either dividends or a return on an investment that is going to be worth it. Or somebody who owes you money finally gives you the money that you are owed. For September, you get 2 cards. We have Hat, you will be playing a different role, and Cat, a two-faced friend. Oh my gosh. This two-faced friend could literally be this Cat card that is reversed from July. And then playing a different role. Because you find out that this person isn't what they are, And I was talking about this with August, Nine of Swords. So I feel like this is going to spill into September. You're going to have to play a different role. Somebody you thought was on your side isn't, and you're going to have to end up being something else or playing something else because of this. So do be careful with the people you trust this year. Let's go ahead and clarify the October. Angel, spiritual guidance, protection from harm. You're very divinely protected, that's for sure. I feel like there may be times when you feel you aren't, but you are actually very protected this year, pile 3. For November, we have 2. We have boot, increase your efforts if you want to achieve your goals, and fire, strong emotion, passionate love or hate. You're going to put a lot more passion into the things you want, that's for sure. You're going to put a lot more passion into the things you want, especially towards the end of November when we start heading into Sagittarius season, because Sagittariuses are very passionate. Even though they may have this energy of like, oh, I don't really care. They really do because they have a lot of passion. It's funny. Sagittarius' favorite phrase is, I don't care, I don't care. And yet I see Sagittarius do nothing but care sometimes. It's kind of funny. I love them, I do, but sometimes I gotta be their voice of reason. Because Taurus doesn't play around like that. But yeah, you're going to bring a lot more passion into something that you really want to focus on in November, pile 3. And then the last card for December. Fair woman. Dealings or relationship with a woman with blonde, gray, or white hair. I'm literally hearing, for some of you, this is your mother-in-law. Some of you are dealing with your mother-in-law. This fair woman is your mother-in-law. For whatever reason, she's coming through. It could also be, I mean, if you're attracted to women, you could be dealing with a woman who has lighter hair or is lighter in her complexion for her background, for her ethnic, genetic ethnic background. That's what I'm seeing and hearing. But for a lot of you, you're actually dealing with like a mother-in-law who, specifically one who has like lighter colored hair, because it could be gray or white as well, which is very interesting. But I'm hearing that she's going to be very fair with you. Again, very interesting. If it's not mother-in-law, it could just be somebody that you have to deal with in December. But let's go ahead and get the last of your cards. I'm using my handmade oracle. This is made on handmade paper, so it's a little fragile. It's a little hard to shuffle. Okay, this one wanted to come through. That one and that one. And this one. These are mostly purple. There is an abundance of love here. You're going to have an abundance of love this year for sure, pile 3. Lots of beautiful things are coming through for you. We have, my love for you is unconditional. My love for you is unconditional. For a lot of you, I think you have love on the brain, and you may go to my 2025 love predictions after this. But there's a lot of unconditional love that you're going to both give and be given this year. There's somebody out here who really cares about you. We have set your soul free. I feel like I mentioned that earlier. You're going to set your soul free. You're going to listen to your soul and set it free. It's been a pleasure and an unforgettable journey. Yeah. For a lot of you, this year is going to be very pleasurable for sure. And also very unforgettable. Journey makes me think of travel, so you might have some unforgettable travels this year. And then, loved one, accept your power, accept your greatness. Love your soul. Very spiritual energy coming through. A lot of you, you're really tapping into your soul this year. You're really tapping into your higher self. And I feel like you're elevating everybody else with you in the process. But this is what I have for you for 2025, my beautiful pile 3. Thank you so much for letting me read for you. I'm sending you nothing but love, joy, happiness, and a lot of luck and love this year. If you feel like doing so, you can like, comment, and subscribe. And if you would like a personalized reading, I'm still giving them out until the first week of January, and you can lock that in at a special price. Information and email is down below in the description, and I will see you in the next reading. Take care. Hello there, pile 4. This is such an interesting energy because I started getting songs from a video game I used to play back in the day. For those of you who have ever played Splatoon, it's weird that I'm getting that vibe in general. Maybe this is my pile of people who like to play video games, or maybe you even make a career out of that or make some sort of money, some stream of income with that. So hello if you do. But we are here for your 2025 month by month predictions. We're going to see what is coming for you in the year 2025. Already very interesting energy for sure. I don't know if this is my pile of people who are new to the channel or just you do something very interesting with your life, that's for sure. I feel like a lot of it is either played online or played online. Like I'm getting video games. I'm also getting a lot of you making your money online, or you could just work from home, whatever the case may be. But very interesting already. Very interesting is energy, and I'm loving it. So let's go ahead and move on with your reading. We're going to start with the oracles, and the oracles are going to give us some sort of themes, like an indication of how your year is going to go. We're going to go more deeply into it with the tarot, though, month by month. So let's go ahead and start with your oracles. I'm live shuffling everything today. A lot of you could be streamers as well. Maybe you stream. I wish I could stream, but YouTube doesn't allow me to do that right now. For those of you who may know how or know of any better streaming platforms connected to YouTube, let me know, because I would like to know. But we have Maya, illusion. Yeah, we're dealing with reality here. Maybe some of you are very much into what's that theory? Simulation theory, or even multiple realities kind of theory, because I get a lot of downloads about multiple lifetimes that you are living at the same time. So something about the multiverse could be important here. We also have Mott, truth. Interesting. We have illusion and truth, two things that don't seem like they would go together, but yet there is truth in the illusion and vice versa. In the illusion, there is truth for you. I want to know what this pile, what do you do pile for? You're such an interesting energy. We also have Métis wisdom, and I'm not surprised. I love this card. It's one of my favorites. Also, we have 31, 35, 36. So those years, the years you were the years that you were those ages could be of importance, or maybe some of you are going into your 35th or 36th or 31st year. Back of the deck, we have Artemis, focus. So we have illusion, truth, wisdom, and focus. A lot of you are coming into particular realities this year. I feel like you're really embracing, I'm getting divine intelligence for some of you, those of you who lean more spiritual. And for a lot of you, you're going to be very much in your mind this year. And I'm not surprised. All across the board, 2025 is going to be a very spiritual, and for some of you, mental year. As in, we're going to be living a little bit more in our minds, a little bit more on intellectual thought as well. Like for those of you who are thinkers, you're going to love this year, because it's going to allow you to expand. It is also a number 9 year, and 9 makes me think of the 9th house of expansion. It makes me think of Sagittarius as well, which Artemis here with the with archery makes me think of that. So some of you could be Sagittarius, or you could have that within your chart somewhere. But overall, I see you very much in your mind, but you're questioning a lot of things and receiving truth. In fact, truth has been coming out in a lot of piles recently. I'm not sure if it's within this reading or another reading I was doing, but for a lot of you, you're coming into truth and what truth means to you, as well as I'm seeing you drawing the truth out of people. Like even if you're dealing with people who are typically a little bit more into their illusion energy, if they're a little bit more, I'm also hearing elusive, a little bit more like they seem to escape. I feel like you're the kind of person who is really good at getting people to talk. So if those of you who are more in the legal system, maybe you work on some sort of legal case, or maybe you're a lawyer, something along those lines, or you may just have a background in that. I feel like you're going to be able to find the truth to something here, whether it's through your own devices or somebody else's. I feel like you're going to be able to, I'm not saying expose people, but well, maybe, gosh, again, I don't know who is in this pile, but for a lot of you, you're really good at research. And when you're good at research, you tend to, so the example I'm being shown, you know how when you go on like Wikipedia or Google, when you Google things, there's this feeling that you kind of fall down the rabbit hole. And what that rabbit hole is truly our own divine guidance telling us to go from point A to point B to point C, because we're supposed to kind of connect the dots. I'm literally seeing that meme of Charlie Day in It's Always Sunny, where he's kind of, it's giving a little bit conspiracy theory, I'm not gonna lie, but not in a bad way, because I know before I understood that I was very intuitive and started tapping into my psychic ability, I would literally just research everything and everything. I would become obsessive with things that I would need to research. It was kind of cool. Like I know some people think it's a little concerning, but I really liked that. So if I really liked, for example, I was very much into literature, I would dissect the poetry. I would look up the poet. I would see like where they're from, what year they were born, etc., etc. This could be my pile of people who, when you go in deep, you go in deep. So there is something here about this year where you're really going to go in deep to something because you're meant to learn from it, for whatever reason. But let's go ahead and get more cards for you. And whatever the subject matter is, I feel like it's meant to better you, or for a lot of you, you could be using that particular advice so that you could better something here. We have Ghost, Some of you could be mediums. This kind of energy would be for somebody who can actually sense a lot of energy. So for those, some of you, you could actually be dealing with ghosts. You could have a ghost in your room, especially those of you who like to like be in very dark spaces. If you don't like there being energies there that are not welcome, clean them out. I know this because I have friends like this, you know, like, and it's not because they want to, they just have like really dark spaces, like in their basement or something. And I'm like, you know, this is like a perfect energy to attract energies that you may not want. So if it's not a ghost per se, it could just be an energy. We're also dealing with ghosting here. Ooh, fear. I'm not surprised. I think as soon as I started talking about that, some of you got into a little bit of a fearful energy. But it's nothing to worry about. But you could also be facing your fears this year. It doesn't surprise me. I feel like this could be my pile of people who maybe you live in your mind so much that you kind of fear living in your body, or you could fear living this 3D reality that we are being given. And a lot of you, you're just like, no, I don't want this. I want to live in my own beautiful little world. But the truth is that we're here in this human body, and we kind of have to I don't want to sound harsh, but it's like we kind of have to deal with it. You know, we kind of have to live the human experience for some reason or another. And I feel like you're going to finally let go of those fears that have been holding you back. We also have frustration. I'm not surprised. And it kind of wanted to come out reversed. And I don't typically take this card reversed, the cards from this deck reversed, but I feel like you're letting go of the frustration of the things that have been thrust upon you. It's like I said, a lot of you want to live in your own mentality, in your own world. Maybe a little bit of a fantasy land, maybe a little bit of a whatever it is that you escape to. But you're going to stop fearing the world. You're going to stop living like a ghost, essentially, because I'm being told for some of you, you feel like you've been walking through life a little bit like ghost-like. Like, yes, you have a body, but you're just... you've just been walking through life and allowing things to happen to you, or allowing your experiences to color your vision, and not really, not saying that you're not doing much, but for a lot of you, it's kind of like you feel ghost-like, or maybe you even feel like you're not seen. You feel a little bit invisible. And the truth is, the reason you're not seen is because you have a fear of being seen. It's that simple. And I feel like you're finally letting go of that particular frustration of not being seen, because you recognize that either certain thoughts you have, certain, patterns you have within your mind, certain thought forms are leading you to be this way. So in letting go of the frustration, it's the first step to letting go of the fear. And then that is the step to let go of the fear of being seen, to allow yourself to be seen a little more. Back of the deck, we have consciousness. Yeah. This pile, you are so connected to source, you're not even aware of it. It wouldn't surprise me if people described you as very spacey, because throughout this entire reading, I've been having a hard time, well, one, remembering that I have a human body, it's kind of weird, and two, feeling a little bit grounded. So for a lot of you, you're going to, I mean, it could be either or. Either you're getting a lot more grounded this year because you need to, or you're getting a little bit more in your headspace because you kind of need to observe the collective consciousness here. Let's go ahead and get the rest of your cards though. There was a card from another deck stuck in here. It's interesting. Some of you are merging two things together that I think you typically wouldn't. And a lot of you, again, the fear of being seen is being let go. We have wisdom twice, which is very interesting. I'm gonna leave her right here. You're becoming very wise this year. I feel like a lot of you are already very wise, but you don't really express it, or you don't really show it, or you're afraid to do so because you're afraid of what your friends might think, or you're afraid that people may not take you seriously. I know when I started this channel, I was kind of afraid of not being taken seriously, as mostly by the people that I already knew, mostly by, like, for example, my partner at the time, and then the partners I would go on to have after him, because there was just this feeling that I wouldn't be taken seriously if I told them what I do, especially because I'm very spiritual and I cannot hide it anymore. Like, I used to just keep it to myself, but now that I'm in this space, it's like it would be a little bit of a lie if I didn't express this. It's like I live very close to source. I follow my intuition. I'm low-key psychic. So if people try to, you know, lie to me, play to me, I will find out. And I freaked out a lot of people that way, or they've just, you know, fallen off because, again, they ghosted me. And maybe some of you are dealing with something similar here, pile 4. But there's a fear of not being taken seriously as well here with wisdom. You're afraid that if you tell people your words of advice that they're not going to follow it. And the truth is, that's up to them. Again, this frustration reversed, you're letting go of the frustration that people are not listening to your own advice when you know it's good advice, because they have their own lives to live. So let's get more cards. We have stimulation. Ooh, I love this. Because like I said, a lot of you have a very interesting mentality. You live on like a very 5D, even 6D level. Like you live on different levels than everybody else. Your mentality is so different. to the point where I feel like you may not have many people that understand you. Like, even if you have a lot of friends, you may only have like one or two that understand you. So when it comes to being stimulated, you make it a point to find people that you find very mentally stimulating, or that can keep your mind like in a particular space. So the people that you do tend to form connections with, it wouldn't surprise me if they're people that are absolutely nothing like you, because you actively seek out people who are different from you, because you just need that sense of newness. You need that mental stimulation from people with different perspectives from you. For a lot of you, you could be... this could be the year, because like I said, it's a number 9 year, and number 9 in numerology, people who are number 9 tend to be very social. They can make friends with anybody and everyone. I typically tend to date people like this. I'm a number 6, 33, but also 6. So we tend to vibe in that way. But where 6 keeps to themselves a little bit more, they keep to their family and closer friends. Number 9 will go out and like befriend everybody. So I feel like you're going to be in that energy this year. After all, 1 plus 8 equals 9. 6 plus 3 also equal 9. In fact, we also have 4, 8, and 4 again. Interesting. So something about 4 and 9 could be important here. Let's get one more card. We have desire, number 3. And then we have 3, 6, 9, which I forget what that is called, but because they're all divisible by 3, there's something about either a trinity or a trio here. So you could be part of like a group of 3 people who are going to embark on something. Maybe it's like you and 2 other friends or something along those lines. With desire, there's something here about focusing on your desire, or where you've been sidetracked from the things you want by desires, or vice versa. You're sidetracked by your desire from your true desires by things that are just not really necessary. A lot of you, it's easy for you to get very sidetracked by certain things. I think, again, because you seek that stimulation, whenever it comes around, you just kind of latch onto it as opposed to staying focused. So there's going to be like a back and forth here between being focused and being sidetracked. Back of the deck, we have passion. Oh, yeah. This is coming in a little bit more bluntly, pile. And it's not going to resonate with everybody, of course, but a lot of you, you have to make sure you're not sidetracked by people who just, you want to use you physically, or vice versa, if you just want to be physical with somebody. Because with passion and desire, I feel like, I mean, yes, you could be pouring a lot of your energy into the things that you truly care about, but there's something about like seduction and or just being preoccupied with, oh, okay, so a lot of you come back into your body when you get with somebody physically. Like, they allow you to be in your body, and I feel like you kind of like to play with the idea of that. I know that's weird, and this is not going to be for everybody, and I'm not trying not to get 18 plus about it. I'm trying to talk about this in a very scientific way, if you will, but it's kind of like, if you are seeking things that allow you to be in your body, they're kind of sidetracking you from either the wisdom that is coming through intuitively, or the best bet for you, if you're looking for somebody, whether it's friendship or romantic, or even just in terms of like, you know, if you're more into hookup culture, if you're more casually dating, you have to meet somebody on a mind level. I don't know who needs to hear that. And if you want to hear more about that kind of stuff, I do have 2025 love predictions already out. I will link it below, because every single pile almost has had something about love come through. I'm not going to read for love here unless it comes through a little bit more prominently. But for a lot of you, I feel like the only way you can really feel in your body is when you're being physically intimate with people. And this could also sidetrack you from, well, one, the things you're meant to do, like overcoming your fears, as well as being more prominently in your own energy. Let's go ahead and get the rest of your cards, though. I don't want to focus too much on that energy, but I feel like some of you needed to hear it. For this particular year, pile 4. We have creative. Your creativity is going to be rather wonderful this year. You're going to create a lot, not just in terms of like projects, but you're also going to create a lot of momentum. You're going to create a lot of connections. You're going to, I'm getting a very strong feeling in my, where my uterus would be. So, and usually I say something along the lines of pregnancy, but I feel like for a lot of you, that's not the case. What I feel is that creative energy within the solar plexus and the sacral, that is going to bring out something here about, like, you're just going to be full of ideas because you're in your headspace so much. Writing a lot of this down could help you out, or maybe just like starting little seeds of ideas to help you see them through. You're going to make a lot of things this year that are going to be very fruitful. You're also going to see certain projects from the past come into fruition here. I keep looking at my pumpkins off to the side. I love pumpkins. I know they're a fall thing, and right now we're heading into winter, but I keep little pumpkins because to me they symbolize abundance and also creativity, and they just make me happy. So whenever I see pumpkins, I think of a lot of like, again, they're orange, and if you associate that color with the sacral chakra, it's creativity. I associate them with creativity because I think of like the millions of uses that pumpkins have during the fall season. So for a lot of you, you're taking one thing and making like a million things out of it. This could easily just be abundance in general. You're taking $1 and turning it into, you know, multiple dollars. So let's go ahead and get more cards. Yeah, lots of ideas here, lots of creative ideas. If you own a business, you're going to have like a lot of momentum there. Like you're going to keep creating. I'm hearing like sales or specials or something like that where it's going to keep people coming back for more. Or you could come up with some sort of like some sort of little thing that keeps people coming back for more that has nothing to do with your actual product. Maybe it's like a reward system or something like that. We have committed. Interesting. I was just talking about the color orange and it's already popped up a little bit here. Also number 9, for a lot of you, you're going to find, if you are looking for a relationship, you're going to find commitment this year. And for some of you, if you're already in a committed relationship, I just feel like it's going to be solidified this year. Like you're going to have very verbal and physical confirmation that you are in the right partnership. Like it's going to be a very strong year for some of you, not all of you, about connections. So you could either head towards commitment, or people will want to commit to you, or you're just going to get confirmation of the commitment that you already have. Let's get one more card. Guide. Some of you, you're meeting a spirit guide this year. If not spirit guide, it could be like an actual physical guide. You could be consulting somebody like a bit of a spiritual mentor, because you just need to find your people. I'm hearing a lot of you just want to find your people, or people who are similar to you, who are very, you know, you need to find your people is what I'm hearing. Because like I said, right now your group of friends could be very small, or it could be closed off to like 1 or 2. So you're actively seeking people that are just like you, and or you could be meeting a spiritual guide that is going to help you very strongly. And spirit guides come and go. So maybe it's one that you haven't met before and now you do. I know my spirit guides have multiplied since I've started my channel, because I need to channel specific energies for specific audiences. Back of the deck, we have warrior. A lot of you, you're not going to be in this fight or flight energy anymore. I love that both the warrior and frustration were reversed here. Because if you're typically somebody who always feels like you're on guard, or that you're always having to like protect your energy, you're always having to be in fight or flight mode, you're letting go of that energy and just embracing what is. You're embracing the light, source, universe, whatever you want to call your higher power. You're embracing it here. And you're kind of just, it's very much like a Jesus take the wheel moment. And of course, you don't have to believe in Jesus, but it's that kind of mentality. You're allowing the universe to take it into its hands, and you're just doing you. You're just living the human experience. You're just, you know, being alive, happy, and well in the body that you have been given. And it's very beautiful energy. Let's get the last of your cards. I'm going to get the God card here. I'm being told this particular card is going to be how you stay grounded. Which is odd because that didn't come out in any other pile. At least I don't think. It's been taking me a moment to get this reading out because I've been so busy. But as long as it's out before the end of the year, I'm going to be happy. We have Odin guidance. Oh my god. A little personal story. Odin was the first deity I ever saw in meditation. I didn't recognize it was him until I came out of my meditation, because I saw an old man with one eye on a tree. I saw this beautiful tree, and he was just like in the branches looking at me, and it was such a beautiful experience, because I felt it wasn't like I was asleep or anything. I was very much meditating, and I was in front of I was in my room just looking out the window, and there was a tree out my window, but it was so interesting. But that was to me like my first spiritual awakening, or at least like the strongest one I had, the one where I started accepting my intuition. So for a lot of you, like I said, you're meeting a spirit guide. It could also be that you're just accepting the gods and goddesses of guidance and wisdom are very much with you this year. I need you to understand that, because we do have Mott here with truth. I consider her one to be of wisdom as well. Metis, I would consider Athena more, because I forget what Metis is. In fact, I may look in the book. but any god or goddess of wisdom here. Odin is definitely one of them. I'm trying to think of others, but Athena is one of mine. Odin is one of mine. Mot is one of mine. Thoth is as well. Let me look from the book, and I'm going to read for Metis because I want to know what she's the goddess of. Okay, I'm glad I looked at the book because I feel like this excerpt would really be interesting for you. So, experience woven together with knowledge creates a beautiful thing, wisdom. Its parts are entwined like a finely made rope that is so strong it can't be cut. Wisdom, once earned, becomes an essential part of you. Right now, the Greek goddess of wisdom, Metis, and I hope that's how you pronounce her name, by the way, Metis or Metis. I don't speak Greek, so I'm not sure. Says you know exactly what to do in your current circumstances. The real question is, do you have the courage and commitment to make a wise choice? Your answer is not to hide. You are being invited to look within rather than without. Take the wisdom you already have and apply it to your question. Perhaps, however, you must instead draw forth the humility to find someone wiser to weigh in. And I feel like that basically encompasses a lot of what I've already said. You have a fear of being seen, but the truth is you have the knowledge that you need in order to move forward here. Pile 4. Whatever the circumstances are, whatever it is that you're doing, whatever your project may be, you are a lot more qualified for it than you believe. And it's interesting that we have warrior here with Odin, because Odin is also a god of war, of course. I mean, all the Nordic gods, the very mythology, Norse mythology is very warlike in general, because they were always going on about some big apocalyptic battle or war. In fact, they have multiple afterlives, and depending on how you passed, whether it was in war or a specific type of thing, like, you know, there's always battles going on. The fact that warrior here is reversed, it's kind of like Odin is saying, you can relax. It's not always going to be war. Sometimes it's wisdom that we need to tap into, which is rather beautiful. Well, let's go ahead and get more cards. And I get this sometimes. Sometimes the gods will come in if you work with god and goddess energy. Sometimes the one that is opposite of what you need will come in to let you know, hey, it's okay. You don't need this. Because Athena has come through for me in a very loving way. Like, she would talk about romance to me, and I'm like, but you're not a goddess of love. You're a goddess of anything but, it would seem. But the truth is that her version of what love is just like her take on it, which is there has to be mental compatibility between people. Odin here is letting you know that there are times that we fight for peace. We are in warrior mode. We are fighting things so that we can one day achieve peace. And I feel like for a lot of you, you're finally achieving it this year. So that's why he's coming through. Same thing with Mot. She comes through when you are dealing with liars, you know, because she needs to bestow truth upon you. But she may also come through when you need to be a little bit more hidden with the truth. It's like, it's not time to reveal the truth, so say something instead of the truth. Which, you know, she's not telling you to lie, but she's also telling you that it's not time to reveal it, which is very interesting. Anyway, little side note for those of you who feel like you get conflicting messages sometimes. Last cards are going to be the Creative Love Oracles. We have magic happens when you most expect it. You're going to get a lot of magic this year. It's going to be a very magical year for you. Like I said, it's a very spiritual year in general. We also have inflow with money. For a lot of you, you are dealing with finances. The less you worry about them, the more you get them in. I don't see you really focusing on that, or even if you do, you're not going to have to worry about it. Money is not going to be something you worry, like, it's just going to come naturally to you this year. However much you need is what you will receive this year. I also see a lot of you just not caring about it. It's kind of like, if that's one more thing that causes you stress, you're not going to focus on it. You may ask somebody else to focus on it, or you could just be in a situation where you're, like, I see some of you giving up certain utilities, mostly like subscriptions, of course, not like, not heat and air and water. No, I'm not talking about that. I'm seeing some of you give up subscriptions so you don't have to worry about spending that much money every month. So if you know you don't watch Netflix and you decide to just let go of that subscription, you're going to let it go. We have get back to elemental. Yeah, it's kind of like you're simplifying things this year because your mind is going to be in a very different space. It's like your mind gets more complicated and yet your life gets more simple somehow. So it's very interesting. Back of the deck, follow through, follow through. This year is going to be very much, I'm getting like a sense of water or maybe even air for you this year, pile 4. Like, you're just flowing with life this year. You're allowing your mind and your spirit to guide you to where you need to go. And you're kind of letting all the difficult things that weigh everybody else down not be your problem. Just make sure you're not sidetracked by people who want to keep you in a particular space, specifically partners that you are physically intimate with, or even friends that... I'm seeing certain materialistic friends wanting to keep you in a certain space, which is very interesting. These are the friends who care a little bit too much about appearance and or like status. So take that if it resonates. Okay, the last cards you're getting are going to be the Say When Oracle. And these are cards with dates, months, time frames that are going to be important to you this year. And from there, we're going to go into the month by month. So if we get like a particular month here, we'll just pay attention to that. Oh, okay. We have these two. We have July, highly sensitive, self-protective, mystical, gentle, and compassionate. So some of you could be born in July, so you're either a Cancer or a Leo here. We also have number 2, harmony, balance, love, peace, cooperation, union, trust, faith, soul mission, divine life, purpose. And I'm going to get one more. For my pile for... Okay, that one wanted to jump out at me. 31. Practical yet creative energy, growth, expansion, talent, self-expression, and manifestation. So July 2nd or July 31st could be of importance. Like I said, that is both Cancerian and Leo energy. So if this sounds like you, if you want to keep reading into this rather fascinating energy, let's go ahead and get on with the tarot portion. A lot of you could deal with colors. I know I do sometimes. Like even with your eyes open in a non-meditative state, you might just see certain colors pop up a lot. I do this especially when I'm like, I don't know, sitting bored in traffic, and I'll just see like 7 cars of the same very unique color come through. Like a very specific shade of blue or a very specific shade of green or something. Because I get funky colored cars where I live. I don't know why people are into that. But some of you could work a little bit intuitively with colors. This could also be like trendy colors that are popping up sometimes. Like you go to the store and you see the same of a very particular color. And whatever those colors mean to you, I've always told people to just ask the universe what that color means to them or how that color makes them feel, because that's what it means to you. You could go based off the traditional chakra system if you wanted to, but I don't always associate those colors with what they mean. Sometimes I do and sometimes I don't. For the purposes of these readings, I tend to do so just because it's very universally accepted, but sometimes it'll feel like something else. And if certain colors mean certain things to you, just go based off of that instead. Like I mentioned earlier, orange with the sacral. Not everybody associates orange with sacral. I used to associate the color orange with like warning or obnoxiousness, like something trying to get your attention. That's what I used to associate it with, oddly enough. I don't anymore. But let's start with your month by month cards. So for January, pile 4, we have the Two of Wands. You're making plans for something here. January is going to be very much a month where you are kind of taking it easy. You're not doing much. It's like you're an in-between stage and you're making plans for something. You could be planning out, like, for example, how your year's going to be, the trips you're going to take, when you work, when you, for those of you in school, like how your classes and semesters are going. For those of you who work, when you are going to work on certain things. If you own a business, again, you're going to kind of start setting particular goals for whatever it is this year. So I see January just being a very chill month where you are making plans. Again, you're very much in your head this year. For February, we are healing. We are balancing things out. You're dealing with some sort of Sagittarius energy here as well with Temperance, but February is going to be a very healing month for a lot of you. I don't know what's happening. I don't know if you are, for some of you, if you work in the spiritual field like I do, you could be doing a lot of your own internal work or maybe something with other people as well. It's like the more you help people, the more you help yourself as well. It's a very symbiotic relationship that you are building in February, which I kind of really like. I like and approve of that. Especially when it comes to like, if, I don't know why I'm hearing Valentine's Day. Something about Valentine's Day is going to be important for you. Maybe you're doing a Valentine's Day special for those of you who have your businesses here. For March, we have they call it the Conqueror of Daggers here. This is the Knight of Swords. March, you're going to get some news about something and you're not going to know how to answer. You're not going to know how to take it. I feel like somebody is giving you an offer in March and you're just kind of like not sure about it. So don't be afraid to take your time responding. Don't be afraid to ask a lot of questions, do your research, because March, you're being given an offer and or you're being given some sort of communication where Ooh, okay. I don't know what this is, but this is slowing you down. I feel like this is going to be very, it's going to slow you down and bring you back down to earth, that's for sure, because you get some sort of information that kind of rocks your world. We also have, ooh, a Knight of Cups in April. Some of you, you're meeting somebody very interested in you in April. It doesn't even have to be romantic. It could be a friend. It could be a creative collaboration, but somebody's very interested in you in April for sure. I see you drawing them in in May. We have the Magician. You are manifesting some pretty awesome things in May, that's for sure. You're also going to be very much in control of your own healing, of your own power. You're going to... What's going on in May? You're creating your own reality in May. And I'm not sure why that is, but it's kind of like, especially, I'm hearing specifically like the time between Taurus and Gemini, you start getting a better understanding of why you feel the need to control certain things. It's like the Taurus energy is the controlling aspect, and the Gemini energy is that which allows things to flow. So somewhere between those stages, you're going to like understand that you have the capacity to call in anything to you. If you have your solar return in May, like I do, now this would be your birthdays in May, the sun on your, like your solar return, when the sun is on your sun, when they're when they're in conjunction together, it's going to empower you to do something that you didn't realize you could do. A lot of you, you're learning that your solar return, even if it's not in May, it could be any other time of the month or any other time of the year, you're learning to manifest with astrology somehow, for those of you into astrology. Very interesting. That was very specific, but regardless, manifestations in May. We have the Page of Cups in June. Somebody's coming back around in June. Somebody who in the past has been a little bit immature. Maybe they still are emotionally immature specifically. I feel like this person really thinks that they can have you back, or that, I don't know, they're making an offer and you're just like not tempted by it at all. Maybe you accidentally manifested them back into your life as well. Because like I said, you're manifesting a lot of things in May, and then June you manifest somebody, but you're like, ooh, not quite. That's not who I wanted. Or that's not how I wanted them, you know? Like for those of you trying to manifest a relationship, you manifest one, but it turns out that it's somebody very similar to somebody from your past, and you're like, I don't think I want that. So it's like back to the drawing board, but don't be discouraged, because it's just meant to show you, well, one, where you are, what level you are at right now, and two, that again, you're capable of overcoming certain obstacles that have been in the way of you wanting to go after certain things. Yeah, I'm seeing you getting a little bit discouraged by this, but at the same time, I'm seeing that you are not going to take it personally. You're just going to be like, okay, I'll do it again, and this time I'll do it better. Let's go ahead and move on to July for my pile 4, which is one of your months. We have the 6 of Pentacles, a lot of reciprocity. I'm seeing you being treated very fairly in July, but I also see you, it's like however much people give to you, you're going to give back to them. You're not going to go out of your way to give more than you can, and you're also not going to go out of your way to deplete yourself in order to appease other people. We're done being a doormat in July. We're done being we're done giving more than we can give. We're done giving more than we can give, because July is going to be a month of balance for a lot of you. And again, I think due to something that happened in June, you're just going to be like, you know what, I'm not giving myself into this anymore. Doesn't matter what the situation is. Let's go ahead and get another card, or sorry, card for August. We have the Chariot. There's going to be some sort of slowdown in August. I don't know if there's like some sort of retrograde that is going to impact you specifically, pile 4. Doesn't even have to be Mercury retrograde. It could be Venus or even Mars retrograde. But some sort of retrograde. Things are slowing down in August for a reason, because if you were to go forward, you would miss out on an opportunity here. Let's get another card for September. We have the 10 of Swords. Yeah, you're meant to slow things down, because September, there's going to be, I'm hearing a hit to the ego. I'm hearing a little bit of a loss, but nothing too crazy. As soon as I said that, like, I'm not sure if you could hear that, but there was like a cold rush of air outside my house. Very interesting. So you're getting a blow to the ego in September. Some of you, you're going to get humbled very quickly as well. I don't think it's going to be that much of a problem, but you're going to be in a very particular energy. Still for, oh, interesting. And then we have the High Priestess. And the reason you were meant to take a blow to the ego was because you were falling out of line with your intuition. So the next month in October, you're going to be tapping into your intuition, re-tapping into your intuition, actually. I feel like it's going to come through very strongly. It's kind of like sometimes crisis hits us, so that we can understand that we have to work with our elements around us, that we have to work with the universe, that we have to work with this, you know. At least that's how I see it whenever I take like a blow to the ego here, let's say that. Or whenever something bad happens, I sit there and ask myself, where have I not been connected to source? Or where did I not see the signs that I was meant to avoid this? Or even if I couldn't avoid it, if it was meant to teach me a lesson, I sit there and think, well, what is this teaching me? And how can I become a better person from this? At least that's one way to see it. I don't always see it that way, by the way. Sometimes I do just sit there and cry and think, why me? But then I just snap out of it and I'm like, wait a minute. I have a gift and let me use it. And a lot of you do very much have a gift. So you're going to use this time to develop your intuition because of something that happened in September. Let's go ahead and move on to November. We have the Three of Wands. I'm hearing there's going to be a return of something. Maybe a return on an investment. And it doesn't even have to be money, though it could be money. It's going to be the return on an investment that you made with somebody. Because you were there for somebody, they're going to be there for you. There's kind of an alliance here. And this person is very emotionally mature. I would not be surprised if it was this person from back in June, coming back in November with an apology of some sort. And I don't know why that's coming through in the Three of Wands. I think you're meant to do something with them and move forward with them. I don't really see it romantic, though I guess it could be. It's more like a friend or a business partner or something along those lines, or even a family member. Like you're gonna be able to work with them because they finally see your reasoning. And it's weird because I wasn't really picking up on anything from them. It's more like, oh, I called them in and they weren't ready. Oh, that's what it is. You manifested somebody, but they were not ready. You manifested them a little too early, so you had to let them go for a few months, and then they return by the end of the year, and then they're ready, which is so interesting. It's kind of like maybe you even saw the potential in them, but because you knew right away that they were not ready, you kind of just, you left that. You may even ghost them, honestly. You may even just decide to have nothing to do with them because you don't want to, not you being the one who goes to your pile for. Usually it's the other way around. Usually the people that I read for are people who are ghosted. But in this case, I think you just kind of, you know, you go away from somebody, you just have nothing to do with them because they're not ready. And maybe they don't even take it personally either. I don't see them taking it too personally, but then they become ready in November, and you're going to make plans with them. December, we have the Hanged One. We have the Hanged Man. I'm not taking it reversed because the Hanged Man is a card that I don't really see as reversible because it's a change in perspective. Even reversed, it still indicates that there is something to do with perspectives here, either that they need to be changed or that they will change. So by the end of December, you're going to start living your life a little bit differently. It's almost kind of like 2025 for you is going to be a very experimental year in which you are playing around with certain ideas or certain mentalities. If you're very spiritual, you're playing around with energy and seeing where it takes you and where it leads you. And you're definitely just having fun with it. So by the time December comes around and you know it's time for 2026, you're going to be very much, okay, playtime's over, time to get into the game. Practice is over, we're going to get into the game. For a lot of you. Maybe some of you are athletes as well. But I get that feeling very strongly here that you're going to have a lot of fun this year and you're not going to take things personal. Even when things don't go right, you're going to find something to learn from them. Back of the deck, we have the Four of Pentacles. You're learning to let go of something. It could be letting go of things in general, but you're also learning to let go of something that you know wasn't great for you. I think there's a reason that they have the lion here, or whatever this animal is, the lion with the wings. Because you're meant to overcome something here. You're meant to overcome in letting something go. And then underneath that, we have the Emperor. Some of you are stepping into your Emperor energy here, regardless of your gender. You're very much taking control of your life and learning to take accountability. And the year that comes after, there's going to be something very big about that year. But this is kind of like a year where you're healing, where you're playing around with energy, where you're just kind of having fun. Because the year after, something important happens here. But for now, this is where you are. Let's go ahead and get your tea leaves to clarify these. All right, so I'm going to do the tea leaves month by month as well. They're just going to clarify each month to see what is going on for you, pile 4. Oh my gosh, okay. Some of you don't... I wonder what this is. Some of you don't like clarification because you feel like it complicates things, which is very interesting. So there's an energy here where some of you don't like to clarify things, or maybe like once you talk about something once, you don't want to talk about it again, which is very interesting. But for January, we have Moon, changes in your life. I feel like some of you are going to become very dedicated to making certain changes in your life somehow, which is very interesting. Starting January. Did I call it June again? I do not mean to call it June. I don't know what's up. Something's happening in June for you guys. Okay, so February we have older woman. Dealings or relationship with an older woman. This could be your mother or grandmother, of course, but it could also be any older woman that you are, you're healing trauma from an older woman. Either you took on their trauma as your own in order to better empathize with them, especially those of you who are very much empaths. It could also be that maybe somebody who was like an older woman here traumatized you, and you're having to deal with that in February. And that is one of your biggest healing moments. For March, we have Caterpillar. Things will not always be this way. A change is coming. Lots of changes this year for sure. That's why I said for a lot of you, you're kind of like in an in-between phase here. This is very much like I keep hearing a playtime kind of year where you're just taking it easy, you're having fun with it, you're leveling up essentially. Again, if we're going back to like video games, the metaphor I'm being shown is that you are leveling up this year so that the next year you are actually playing the game. You're grinding essentially here and collecting all the extra stuff to really boost your arsenal. Let's go ahead and move on to April though. Oh, this particular message that you're going to get in March that kind of shatters your world. Yeah, a change is coming because of that. So April, we've got 2 cards. We have Throne, position of authority, secret admirer. Guys, I mean it. April, we have double confirmation here. There's somebody who's into you. They're going to be in a position of authority. It may or may not be your boss, depending on what your work situation is. But even if they're not, I feel like there's somebody who's like very high in status who can help you advance in some way. So even if you have your own business, they're going to be able to help you out with that. And with Vase, it's going to be a secret. But I don't know how good that secret's going to be because I've already told you, and because I feel like they don't want to make it known, but they are going to be interested in you. Very interesting. It could also be that maybe you're in a position of authority and somebody is admiring you. But April, we have somebody who's into you. They're a secret or not so secret admirer. And by that, I mean, everybody knows that they like you, but they don't want you to know that they like you. Or maybe you don't want to know that they like you because you kind of don't want to be, again, you don't want to be sidetracked by physical activities this year, pile 4, which, you know, I don't know. I'm not here to tell you what to do, but if I was your friend, and people who are my friends know this, I'm very blunt about how they should handle their secret admirers. Let's go ahead and move on to May, though. I tell them to just go for it. I tell them to just go for it. I like it when my friends have fun. Okay, as long as they're not, as long as they don't have red flags, which for this person, I don't think that they will. Okay, what do we have going on in May? We have good news. You manifest something and then you hear about it. You will manifest good news, or the good news will allow you to manifest something. They go hand in hand. In June, we have July. Okay, so July is clearly going to be a very important month for you this year, pile 4. But what do we have going on? Oh, for 4th of July, Independence Day. Even if you're not American, something about this year bringing out your independence is going to be very important. And I know there's a movie called Independence Day too. I have no idea what that movie's about, but if that resonates with you, you can take that. But to me, Independence Day just means that you're liberating yourself from something here. Interesting. Anyway, what's going on in June? We have Fly, period of ill health and depression. I was kind of getting that because you're gonna, it doesn't necessarily have to be depression or even ill health, but I feel like you're not feeling well in June. And depending on how people treat you due to this, you will see who's with you and who's not. You will see who your true friends are and who isn't. You will see who actually cares about you and who doesn't, which is so interesting. But I know for me, whenever I know it's been towards the end of a relationship, the strongest indicator of that, of whether to stay or go, somebody will get sick, whether it's me or my partner. And depending on how that is handled by either me or my partner, it will give me an indication of when it's time to go or when it's time to let them go, etc., or where the situation is at. There's been multiple times where that's been the case. So if somebody gets sick in June, it will give you an indication of where they stand with you and where you stand with them. For those of you already in a partnership or situationship or whatever the case may be. All right, what's going on in July? Valley, deep personal strength and peace that assures success. you're gaining a lot of, you're getting a stronger sense of self this year for sure. Because like I said, when I began this reading, I was very spacey, very much in my mind. But this year you're going to learn to be in your body and learn how to take control of your life, take back control of your situation. It's interesting that my throat suddenly got scratchy here because I had to go get water. But for a lot of you, you're going to have communication issues this year. I would work on the throat chakra if you really want to, or any sort of energy that is within the throat here. Then we have skull, hidden secrets can harm you in August. I don't know if they can harm you, but they're going to slow you down. For this year especially, I don't know if some of you have, like, if you naturally have Mercury retrograde, like if you were born with Mercury retrograde or when Mercury was in retrograde, you could have this issue where like certain information will get you in a certain way and it kind of shuts you down. So for a lot of you, we are healing the throat space. We are healing the throat chakra. We're also healing the ears, actually, because that did come through, because it is connected to through the throat chakra, because it allows us to take in information that we need to, you know, somehow rework so that we can then relay this information. This is especially true if you're a channeler like me. I have to hear guidance in order to speak it to those who can't hear it, you know, so it's that kind of energy. So do take care of your throat this year. Drinking a lot of very specific herbal teas will help. I'm hearing elderberry for some of you, as well as slippery elm. I specifically like hibiscus tea. I don't know what the significance of hibiscus is, but it's Jamaica in Spanish, and that's like that's a very Mexican flavor, that's for sure. It's one of my favorites. What else? Lemon tea. And for some of you, eucalyptus tea, especially. I used to drink eucalyptus tea, or even just the scent, the oil of eucalyptus, if you don't like to drink it. Because I don't know if all varieties of eucalyptus are drinkable, but anyway. Something about the throat chakra here. I feel like in September it comes, or sorry, August it comes to a climax, because that's when we go into Virgo season. For those of you who have Virgo in your chart, this is going to be very important. Very interesting. To me, Virgo and Gemini are the two most communicative signs. Also Sagittarius, but Sagittarius doesn't know when to shut up. I love Sagittarius, I really do, but you guys could just talk forever. And I guess maybe I'm not one to say anything because I can also talk forever. But I am currently filming this during Sagittarius season. Okay, let's go ahead and move on to, interesting, January. Something from January is going to come back to you in September. I think it's something that you planned. It could be like a trip that you planned, a vacation, some time off. But I'm going to put this over here and I'm going to get another card. I really do need to take the months out of this particular deck. We have Diamond. You'll be receiving or giving a precious gift. You know what I'm seeing? I'm seeing somebody notice that you are having a really tough month or a tough time in September, and they give you a gift. And it makes you feel better. It could also be the other way around. Maybe you feel a very particular way, so you give a very important gift to somebody here. For those of you who you know you're going to become engaged soon, like if this would be a year where you become engaged to your long-term partner or something, it could be that they gift you a diamond or something like that. Only for those of you who resonate. So for if you know you like diamonds, you may get an actual diamond. I'm getting that rather literally for some of you. It could also be like an heirloom. Maybe you get passed down your mother's diamond ring or something like that. Or Herkimer diamonds. I know I love Herkimer diamonds. They're not real diamonds, but they're a lot less expensive, and they are essentially clear quartz. I love them. I have a few of them. But very interesting, the energy we have here. Let's move on to October, though. We have Fox, shrewdness and resourcefulness, especially in business. So you're going to use your intuition in October to do some sort of business here. I feel like it's better to rely on your intuition this particular month rather than what everybody else is telling you, because sometimes our intuition does lead us to things that in the end work out for us, even if they don't make sense on the onset. That's what I'm hearing for a lot of you in October. And then November, we have Cobweb, protected from negative forces beyond your control. Very beautiful. You're protected from something here. You're protected from somebody's energy as well, especially if this is somebody with like very negative energy. By November, you're going to be so protected from them that even if they come around, you will not be affected by their gucky energy. That's what I'm hearing, by their stank ass energy. You're not gonna be affected by it, even if you have to deal with them. And then December, you have Dragon. Be aware. I almost heard be more self-delusional, but be aware of self-delusion as well. So by December, be careful of not letting things go to your head. I'm actually dealing with that right now. I'm dealing with a particular energy of both myself and other people where things just get to their head. It's very interesting. I'm seeing it in a lot of people, but I'm also acknowledging where it happens with me. Maybe not to the level that they are dealing with it, but be aware of what you get on your high horse. Be aware of like where you may and I'm not saying you have to stop being yourself. It's just like when you know you have a really great ability, a really great gift, or when you know you can see through people, don't allow that to get to your head, because there are still certain people that you need to be around or that you need to deal with, that you have to pretend to be a little bit of a normal person, because you're meant to either help them along with something or they're meant to help you. So don't let things get to your head. I don't like the idea of being humble, but again, you're going to be humbled a little bit, or it would benefit you to be humble in December by the end of this year of 2025. Pile 4. Back of the deck funnel. Period of frustration, lessons to be learned. Like I said, you're letting go of frustration and you're just accepting the lessons. It's like if you know a lesson is coming, you're just going to take it. Because that's what life is, unfortunately. I'm not saying that life is meant to be hard, but life is a series. It's a long string of lessons that we're meant to learn. That's why we came into this life. That's why we reincarnated into this. And not every lesson is meant to be painful. Lessons can be fun. Maybe I'm saying that as a former teacher's pet. Like, I definitely loved being in school and I loved learning. So whenever a lesson came along, I got excited for it. And I think some of you need to take a little bit of that mentality when it comes to the lessons that life has to throw at you. It's like, oh, okay, we're going through this. Let's see what lesson life wants to throw at me now. A little bit more positive spin on it, if you will. Only if you want to, of course. Pile 4, I'm not here to tell you what to do. I'm just saying that might be an easier way of handling things. So let's get your final messages from my self-made oracle. I made these on, this is handmade paper, so that's why they look a little textured, a little fancy funky here. I'm told to take that one. And, okay, all of those that just fell. Something about roses is going to be important this year. All right, so we have, I would love nothing more than to say yes to you. Oh, somebody's going to say yes to you this year. Or maybe you're going to say yes to somebody. There is healing and laughter. Yeah, I feel like a lot of you are going to be healing with laughter or like good humor. We have you are not your past self. We are letting go of the past self here, pile 4, that's for sure. We also have, I think about kissing you a lot. Look, there's a lot of romance here for you. I don't even think you actively seek it. I just think it comes to you this year. You are love in all that you do. Grow. Yeah, I think love comes to you because you are very full of love for yourself and your fellow people, like your friends, the people around you, your community, your family. You are not your past. The future promises you many great things. It's interesting that we have 2 cards about not being your past. So a lot of you are definitely changing this year. You're changing some sort of perspective. You could even be changing your ways. For some of you, your morals are shifting is what I'm hearing, which is very interesting. But this is where I leave it, pile 4. Thank you so much for letting me read for you. If you feel like doing so, well, if you feel like getting a personalized reading, I still offer those until the first week of January, unless I fill up completely because they are going pretty fast. But if you feel like doing so, you can also like, comment, and subscribe, and I will see you in the next reading. Take care. Hello there, pile 5. If you chose the Selenite Heart and the Lucid Dreams Tarot, then we have a reading here for you for 2025. We're going to be looking at themes that are going to appear for you in 2025, as well as the 12-month forecast. We're going to do it month by month with the tarot. So I almost didn't want to do this reading because I'll be honest, it's been a long day. I am tired, but I was guided to do so. So we'll see exactly why. It is nighttime right now. For whatever reason, my neighbors are using some sort of lawnmower, leaf blower, something noisy. So if you hear that, I am sorry. It is so dark outside. I don't know who's doing yard work at this time of the day in the winter. But we're going to start with, okay, pile 5. I can already tell right away. 2024 was not a great year for you. Because I'm getting a sense that some of you are coming here rather emotional about things that have happened in 2024. I don't know what the case is. I mean, for me personally, there were certain areas of my life that were really awful and then other areas that were really great, you know? So I guess it all depends on what area of your life you're looking at. But for some of you, I can just already tell that 2024, you're happy to see it go and you're ready to see what 2025 has in store for you. I understand pile 5. So let's go ahead and start with your oracles to see what themes are coming through. We have isolation. It's reversed. So maybe some of you are coming out of isolation, but I feel like the majority of you could still be dealing with this, especially towards the beginning of the year or in certain times of the year when you feel the need to isolate. We also have movement. Interesting. Isolation and movement. You could be moving away from certain things, like I'm not seeing a literal move like from one place to another. I'm seeing like energetically, situationally moving away from something. Maybe you're isolating and moving away from something that you know wasn't great for you. We also have comfort. Yeah, you're seeking comfort. This is so interesting. I feel like you're going out of your way to seek things that make you feel good, that make you feel good about yourself. Because when you've had a hectic year like the one previous, I feel like you're making it a point to look for things that make you feel good. Like it's just very much seeking comfort after like a traumatic event. Maybe for some of you literally had a traumatic event, or maybe some of you have dealt with certain situations that just were not great. I see some of you literally recovering from some sort of situation. I mean, it could be a relationship, it could be a work situation or a former employer, something along those lines. I see some of you seeking comfort and seeking movement away from that which isn't great for you. Maybe some of you are even moving away from isolation towards something more comforting here. I feel like you're looking quite literally for your springtime. You're looking for something that brings the sun. You're looking for good things this year because you're kind of done with whatever was going on in the past year. It's kind of like you're coming out of the dark, or you're coming out of whatever situation that you just were not feeling. For some of you, you were dealing with people that were just not what they seemed to be, or manipulative. Like, interesting. We have Merry Miracles. I do see you coming into some sort of miraculous event. I do see you coming into something you weren't expecting. We have Iris, Communication. This one wanted to come out. We have Epona, Wise Leadership. Some of you could be stepping into a position of leadership, and for a lot of you, your communication is going to really improve, because as soon as I started tapping into this reading, I was doing a previous reading. I'm just doing them back to back all day today. I think that's why I'm tired. I think I have been the loudest and the most clear speaking out of all my readings in this one. So a lot of you, you're definitely very Mercury dominant in your chart, in your astrological chart, or you could be a Gemini or a Virgo, any of the signs, anything that is just a great orator. You're really great at speaking, especially public speaking, and especially speaking to a crowd. Or you could become this way in this year, even if you don't really believe it. I feel like a lot of you are just very natural at like being able to speak, or you could be coming into some position, especially with Wise Leadership here, where you have to lead people. Therefore, you have to learn how to speak in a better way, or you have to learn how to speak to your audience. I know a lot of people are really good at that. Not everybody, but a lot of you are, which is very interesting. I'm going to get one more card from this deck, and then we're going to move on to the next. For my pile 5, we have Gula, Healing. Yeah, you're definitely healing. Like I said, 2024 wasn't your best year. I think on every front. I think on most fronts, honestly. Or at the very least, you're coming into 2025 like a wounded dog is what I'm hearing, like a wounded pet. So you're definitely embracing the healing that this year has to offer, and it's going to be a much more gentle year for the majority of you, especially if you're very spiritual. I do feel you tapping into like energetic healing or any type of Reiki. Maybe you're doing more massages or something along those lines where you're really paying attention. The healing here could literally be healing. Maybe some of you are recovering physically from something, especially at the beginning of the year, whether it's a sickness or maybe you have been hospitalized previously and now you're recovering here. So you're taking that time to really focus on yourself and understand what it is that you want and what you don't want. Very interesting. I'm going to go ahead and get the Gods and Titans card. For my pile 5, We have hypno sleep. You're going to really prioritize your sleep this year. You're also prioritizing rest. Especially those of you who typically go out more, I feel like you're going to choose to stay inside, because even this Mary figure, she kind of reminds me of the hermit in the tarot. So I feel like a lot of you are kind of doing hermit mode this year, and I don't think you have a problem with that. I think you're going to be completely okay. A lot of you, you're actually maturing this year, or you're taking a very low-key stance here on something because you're kind of done with whatever the past has brought you. I'm not sure why that is, or I guess we'll find out in the tarot, or I'm going to get another God card just to see. For whatever reason, I'm getting a lot of strong masculine energy in this particular pile. Anubis, protection. Yeah, you're very divinely protected. You're going to be very protected this year. So if you take the steps to heal yourself, you will be protected while you heal. Because I'm quite... Why am I seeing Goku in the healing pod during the Namek arc? For those of you into Dragon Ball, that's what I'm seeing. Or I'm seeing any sort of... And I just see you taking a time out to heal. Especially those of you who are healing physically. You're definitely taking it easy here. Very interesting. So let's get your... Creative Love Oracle cards for my pile 5. Who hurt you, pile 5? I want to know, because I feel like first it was physical and then it was emotional, or vice versa. Like on every front, you were dealing with something difficult here. We have ambush fear with your ferocious dream. Yeah, it's like you're not letting any of this get you down. Elephants could be of importance to some of you as well. And I know elephants are a Taurus animal, so maybe some of you are also Tauruses. We have changes. You're definitely going through major changes this year. I feel like you have to, because you're not going to stay in this energy. This feels very much like a rehabilitation year for a lot of you. Like you're taking the time to focus back in on yourself so that when the next year comes, you're able to better handle things. And then we have Creator Earth. You're tapping into Mother Earth this year for sure. Especially for some of you, I feel like you heal better when you're around nature. So you may take like some sort of nature retreat, or you may decide to go somewhere surrounded by nature, the woods, or something along those lines. You're going to be much more wanting to be around Mother Earth, and that's going to help you out somehow. So that's going to help you heal. Let's get cards from this oracle for my pile 5. I'm missing an oracle. We have positivity. Yeah, I do feel like you're going to still be full of positivity this year, because like I said, this hurt and healing that you're doing, it's very private. I don't think you're going to tell everybody about this. I don't think it's going to be something that you really want to share with anybody. Marigolds could be of importance here. Maybe you are... marigolds make me think, of course, of Day of the Dead. So maybe some of you have ancestry in Mexico or Central America. It also makes me think of November. So maybe some of you were born in November, or November could be an important month for you. The sign that this card gets, though, is Leo. So maybe some of you are Leos as well. Let's get another card. We have affection, number 12. A lot of you, you're going to get a lot of love this year. I feel like you're going to get a lot of sympathy from the world. I feel like people, your friends, everyone who knows you, they're going to do nothing but wish you well. I really hope you don't get into any sort of problems, like physically. Like if any of you get into an accident this year, I feel like you're going to have an outpouring of love. But I feel like for the majority of you, you're recovering from something like this. So I feel like when people finally see you, they're going to be very excited to see you. Because I'll be honest, guys, like a lot of people I know in 2024, like way too many people I knew got into accidents, to the point where I'm very concerned, like what's going on where I live. But I see an outpouring of affection from people. If you already have a partner, they're going to be a little bit more affectionate than usual. We have courage as well. Lots of bravery coming through for you. Lots of bravery. I feel like whatever you're going through, people are going to be very... they're going to be very inspired and look up to you because of what you've done or what you've had to go through, because what you had to go through is not easy, especially once you share your story. And then we're going to get cards from the Sacred Feminine Oracle. This was the one I was missing for my pile 5. We have creative. This card has come out in a lot of readings for this particular 2025. I feel like a lot of people are going to be more in their creative energy. For you, quite literally, you may take up a hobby while you are in this healing mode, while you are in this hermit mode, to create something. Maybe you're going to be inspired to write, to draw, to do something. You're going to create something with your hands, or something that involves the mind and the hands. Here you're going to go back to a very creative energy. You could also be creating content for your socials here, but it's going to be content that gives something back to the people. It's not just going to be something that is there, because I feel like, and I had to express this to a few of my friends actually, it's like they have a social media page but they don't see it taking off the way they want it, and I always have to tell them, what are you offering people other than just, wonderful pictures or something along those lines. It has to do something more than just look nice. So a lot of you are offering something back to the world, even though you're in a space where you are currently healing or going through something. And I feel like that's part of the reason why there's so much passion and love behind the things that you create, because people can tell that it comes from a place of heart, and not everybody who creates comes from a place of heart. Not everybody creates from the heart. Some people just create for capitalistic reasons, or maybe even selfish reasons. You create because you feel something and you feel the need to express it. We have unappreciated. And then one more card. We have ABUSED. I'm going to keep it reversed in case YouTube doesn't like it. Like I said, some of you, you're recovering from something, because this particular card, I don't think anybody has hurt you, or if they did, it was probably more emotionally, or maybe it was a blow to the ego. But for a lot of you, you're dealing with a situation that just was not fair to you, or that just wasn't great for you. So you're finally overcoming it. You're finally healing from it. It's not going to take the whole year, but it is going to set the course for the year, because I feel this more towards the beginning, or towards a very specific time of the year. And it's going to change everything. When I went through my first spiritual awakening, I definitely came out of that situation where I was with somebody, and the energy I picked up from that person was just so, the word I want to say is heinous. It was so heinous. It was hideous. It was awful. I literally felt cursed, all because I knew this guy and had anything to do with him. It's part of the reason I had to seek out, energy workers, and they told me right away what the situation was, because the amount of car wrecks that I was getting into that year because of that person, because their energy was very much this way. This person also suffered from just getting into, weird situations. So maybe some of you are dealing with like energetic residue of somebody who wasn't great, and you're learning to release and let go of this, or you may find the resources necessary in order for you to let go of this. This is why they always say to cleanse your energy of people, because you never know what they have been through or what they've got going on energetically. You never know what karma they may want to pass on to you. It's got nothing to do about you trying to grow close to that person, and everything to do with their energetic karma. I know this because I will, especially now that I'm dating and meeting a lot of new people, I will pick up on their energetic karma right away. And I'll, certain people, they just leave me dizzy for no reason. And certain people, they just bring out the best in me. It all depends on what the situation is and what their karma is. But a lot of you, you're having to deal with that. With the unappreciated card, I feel like, again, this situation made you feel a little bit less than. But the one silver lining is that I see you wanting to give back to the people. It's like, for example, how many songs out there about heartbreak do we know and love? And somebody had to go through a heartbreak in order to know and create that song. So that's what I'm getting. You're going to give something back to the world because of the things that you've been through, in whatever way, shape, or form that is. It doesn't even have to be necessarily about the thing that you went through. It could just be that something inspired you to start, maybe doing a fashion blog, or videos to make people laugh, or something along those lines. Like you're getting inspired by something dark to make something better for everybody, so that they don't have to go through that thing, so that in case they are suffering from the very same thing you are suffering right now, they have something better to look forward to. I love that. I absolutely love that. When I started this channel, I did it because, well, one, I have a gift to channel messages and I love reading cards, and two, because I was in a situation where I just felt dead inside. So I was like, let me start giving inspiring messages to people. Let me start giving them advice that they need, because I know I was in a place where I needed that. I didn't have a spiritual mentor at that time, so I had to become my own. And Oddly enough, I go back to some of my earlier videos and they actually do help me out in my own times of need. So if nothing else, at the very least, I benefit from my own videos. But the fact that it benefits other people, it fills my heart with joy. I'm very glad that a lot of people um, do get something positive out of my videos, and I'm very grateful every day for it. So let me go ahead and thank you right here, Pile 5, for clicking on this video if it's resonating with you. But I see you doing something very similar. I see you being inspired by the things that have happened in your past to create something better, or to even go on better journeys that people will be inspired by. I know some people, whenever they're heartbroken, they just decide to travel in order to forget that person, which I think is beautiful, because they will go places that maybe that other person had promised to take them to, and instead they're going there by themselves and fully appreciating it. Or they may go to places they never thought they could or would, because whoever they were with in the past would never leave their own backyard, you know? So I feel like you're being inspired to do the things that you never thought you could, or do things you never thought you would, so that you can better yourself and so you can help the world heal by you choosing to do the things you want to do. And I think that's beautiful, Pile 5. Absolutely beautiful. Let's go ahead and get your Say When Oracle cards. And these are going to be cards with time frames. They're going to have dates, months, or something. Seasons, I think, is also in here, to see what important dates or seasons are going to be. What dates or seasons are going to be important for you in 2025. Sorry, I spaced out a little bit because whatever rant I was just on, some of you really needed to hear that. We have December. Unique, curious, passionate, adaptable, and loves to explore. I did mention traveling. So some of you could be a Sagittarius or have Sagittarius placements. Also Capricorn, because Capricorn is also in December. We have Friday. Passion, pleasure, sensuality, romance, affection, and appreciation. So this is very Venusian based, by the way. Friday is it's meant to resonate with Freya, who is the goddess of love in Norse mythology. So a lot of you will be focusing on love and romance this year, or at the very least, it's going to come to you. Even if you don't focus on it, it's going to come very naturally to you. People are going to wine and dine you. And maybe Fridays are going to be the days that you decide to go out. Maybe that's going to be like your fun day. I know it is for me whenever I am given Fridays off. And number 7, spirituality, a good sign, happiness, joy, incredible luck, and material fortune. So it's going to be a lucky year for some of you, believe it or not. And 7 is also a very spiritual number, especially those of you who are a life path 7. I do feel that for a lot of you, you're going to be taking on a spiritual path. And this has been across the board. 2025 is going to be a very spiritual year for everybody, regardless. So if this resonates with you, and if you want to keep going, let's go ahead and move on to the tarot portion, because quite honestly, Pile 5, I want to know what's up with you. It seems like you've had a rather interesting past year, and I want to see what 2025 has in store for you. And of course, I am doing the month by month reading. I'm going to pick one card from the tarot per month. And I'm going to focus on December most, because that was the month that you were given. So hello there, Pile 5. Okay, this is the second time that I'm recording this, and I'm not even going to draw the cards again. The first time I stopped because I did that a different day. I was just tired and my neighbors were being noisy, so I took a hint from the universe and decided, okay, let me finish this reading another day. And my message with that was, make sure you're taking breaks this year, because like I said, you had a difficult year previously in 2024. So this year, 2025, you're going to have to make sure that you're taking sufficient breaks. Make sure that you are taking time for yourself. And I really like the cards that came out, because I feel like they kind of go with a very similar theme. So let's start with January. Again, I already drew these out, and hopefully I remember everything that I said. But you are dealing with a male authority figure. This could be a father, somebody in the workplace, or whomever, who is not telling you everything. They're keeping a secret from you. They're either not telling you everything. And it's interesting that literally this video cut off at like 4 seconds, because I feel like this particular person, if it's not with their actual communication, it could even be their energy, where they're keeping something from you. I feel like for some of you, this could also be a friend. Maybe you consider them a friend, but they really don't consider you a friend, which is very interesting. But they would like you to continue thinking that you're their friend for whatever reason, because I'm getting very manipulative energy from this person, or very, I don't want to say that they lie, but I feel like they're lying. Like, I want to give them the benefit of a doubt, because this person, you don't really see their intentions in the beginning. They have a rather interesting way of presenting themselves. So do be careful with this person. For a lot of you, this could be, I'm hearing an ex. For some of you, this could be an ex. And for some of you, hopefully it's not a lover, but if you know, you know. But I wouldn't consider, personally, as a friend, I don't think I would ask you to be around this person. But for some of you, this is more either work related or a business partner. Again, you think you and this person are seeing eye to eye, but really this person isn't. So that's January. In February, we are pouring back into ourselves. We're going back into the projects that we were working on, or you could just really be minding your business, focusing on your job, investments, whatever the case may be. I see you really pouring a lot back into yourself. And by yourself, I mean your business. A lot of you could actually identify with your business, like it's very much a part of you. I think that's why I keep saying that. But I also see you looking at your investments, maybe budgeting, looking at your money. You're definitely, I'm also seeing some of you hit the gym. Like, you're really taking care of yourself and taking it very easy. In March, we have the King of Cups, and I really love this card because I'm getting very loving energy. This could be a father, of course, for those of you who have a very loving, healthy relationship with your father. But it could also be if you are in a connection with somebody more on the masculine side. This could be your partner, or even a friend who just really cares about you. I see people being very gentle and even generous with the way that they express their feelings, either about you, towards you, or even your own feelings. I see people being very kind to you in March for whatever reason. And I feel like you're going to just be accepting a lot of the love that people have to offer you. This doesn't even have to be from male figures, by the way. This could also be from women. This could easily be like a mother energy as well, especially if your mother took on more masculine roles while raising you. Or even if you have like older sisters, or even just female friends who are older. Something along those lines. But people are expressing their love towards you. They're being very sensitive with your heart and your soul. It's very beautiful. For April, we have the Six of Pentacles reversed. You're making sure that you are not becoming imbalanced in any way. You're making sure that you are pouring back as much into yourself as you're pouring back into others. Because for a lot of you, you're very used to overgiving or overexerting yourself, giving far too much of your time, energy, maybe even money to other people. So make sure that you are also giving back to yourself. And at this point, I was pointing out how all of these signs, like this particular tarot deck has little signs, little astrological glyphs. They're all fixed. We have Aquarius, Taurus, Scorpio, Taurus, and then Aquarius again with the star here. So there's something about you dealing with very fixed energy, and fixed energy can be very, the good part of it is that it's very stable, it's very structured, it doesn't change, it's very much a rock, it offers stability. You can count on most fixed signs to stay the same person that they are. The negative side of it is that they can be very stubborn, controlling, they do not budge, you know, it depends on how you want to see it. So I feel like you're dealing with very stubborn energy regardless this year, but it can also be very constant. So depending on whether you like this or not, I feel like you're dealing with it, which makes sense. So a lot of you could be Taurus, Scorpio, or Aquarius this year. For May, we are dealing with star reversed, the star reversed. And the way I was told to take this was that you're going to be in the spotlight, but you do not want it. So a lot of you, you're going to do something rather public. Let's just say it gains a lot of traction. So if this is online, you could have something go viral, but you don't like the attention that you're getting from it, or you feel that it's getting blown out of proportion. I don't know if any of you have ever done that, where you do something and then suddenly it blows up and goes viral and you just don't care for it because you always thought everything else that you did would go viral, but instead it's this one thing that may not even completely represent you. That's what I'm seeing. Another way to see this, of course, is like in the workplace or among your friends, you're getting a lot of attention, but it's not attention that you want. Another way I took it, especially in the workplace, was you may be pushed into a position of power, like you may be given a promotion or something along those lines with very little consent. Like maybe you didn't really want it, but they're really urging you to take it for whatever reason. So just do be careful in May, because you're going to be put in the spotlight, but you're not going to want it, or you're going to have a hard time adjusting to it. You're not going to like it. And it's going to be up to you whether this is good for you or not. I think some of you may actually need this, and then some of you could do without it. For June, we have the Lovers, which is very interesting because the Lovers card does resonate with June. It is the sixth card of the major arcana, and June is the sixth month. It is also the card that resonates with Gemini, and June is one of Gemini's months. So I feel like for a lot of you, we're dealing with relationships in June. Either you're going to solidify a relationship, you could be focusing on your existing relationship if you have one. But overall, I see a lot of romantic attraction in June for those of you who are single, or even if you're not single, or if you're poly or something, like you're going to attract a lot of romantic attention. You could also be very flirtatious, like maybe you just maybe you just get into an energy of being, you know, very flirty. I know that happens for me from time to time now that I'm single. Like I just, some weeks I wake up and I'm flirting with everybody. I don't know. I feel like some of you are going to be in that energy. But if you're already in a committed relationship, I feel like you will focus on your relationship for whatever reason. I'm being told to take this rather simply, which I feel like a lot of you'll like to hear that, especially if you want to solidify something with somebody. And maybe for some of you, it's asking you to pay attention to your partner in June. Let's go ahead and move on to July. And I want to thank you for being patient with me, pile 5. I feel like this pile has had the most distractions, but that's okay. We're taking our time here. So for July, we have the Queen of Wands reversed. I don't know what's up with you, pile 5, but you're getting a lot of attention this year and you're not wanting it, because the Queen of Wands reversed would be upright. She's a dazzling attraction. She is hot. She is amazing. Everybody wants to be her or be like her or be with her. You know, there's something here about people are really looking up to you, but you're just not feeling it. Like, you're just like, you may even judge people for wanting to be like you. You're like, you know what? I'm not even all that. And I'm here to remind you, pile 5, you very much are. Like, you're absolutely hot, awesome, stunning, amazing, gorgeous. And it's interesting because one of the phrases in this card reversed says lack of self-worth. I feel like it really is the lack of self-worth. Or maybe you feel that you're drawing the wrong kind of attention. This would be, and I do see this a lot, like some of my girlies out there who are just absolute bombshells, but they tend to be very modest, or they like to dress very modestly. But one day they decide to wear a really cute outfit and they themselves didn't think that, you know, they didn't think it was sexy or anything. But then they go out and then suddenly they get all this attention from men because they're just looking hot. But in their eyes, they're just looking cute. So, you know, like in their own eyes, they're cute, but to guys or to people, they're just hot. So that's the kind of energy I'm getting for July, especially those of you going to like a beach or something, because it would be the summertime in the Northern Hemisphere. You might wear like a very particular outfit, you know, on a very hot day, and suddenly you're getting attention, probably not from the people that you want. That's what I'm getting. Like, you may not dislike all the attention, but some of the attention you're getting, you're just like, I don't want this. But I'm being told to kind of play with it. I'm not saying to accept, you know, attention from people you don't want. It's more like the universe is sending you a lot of signs this year that you're a lot more attractive than you realize, pile 5. And if you're a guy here, if you're a masculine, same thing. You may be shirtless one day because it's really hot and you're mowing the lawn, and suddenly, you know, you get all these ladies coming up to you, or whoever you're into, whatever you're attracted to, just coming up to you, asking you for your number, if they can mow if you can mow their lawn. You know, I'm just seeing that. I'm seeing unwanted sexual attraction here, which is, I think it's cute. I think it's funny, but some of you may not like it. So if so, just be careful what you wear in July. And if you do want it, I feel like you may just not be into it. Like, that's what I'm feeling, some of you. For whatever reason, this pile doesn't want the attention this year. Okay, let's move on to August. But I think it's cute. This could be my pile of, like, I know Cancerians are this way. Like, Cancerians will be just really, really beautiful people, both men and women alike, but they do not like a very specific kind of attention, which is hilarious because a lot of them, you know, they do tend to have that kind of, you know, they tend to have very nice bodies. So let's move on to August. We have the Hierophant. So August, so literally some of you could be going back to school in August, because the Hierophant can be education, it's teacher here. But I'm also seeing a lot of you going through very specific lessons. I'm not even saying karmic lessons, because I feel like some of you, you're accepting whatever lessons are coming through. Also, there's a lot of Taurus in this particular spread, because every single Pentacle card has been Taurus, and then the Hierophant is Taurus itself. So August, you are going through with lessons. You may actually take up some sort of course, or you may want to study something. You may find, I'm hearing scholarships, or maybe somebody who's willing to like invest in you to go to a certain type of class or school. You're taking, this could even be like a spiritual school for some of you who want to get into like energy healing, Reiki, maybe tarot, whatever the case may be, because I'm being shown how this guy is holding onto his cross very tightly. Something about your belief, either in yourself or in the work you're going to do, is what is driving this, or somebody else believing in the things that you want to do is driving this as well. When I took a course in energy healing, I had already known some of it, but I retook a specific kind of course because I wanted to learn how to channel a lot more directly. I remember there was somebody that in that class, and he said he was very young. He was like 18, and his parents footed the bill for that. And I always thought that's kind of ridiculous, because who would allow their 18-year-old, instead of going to something more traditional like college or university, you know, they were like, oh, here, take this spiritual class. To me, that was ridiculous, but I could tell that, you know, he had parents that were very understanding of his gifts, abilities, and his nature. So maybe some of you are going to find somebody like that who understands your gifts, abilities, and nature, and is going to be willing to pay for your courses if you yourself can't afford them, which is very interesting. Or somebody could just really see your potential and allow you to be in the classes and courses, which is very interesting. Basically, you're manifesting something here to advance your knowledge in some way, shape, or form. For a lot of you, this will be more traditional. Maybe you want to go back to school to do something, or you are going to school to do something, or this could be the final year for some of you of your university studies, which is very interesting. So August, we're all about being the teacher's pet here. We're all about our education. All right, let's go into September, and I want to see if it has anything to do with this card. Oh, I don't know if this is, I don't know if I mentioned this, but originally when I recorded this, I said that this, then instead of February, this was in September. It was a Freudian slip. So I want to see, and what did I say? This is the 7 of Pentacles, and February is the number 2. And if you add 7 to 2, that's 9, and that would be the 9th month of the year. And I think that's why I said September. So something you start in February will come into fruition in September. So let's see what that may be. And again, thank you for your patience. I don't know why this pile has been all over the place in terms of recording. So we have the 10 of Pentacles. Beautiful, beautiful. We have 7 and then 10. 10 being a completion of something you are meant to grow. This could be your finances for some of you, though I don't know what you will do in February, that 7 months down the line, you will gain full, like, I don't think it's an investment of money per se. It could be a business that takes about 7 months to finally take off to the point where you can actually make some sort of living off of it. Or maybe it takes 7 months for you to be able to become independent from a particular job, or maybe that's when you decide that you can finally quit your job and move on to something else. For some of you, if you're looking for a home, it could take you 7 months to find it, which is not unheard of at least. Oh gosh, my throat. Maybe some of you didn't want to hear that. It's not unheard of where I live. I know people who have taken years to find their home, so it may take you 7 months, or it could take 7 months before you start seeing a profit on something that you're doing, like something you're selling or something that you are, if you're renting out a space, you could be renting out a space, or it could just be anything. It could take you 7 months to pay off a loan. Maybe it's a smaller loan, but you decided to do payments. So I feel like September, we're seeing the final result of whatever you started in February, or we're seeing something that is profitable, which is very impressive, depending on what it is, I guess. Let's go ahead and see what we got in October for you. We have the 4 of Swords, and I did mention, make sure you are taking a rest this year, Pile 5. I feel like in October, you're going to be called to rest, specifically during Libra season, because we do have the Libra glyph here, or glyph here. So I do see you taking some time out. Maybe this will be your last vacation before the holidays. I know where I work, a lot of people like to vacation in October because it's not too cold, it's not too hot, and it's right before the holiday season. So, you know, and then the crowds elsewhere tend to be a lot smaller, like in very traditionally touristy areas. So maybe some of you are deciding to take a vacation. If not, you might just decide to take some weeks off in October. It'll be a great time for rest. Some of you could also be taking some sort of meditation course, or maybe you are getting really into meditation in October. That could be part of whatever you are doing that you started back in September. Or you could take time off to focus on your studies as well. In November, we have the Four of Pentacles. You don't want to let go of something in November. I can tell that, but you're going to have to. You're going to have to let go of something so something else can come in. This is very stubborn energy that I'm feeling. For some of you, you may not want to part with... this could be a place. It could be... I feel like it's something physical, though. I don't want to say it's money. I mean, it could be money. I mean, a lot of us don't want to part with certain money. But this would be money that if you spend it, it will give you back something in return, or it's better spent on what you're about to do. Like if you were to spend money on a trip, you know, the memories you make on that trip would be worth it. For some of you, it's an asset though. I'm seeing either a car or expensive jewelry for some of you. You could be parting ways with something that you don't need to make more money. For some of you, I don't want to say it's a person though. I do see this being more physical, which is very interesting. But if it is a person, you'll know. Because I keep seeing like a child holding onto their teddy bear. It's so cute. Pile 5, I don't know who you are, but you have some cute tendencies. Because I keep seeing, I don't know, I just keep seeing somebody that I would think is adorable. All right. And then for December, what's happening in December for you, pile 5? We have the Ace of Cups, new love, new relationships, compassion. I do see you making new friends. I also see like a renewal within a relationship because like I said, you're paying attention to your connections in June, and then come December, you're pouring back into that. Some of you could meet somebody new in December if you're single and if whatever happened in June didn't work out. But I see a lot of you really pouring back into love, which is going to be very rewarding. This could also be somebody new approaching you in December to either renew love or to express their emotions to you. Overall, your romantic life this particular year, pile 5, it's going to be rather nice. I feel like a lot of you may already be in committed relationships, but for some of you, you could have new people coming in really expressing their love and devotion to you. Back at the deck, we have the Four of Cups reversed. Yeah, it's like you let go of the gloominess from the year before and you're embracing something beautiful here, but you're not going out of your way to do this. I feel like people are coming toward you. Let's go ahead and clarify these with, and yeah, that's December. So this particular person that you meet in December is going to be very important. So let's go ahead and get your tea leaves to clarify these cards. For my pile 5, let's clarify January. We have carriage, a journey, either physical or mental. Honestly, this King of Swords person could send you on a mental journey, especially if you're dealing with Aquarius energy or an Aquarius themselves. Aquarius is, look, I love Aquarius. It's my North Node, but some of them can just get you thinking in such weird ways. Like I wouldn't overthink it. And I wouldn't take anything. Just don't worry about that person. They've got their own issues. February, we have kite vacations. So some of you could be planning a vacation. Oh, that makes sense. Maybe you're saving for a vacation that you're going to take in September, in February. But vacation is on the mind in February. You could be taking one or you could be thinking about one. In March, we have lightning. Control your anger or you will be sorry. Which explains why this King of Cups looks so forgiving. It's like maybe some of you lash out at somebody and you think that they're going to be mad at you. And instead, they're just very gentle with you. And I'm not saying that you should lash out or be angry or anything. I just feel like you may be frustrated, and instead of somebody returning that anger at you, they give you a lot of patience, which is very loving of them. And I think they understand as well. Like I feel like they understand that you're going through something, so they give you a lot of what's the word? Patience. And April, we have a fair woman. Dealings or relationship with a woman with blonde, gray, or white hair. So some of you could be dealing, I keep hearing mother figure. Some of you are dealing with a mother figure. You could also be dealing with an older woman. For whatever reason, I get the feeling that this fair woman is actually older than you. And she will have lighter hair. I'm not getting younger, but she is older and blonde. Or light for her complexion. So if her race doesn't allow for, lighter hair, or if it's difficult to get lighter hair, then she might just have a light complexion for her ethnicity. for May? We've got goldfish, increase in material wealth or spiritual growth. Yeah, I feel like whatever attention you are getting in may come with an increase in material wealth or even spiritual growth or even just an expansion of your mind and how you view things. Like you experience something different, so now you're seeing how that is. Very interesting. What do we have for June? Psychic ability, trust your intuition. So your intuition is really going to help you out with your relationship in June. That's for sure. Somebody here could have really beautiful eyes as well. Or you and your person, if you have a person, could be the kind of people that whenever you look at each other, you just know what each other is thinking right away. Yeah, because I've known people like that. I mean, I have friends like that, not relationships, where we just look at each other and we know exactly what we're thinking. It's like we're talking with our eyes. That's what I'm seeing. Maybe that's going to happen a lot to you in June. Let's see what we have for July. We have boot, increase your efforts if you want to achieve your goals. So in July, I feel like this is what is kind of pushing you to really focus on your studies in August. You're going to find the drive to progress forward. Beautiful reading, by the way, Pile 5. I love the progression of this. Okay, this is February. I have to take these month cards out. But February, again, we're going back to February because something that you work on in February is going to come to fruition probably sometime in August and then September. Let's get another card for August. An arrogant, boastful person you should not cross. So I feel like you're dealing with somebody here. This could be this King of Swords energy person. But I feel like there's somebody here who just doesn't... Like somebody who's a little bit full of themselves, and unfortunately you have to deal with them. What do we have for September? Ring. A marriage will take place, either romantic or business. And you know what's interesting is maybe somebody is working the courage to, well, not propose, but to do something, to make something solid, to solidify something in September. This could easily be you also going to somebody's wedding in September. I know September is like a very popular month for weddings, at least where I live. But this could also be a business partnership between you and somebody else. So this is beautiful. In fact, that makes sense because I did say that maybe a business that you started back in February can actually finally start taking form in September. Or something that you are selling through your business as well. What do we have for October? We have, well, family wishes come true. Maybe your family allows you to actually take some time off in October, meaning that they will cause a reason for you to have to seek time out from either your job or whatever else it is that you're doing. Maybe they're throwing like some sort of vacation, like a family vacation, and you get to go with them. Or maybe your family kind of manifests for you to take some time off and you get to spend time with them. What do we have for November? We have Gong, an exciting event. Ooh, so yeah, I feel like something exciting happens in November. It could be a holiday party. It could be, maybe it's Thanksgiving because Thanksgiving in November in the US is when that takes place. And then for December, Owl, good advice from a wise person. So this person coming into your life could be very wise and maybe they give great advice. But maybe somebody who is very wise also gives you advice on this particular connection, which is very beautiful. Owls could be very important to you as well. I know they are to me. Back of the deck, Star, guaranteed success. Look, Pile 5, you had a rough 2024, but 2025 promises to be better. It'll have its ups and downs. Mostly it's ups though, because I do see you striving to be better, and I do see you also getting a lot of romantic attention. Like, even if you don't want it, it's going to be there. You might want to go check my 2025 love prediction readings because a lot of those were really positive, and I feel like some of you may actually resonate with some of the piles there. But let's finish this off with some advice from my handmade oracle. And these are made on handmade paper. I just wrote little quotes and sayings on them. I don't really know what most of them say. What is this? Okay, interesting. There was a tea leaf in there. Candle. You will be shown the way. Oh, this is beautiful. Okay, I don't know why there was a tea leaf in that particular deck. Okay. We have, I would love nothing more than to say yes to you. Oh my God. Somebody's saying yes to you. Or maybe you're saying yes to somebody. The universe says yes, it's all yours. Okay, that's 2 yeses. Maybe if you had a yes no question, this is just answering it. You ground yourself through more light. Yes, a lot of you, you're definitely grounding yourself this year. You're getting in touch with nature. You're bringing the light in and through your entire body. You're going to be very much in your body this year. I'm feeling that. You are love in all you do. Grow. Definitely a year for growth for a lot of you, pile 5. And then one last card. Silence speaks volumes. Silence speaks volumes. For a lot of you, I'm hearing enjoy the silence. Maybe you're seeking a more silent year this year. Maybe you're seeking more solitude. Maybe you're just not wanting to hear the chatter or whatever the case may be, and you're enjoying the silence. Yeah, I love that song. Now I'm hearing all I ever wanted, all I ever needed is here in my heart. Words are very unnecessary. They can only do harm. Which, I mean, I don't think all words do harm, but you're very much all you ever wanted and all you ever needed is in your heart, pile 5. I feel like that's going to be one big lesson that you are going to learn this year, because I see a very soothing and lovely year, especially towards the end of the year for you. But this is where I leave it, my beautiful pile 5. Thank you so much for letting me read for you. If you would like a personalized reading, I am still giving those out until... Sorry, I'm still selling those until the first week of January. Time and space provided. I don't know if I will have time for them. That's the only reason I say that. So if you email me and I say no, it's probably because I either don't have time or all of my spaces have filled up. But yeah, if you would like one, reach out to me and I'll get back to you as soon as possible. And if you feel like doing so, you can like, comment, and subscribe. And I will see you in the next reading. Take care.